Chapter 698. Well, I see planetary and dimensional, so I know it has something to do with space. You delved into those types of researches back then. Gustav voiced out. Yes, I was interested in different kinds of research back then, not just medical-related types, Sir Zill responded. Sir Zill proceeded to tap onto the planetary placement dimensional theory file. True and in, it began displaying multiple square-shaped holographic images which had words written, and some displayed certain parts of space. These were the theories Sir Zill had put into scientific terms, and also computed his research to a certain level based on the subject. Gustav's eyes darted across the multiple holographic squares floating in the air. The processing speed of his brain was very fast, so he had already read through 17 of these outline theories in a span of 5 seconds. Gustav's eyes widened as he figured out what the research was all about before Sir Zill could explain anything. You think planet Humbad was never destroyed as well? Gustav voiced out as he kept scanning through the multiple theories. Yes, are you? Before Sir Zill could voice out his surprise, Gustav spoke again. A warp demolator. What's your basis on this? Oh, don't answer that, I see. Gustav muttered as his eyeball darted around the white space in his eyes with immense speed. Sir Zill couldn't understand what was going on here, so he stared at Gustav for a few seconds with an astonished look before deciding to speak again. This is 1/4 of my research. It took me around 10 years to gather this much information, Sir Zill stated. I have finished going through all of them, Gustav stated. What? Sir Zill felt his ears were playing tricks on him. Yes, I read them all and studied every single image as well. This is brilliant, Gustav praised. It hasn't even been more than a minute yet. It would take at least a week to go through all this, and comprehension would take even longer for a scientist. Sir Zill couldn't believe his ears as he voiced out. Well, I understand everything that I have read here, and I think the research should be continued, Gustav answered. You're joking. Sir Zill was still finding it difficult to believe. Test me. Ask me any question, Gustav proposed. Okay, how large does the warp demolator have to be for a solar system to be swallowed? Sir Zill inquired. 1/4 the size of neutron star, Gustav responded. Where does it take the solar system to? Sir Zill asked again. According to your theory, a different dimension. Gustav responded again. How big does a planet need to be to withstand the force of the pull? Sir Zill once again questioned. Roughly the size of the Earth. The bigger the planet, the higher the chances of it getting ripped apart during the pull, Gustav answered once more. Sir Zill's expression turned astonished more and more as he questioned Gustav. He asked a few more questions, and Gustav answered them all. What sort of being is he? Sir Zill thought in his mind as his jaw hung loosely. Do you believe me now? Gustav questioned. I have no more doubts. Only curiosity now, Sir Zill responded, still astonished. Your research. If you're correct and planet Humbad truly got swallowed up by the warp demolator, then where did the meteor showers from thousands of years ago come from? This was a question that kept bugging Gustav's mind. Well, I came across the warp demolator by mistake in space and almost got swallowed up along with my team. But you already knew that since you read everything I computed. Sir Zill realized he didn't have to explain much since Gustav had already read everything. Whatever planet the meteor shower came from which changed the state of Earth, it's definitely not planet Humbad. I am at least 90% sure planet Humbad is still in existence. I just needed more time to prove it. Sir Zill added. The scientists back then declared that the meteors were pieces from planet Humbad based on the scientific effects they brought to the planet. A lot of scientific breakthroughs and the creation of technologically advanced equipment were created because of the minerals that were found after the meteor shower. Even some Slarkovs claimed that some of these minerals existed on their planet, which was more than enough to prove the meteors were part of their home planet. So how could it not be Planet Humbad? Gustav voiced out lengthily. Everything still seemed kind of wavy for him. True. But there could be another planet with similar minerals. It doesn't necessarily prove that it was Planet Humbad. Also, it's just a small chunk that collided with Earth. If even half of the planet made contact with Earth, the entire Earth would be obliterated, Sir Zill voiced out. This could mean maybe a small portion of Planet Humbad sustained damage, since according to your theory, the size of the planet should be roughly around the size of Earth for it to safely be pulled by the warp demolator to another dimension. The research books have revealed that Planet Humbad is indeed bigger than Earth. So maybe it took sustainable damage that didn't cause its destruction, Gustav thought. Exactly as I stated in the second quarter of my research, Sir Zill responded with a nod. Why did the government stop you from researching about this? Gustav asked with a look of suspiciousness. Who knows? Maybe they also have an idea about this but don't want it to be revealed, or maybe they're too scared of where this research might actually lead to and finding out that the history passed down for thousands of years was wrong. There could be a multitude of reasons, Sir Zill shrugged as he spoke. Those idiots. Gustav couldn't help but voice out because if this theory happened to be correct, that placed the Earth at risk as well. Instead of assisting Sir Zill in completing the research, they decided to kill it and pretend like this wasn't a threat. I want to know more, Gustav voiced out. Chapter 699. You can't. This is as much as you'll know, Sir Zill stated before tapping on a holographic keyboard. Troy and Zrii, the holographic squares began to disappear one after the other and returned back to the holographic file stationed by the side. Why don't you continue the research in secret? Gustav questioned. Because I can't. First of, it's too risky. I don't want them threatening me again. Secondly, I just can't because the third and fourth quarter of my research was confiscated by the government, Sir Zill stated. They confiscated it. Gustav was surprised since Sir Zill didn't mention this before. Yes, they really wanted me to stop. I was able to hide away the second quarter in another facility located in Brehuman City. But without the collective information from the third and fourth quarters of my research, it would be impossible for me to continue it, Sir Zill explained. Oh, I see. Gustav understood now as he stood by the side with a contemplative expression. I spent a lot of time and resources in gathering all those information. Alas, this happened. Sir Zill chuckled lightly with a tone of disappointment. Can I get the second quarter of your research? Gustav asked. Why? Sir Zill asked. I need it, as well as the third and fourth quarter too. I'm going to continue your research, Gustav voiced out boldly. What? Are you looking to get yourself in trouble? Sir Zill questioned with a worried tone. It's necessary. I find out more on this, Gustav responded. Not at the expense of getting yourself killed. Sir Zill shook his head in disapproval. Pretty much at the expense of getting myself killed, since I will get killed if I don't gather more information on this. Gustav thought, since he couldn't voice it out. I'm not so easily killable. Just tell me where I can find them, Gustav insisted. Sir Zill could see the look of conviction on his face, which was the type that said, I have nothing to lose, Sir Zill, on the other hand, had a lot to lose, which was one of the reasons he never went against the government. Sigh, all right then, Sir Zill finally gave in. The second quarter doesn't have a lot of information. It mostly contains footage from my journey across space. But it's still crucial to get it. Sir Zill began speaking. You'll need to visit the pharmaceutical branch I have in Brehuman City to get that. I don't want to have it moved due to the risk of getting the research stolen or anything bad happening to it. I hid it safely there, encrypted and protected, but I'll give you the passcode so you can extract them when you visit, Sir Zill stated. Gustav nodded in appreciation. How do I get the third and fourth quarters of your research? He proceeded to ask. Like I told you before, it was confiscated by the government, so unless you can break into the Bureau of Cities Research Center, You can't get them, Sir Zill said with a dismissive expression. The Bureau of Cities Research Center? The one at the epicenter of Earth? Gustav inquired. Yes. As you may know, it is heavily guarded and have so many sections, so it's borderline impossible to get in and find my research, Sir Zill stated. I never knew I'd have to go against the government this early. I guess it was inevitable, Gustav mumbled. What was that? Sir Zill asked. Nothing. Thanks for the information, Gustav smiled in response. Sir Zill was a bit creeped out by the smile, since Gustav never smiled. The third and fourth quarter of my research are the cream of the crop. The third one explains how a warp demolator comes into existence, how it looks, and a few untested prediction methods. The fourth quarter is uncompleted, but that was when I was tracing planet Humbad's supposed new location using the specks of matter left in space by the warp demolator, Sir Zill explained. The first half of Sir Zill's statement made Gustav very intrigued, but the second half truly got him on his tippy toes because that was something he truly needed to complete one of his 5-year quests. Interesting. Looks like I need to visit Bree Human City soon, Gustav voiced out. Sir Zill could not understand why Gustav was so interested in this, but a part of him was glad that his research might finally be continued. He was still astonished that Gustav was able to grab onto everything and understand so soon when they had only been speaking about this for an hour or so. With this newly gathered info, Gustav left Grayscale Pharmaceuticals and went back to the penthouse. He wanted to digest the info more and bring up his own theories from them as well. He arrived back in the penthouse and moved straight to his room after a brief discussion with Boss Danzo and Carissa's. This was why the clue said to speak to Sir Zill. You knew about his research, Gustav said internally. Not new, per se, more like I perceived it, the system responded. Is it safe to say you know everything about the research? It would save us a lot of trouble if you reveal everything to me right now, Gustav voiced in his head. Unfortunately, no, I do not. Some encrypted data are set to detonate and scramble their contents if I try to extract info from them, so you have to do this yourself, the system responded. Bummer, Gustav sighed internally. Yearly quest has been issued. Just as Gustav was thinking, a system notification appeared in his line of sight. Successfully infiltrate the Bureau of Cities Research Center and get Scientist Zill's confiscated research. As expected, Gustav wasn't really surprised to see this quest. This just meant the system was practically aware of everything going on in the world, but would only reveal some things to Gustav or lead him using quests if it was related to their goals. Gustav knew it would take longer if he had to infiltrate a government-based facility and steal confiscated research. He would have to make good plans so he could get away without any consequences. Chapter 700. Gustav knew it would take longer if he had to infiltrate a government-based facility and steal confiscated research. He would have to make good plans so he could get away without any consequences. The mission to get the third and fourth quarter of Sir Zill's confiscated research would be based on intelligent planning and no brawl. The newly issued quest had a year duration, so he just had to make sure his plans were pushed forward in a year. The warp demolator, Probably a space anomaly, Gustav thought. To think an entire planet could be shifted away from its position within the solar system. Not just that, to another dimension too, Gustav thought. Initially, he could barely piece together what could have happened to planet Humbad if it wasn't destroyed. However, after reading Sir Zill's research theories, it made sense how the planet remained unfound. The government had also sent teams to check for it in space, and even though space was endless due to the upgrade in technology, they'd still be able to find it eventually since thousands of years had gone by already, unless the planet was in another dimension. The theory of dimensions was in existence, but unproven because there was still no known method of traveling through dimensions. Sir Zil might have figured it out if he was allowed to keep researching, since he was already tracing the residue matter of the warp demolator back then. But now it would be way harder for Gustav to continue it, since all traces might have disappeared by the time he continued from the same point Sir Zil stopped. Dimension 6, Another issue would be getting the right order of numbers when I figure out how to travel in between them, Gustav thought. The system was a universal entity, so it wasn't surprising to him that it was aware of the numbers when Earthlings hadn't even figured out how to travel in between anyone yet. Gustav decided he would figure it out when the time came. The MBO camp, sheesh, the advanced weapons training was crazy today. Not being able to use our bloodline abilities and just relying on the mechs we were given was an unfair rule. Not even the special class cadets were able to defeat the seniors. The voices of first-year students walking along a path that led back to their residential areas could be heard. They were coming from a valley-like area where they had just finished advanced weapons training. Not everyone signed up for this particular one, but the special class candidates had to participate in every single battle class. This particular advanced weapons training was done using mechanical, humanoid-looking bots. The mechs ran on internal energy sources, as well as the bloodline energy from a mixed blood. If a mixed blood was strong enough, they would be able to dish out attacks that were 10 times more powerful using the mechs. They had a mock battle with some seniors and all lost. Some were even unable to control the mech properly when within. It was the most difficult training out of anyone they had undergone since they began training almost a year ago. Alevra was the only first year who was able to tie with a senior. Every other mixed blood, special classes included, lost. Some mixed bloods even managed to deplete their bloodline energy completely during the training. Damn, that was tough. I lost an arm. He voiced out as he walked in the middle of the group. The mech is good for increasing battle strength, but mobility is greatly reduced, and it wears out the user quickly. In a battle of attrition, the force whose troops make use of only mechs would lose, even if their opposition are just mixed bloods without any weapons, Falco analyzed. The others also brought forth their points. Glade, Matilda, Rhea, and Timi. Only Angie and Eldris didn't speak yet. You all had your energy depleted quickly, because you guys don't try to control the amount of bloodline energy being absorbed from your body, Eldris finally spoke. Although I also lost, I was able to last as long because I regulated the amount of energy being drawn from me to feed the mech. The mech also has its internal energy core. Balancing the energy withdrawal for both will make things smoother, he added, causing all of them to show looks of contemplation. They decided that during the next training, they would put this into trial. Angie, are you okay? E voiced out from the side. Yeah, I'm good. Just taking notes, she responded with a smile. Okay. E raised his thumb up in response with a smile as well. Y'all remember only about a month is left before we embark on our first mission. Timi voiced out with a tone of excitement. It's been a year since we arrived here already. How time flies, Matilda said with a tone of astonishment. Does that mean my rival will soon be back? Haha, I must prepare a proper welcome for him. Defeat, Rhea started with a burst of light laughter. They kept discussing till they arrived at the crossroad, which led to separate residences. They had to pathways here. Angie was silent throughout the journey back with Matilda and Glade, which normally would be unlike her. However, ever since the incident with Endrick, Angie had turned quieter. They all felt it was a phase, and she'd get out of it soon. Meanwhile, in Angie's head, she recalled an incident that happened recently. A cadet on her team got blasted backward during training. His body traveling across the air was slow to Angie due to her speed, but just when she was about to help her teammate, she froze. Unpleasant memories plague her mind as a loud voice rang out in her head. Help others and get betrayed. Her teammate ended up breaking his spine after hitting a pillar, but fortunately, it wasn't something regeneration pills couldn't fix. This wasn't the first time such an occurrence was taking place. Chapter 701. Anytime she wanted to assist someone with anything, she would freeze and be unable to help them due to this. Angie didn't know what was wrong with her, but she didn't tell anyone and hoped daily that it would stop. With the way things were going, she might never be able to render any help to anyone ever again. Angie, she was brought out of her reverie by Glade's call. Yeah. She answered. Why are you zoning out? Matilda just asked if we wanted to hang out in her room, Glade stated. Oh! A wry smile appeared on Angie's face as she stared at the both of them. Not today. I still have something to do, Angie responded. All right. Come join us if you're free later, Matilda stated as they arrived at their residence. Angie went straight to her room while Matilda and Glade moved towards Matilda's room. Something's off with her. Glade spoke with a look of suspiciousness. Definitely. Maybe she hasn't completely recovered from the accident, Matilda said with an understanding look. Asterisk, sigh asterisk, I just wish the old Angie would come back, Glade voiced out with a worried tone. She will, we just have to give her time, Matilda said before they walked into her room. Burning Sands, city several days, had gone by in the blink of an eye. Gustav had been visiting Grayscale Pharmaceuticals daily, and Sir Zil was still examining the state of his internal structure and was coming close to a breakthrough. Gustav would engage him in talks after the examination session about the planetary placement dimensional theory. Sir Zil would have no option but to spill out information after information, increasing Gustav's knowledge on these daily. Gustav still didn't feel any different days after taking the serum. The system explained to him that it had analyzed the foreign components in his body and isolated them, which is why Sir Zil is able to study them. Originally, Gustav's internal system would have swallowed it up and made it completely disappear, which would be a waste of time on Sir Zil's side since he would be looking, but wouldn't find them. This was why the system handled things the way it did. It might only take a session more or two for Sir Zil to finally complete the amended version of the Arkham serum. Besides this, only about 3 days were left till the arrival of the private jet Gustav planned to use to get Boss Danzo and Carices out of the city. After the day's session and more discussion with Sir Zil, Gustav headed back to the penthouse. He got back to the penthouse around evening time. The moment he walked in, he could sense that something was amiss. Spreading his senses around, he couldn't sense anyone within the penthouse. Where did they go? Gustav instantly became worried as he was unable to sense them within the penthouse. He didn't bother trying to call out their names, since his perception wouldn't fail him. Gustav proceeded to move towards the balcony area. Pa! Pa! Stepping on the rails, he leaped upwards and slapped his hand on the edge of the roofing area, causing his body to spin repeatedly in the air as he ascended. Thumb, Gustav landed on the rooftop and proceeded to spread out his perception again. Fruit, it spread past several floors, allowing him to sense every life form within before extracting it. He still couldn't find them. His perception wasn't powerful enough to cover the entire building, but Gustav could more or less assume that they weren't in the building at this point. His eyes glowed a profound red light with green and gold in the middle, activating life signs tracking. Unlike the last time where Gustav had to ask for help to find Boss Danzo, this time he had saved Boss Danzo's life sign to make for situations such as this. His eyesight darkened as Boss Danzo's life sign appeared in his line of sight. ZZHCharthCharararHH. In the next instant, his vision was pulled to another place. He could see the vision seemed unbalanced as it shook up and down, which meant Boss Danzo was currently running. This is... Gustav noticed a sign up ahead along the streets, where Boss Danzo was running towards. Darby Delights. He was instantly able to recognize the place as one of the restaurants in the Taquan district. Just as he wanted to retract his eyesight, he spotted a figure up ahead, standing atop the structure. Since he was seeing from Boss Danzo's point of view, he was unable to properly define who the person was, but from the figure he could tell it was Carices. The building was still hundreds of feet away from Boss Danzo's position. What is she doing? Just as this thought came to Gustav's mind, Gustav could see the figure raise something up. Thush, a bright light suddenly burst forth from the object the figure was holding. At this point, Gustav retracted his sight and could see the bright light shooting into the sky from his position up here. That place was close to the eastern edge of Takwan district, which was over 100 miles away, yet the light was bright enough to be seen from his position. "That stupid girl!" Gustav cussed underneath his breath as he charged forward. Zoom, a burst of wind blasted in every direction as he leaped from the edge of the rooftop, causing it to quake lightly. Plap! Pa! Gustav's jacket made slapping sounds across the air as his body traveled from the top of the skyscraper towards the next, which was over 1,000 feet away. Bam! He landed on it and proceeded to charge forward with immense speed again before leaping off once more. Circular waves spread across the air as Gustav kept leaping from skyscraper to skyscraper, headed in the direction of the light, which was slowly dying down. He spotted a chopper moving towards the source of the light from far away and sped up. Zweish, at this point, he was moving close to the speed of sound, jumping across multiple buildings in one go. Chapter 702. Zweish, at this point, he was moving close to the speed of sound, jumping across multiple buildings in one go. Combination has been activated. Sprint plus dash. His figure turned super blurry as he blasted across rooftops and then activated super jump. Thuum, the top of a building cracked and came to the brink of crumbling as his body soared across the air like a shooting rocket. The chopper flying only felt immense wind suddenly blow it aside, and the next thing that happened was some rotors suddenly crumbled apart, and they began falling. Luckily, they weren't too distant from the rooftop of a skyscraper. They ended up landing right atop a skyscraper without any real accidents. However, this ended up making the cops get stranded on the rooftop, unable to attain their goal of reaching the source of light. FWWHISSH, Gustav landed on a mass structure in a few seconds and spotted the area where the light had come from a few thousand feet ahead. He activated super jump again, ascending thousands of feet into the air as his body traveled forward like an arc cutting through the sky. God Eyes has been activated. While his body was traveling across the air, he used God Eyes to zoom in on the building. He could see several figures headed for the rooftop, and one was even close to arriving there while Carices stood in place looking down at the city. Gustav was incensed at this moment, but he still had to save her. Size manipulation has been activated, his right arm extended forward while enlarging massively. Carices heard the sound of something tearing through the air and looked up, only to see a massive hand extending towards her. The hand was so massive that it covered a quarter of the rooftop, and before she could react, her entire body was snatched. Fwai! Gustav's body blasted past the rooftop and kept soaring ahead with Carices in his grip. He deactivated size manipulation, causing his arm to return to its normal length. Carices looked upwards and scrutinized the family-looking person holding onto her as the heavy winds blew across her face. Gustav, she voiced out with a tone of confusion. The instant they disappeared into the distance, several figures arrived on the rooftops, dressed in dark outfits. One of them, putting on purplish shades goggles, stared at a part of the sky and pointed there. They went in that direction. However, the instant he said that, his face shone confusion. I can't sense them anymore, he voiced out. Do we give chase or not? The third figure by the right voiced out. Let's head in that direction, he voiced out and shot out some weird whitish tubes from his hand. The tubes connected with the window pane of the skyscraper up ahead and pulled the figure forward. Fly! He traveled across the air while being pulled by the tubes. The others made use of different means to also travel the air towards the next skyscraper. Gustav was still holding on to Carices with one arm as he traveled across the air. But he has made use of the last 2 invisibility chips he had. He stamped one to his forehead and the other on Carices' forehead while leaping from building to building. During the period of their invisibility, he changed directions several times to avoid being traced. After changing directions repeatedly, He finally picked a direction to head in. Super Jump has been activated. He activated Super Jump again and leaped forward with intensity. Gustav landed on a building rooftop after 20 seconds of soaring across the air. Thuum, he proceeded to leap away again, crossing several thousand feet once more. Repeating this a few times, they arrived close to the southern edge of the city. Bam! Gustav landed on another rooftop. The instant he landed, Carissa's fell to her, and looked up to see the dark look on Gustav's face. She subconsciously crawled backward till her back hit the pillar in the middle of the skyscraper. "You idiot!" Gustav voiced out with a tone of anguish. "I don't know why I did that. I swear one moment I was in the apartment, and the next I woke up to find myself on that rooftop," she voiced out with a tone of confusion. "Don't lie to me. Is that a secret signal you were supposed to use to contact someone?" Gustav asked. "Yes. I and Thomas each have a pair, but I was never going to use it," she voiced out hurriedly. "You little—" Gustav couldn't express how disgusted he was feeling at the moment staring at her. "But I didn't." She was about to voice out again when Gustav leaped off the building. "Stay here." The last words he voiced out echoed across the air as his body blasted forward with immense speed. Carissa's held her head with her hand. "Why did I do that?" She wondered. But at the same time, she wondered if Thomas actually came like they planned he would if she ever made use of the light sticks. Gustav was headed back to the initial location as fast as possible because of Boss Danzo. Carissa's was close to being caught by the forces that were rushing up towards the rooftop. So Gustav had no choice but to get her first. Since there was practically no time, he just had to keep going till they were a safe distance away. He had taken precautions to make sure they weren't caught earlier, but now he had to get back for Boss Danzo. He felt Boss Danzo was in a much safer situation, so he wasn't too worried. Leaping across several rooftops and from window panes to window panes, Gustav traveled very fast. The number of buildings he had left cracks on this night was unknown. If he could be caught, he'd have to pay for a lot of collateral damage. The force of his legs slamming onto buildings every few seconds. Chapter 703. Traveling would be easier if I could fly, Gustav thought. Leaping from building to building was pretty fun, especially when he was able to cross 2 or 3 streets in a single leap. However, the downside to this was he would still have to land. What would happen when he had no platform to land on? Thinking about this, Gustav felt he should do something about this later when he had finished dealing with the situation at hand. Bam! He landed on a building opposite where he found Carissa's earlier and activated God Eyes. As his vision turned red, he scanned across the building first off and noticed that only a few officials were there. The figures he saw earlier climbing upwards to meet Carissa's were nowhere to be found in the vicinity. The cops there were investigating the surroundings, but it was a waste of time since they wouldn't find anything. Gustav proceeded to look downwards where he sensed Boss Danzo to be earlier. The streets were crowded with people all around staring in a particular direction and speaking loudly. Gustav scanned every single person on the streets around the vicinity, but still couldn't find Boss Danzo. He looked around the neighboring vicinities as well, since God Eyes could now travel as far as 10,000 feet, which was over 3 kilometers. After looking around for some time and still not finding him around, Gustav deactivated God Eyes. Maybe he went back to the penthouse, he thought, and proceeded to stand to his feet. Just as Gustav turned around and was about to leap away, breaking news! The notorious Mr. Eldorado has been caught! The massive holographic screens all across the city suddenly lit up with this announcement. Gustav turned around the instant he heard that. What? He voiced out as he stared at the holographic monitor positioned in the middle of the main highway. Footage from the BSBF Precinct 3 will be displayed in a few seconds. Gustav felt his ears were playing tricks on him as he stared at the screen with wide eyes. TSSHH, a static wave rang out before the footage changed. The front of a police station that read BSPF Precinct 3 was displayed. and several official hover cars arrived on the scene. Everyone's eyes focused on the cars, and in the next instant, they watched the cops getting out of the car with someone in their midst. "Boss Danzo!" Gustav muttered underneath his breath as he saw the cuffs of restriction on his wrist. Boss Danzo was pulled out of the hover car and surrounded by more than 17 cops, all pointing weapons at him as they moved towards the entrance of the precinct. He had his face hung low as he slowly walked towards the precinct with a smile on his face. This smile made the cops even warier of him as they watched his every move, ready to open fire if he tried anything. Shit. Gustav didn't usually curse, but this time he couldn't help it. Just when I was this close to getting them out of the city, Gustav clenched his fist with a look of frustration as he voiced out. Now that Boss Danzo had been caught, the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Gustav just couldn't show up like that or try anything silly since the authorities were now involved. Although he didn't care that he was an MBO officer, he would throw away that title if it meant saving Boss Danzo, but he still had to think of his next action properly. If he handled the situation anyhow, he would also be implicated, and that wouldn't help anyone, not Boss Danzo and not himself. This child, Gustav, was about face-palming as he thought of Carissa's. "This is making me reconsider ever having children in the future," he thought as he turned around. "There you are." A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. "I knew I sensed right." Just as the figure voiced out again, a fist appeared in front of his face. Bam! A collision rang out as the figure got blasted backward and slammed into the building on the other side, breaking right through it. "You caught me at a bad time," Gustav mumbled as he lowered his arm and squinted his eyes. The figure whose dark mask had fallen off found himself laying amidst a pile of wood and rubble within the office he got blasted to after receiving a punch from Gustav. Gustav took a few steps forward as he spotted two figures flying across the air from the top of the building he had just sent the first one flying into. Scree! A low wave was suddenly blasted forth from the one on the left. The wave was not visible, but it sounded quite violent. Spreading across the area, people on the streets suddenly started falling to their knees and holding their heads in pain. As the two figures landed, they stared at each other in confusion. Gustav was unaffected by the waves, which was clearly a mental attack. "You use telepathy?" Gustav asked the one on the left. "How are you not affected?" A deep voice was heard as the figure questioned with a confused tone. "I take that as a yes, which means you're responsible for the current predicament." Gustav instantly pieced everything together, and his face turned dark. "Where is the girl? Hand her over, and we might spare you." The one on the right voiced out as golden glowing circles began to appear all around him. "Originally, I would hold back, but not this time," Gustav voiced out, causing them to look at each other in confusion again. "Combination has been activated. Sprint plus dash, mutated bull plus blood wolf plus demonic bunny plus Calapisol plus Savrina serpent." This was the first time Gustav was combining 5 transformations all at the same time, and he had no idea what the final product would be. He just wanted to one-shot this idiot due to the amount of anger he was feeling and get out of here to make plans and save Boss Danzo. Chapter 704. He just wanted to one-shot these idiots due to the amount of anger he was feeling and get out of here to make plans and save Boss Danzo. His skin turned purple with golden plaited scales as a massive silver-colored horn grew out of his forehead, and he turned extremely muscular, reaching a height of 8 feet. Golden thorns grew out of his fist area as his face also transformed to ashen white color. The figures could feel the immense amount of pressure and power coming from this being that hadn't even completely transformed yet. They subconsciously shrank back and swallowed saliva. "Attack him now, you idiot!" The one with the golden circles surrounding him voiced out. Thy waves and golden beams shot towards Gustav in the midst of transformation. However, to their disappointment, a weird force field appeared around Gustav, preventing the attacks from making contact. Dash 5000 EP, his transformation was completed at that point, and what was standing in front of them was a menacing-looking creature with glowing white eyes, purplish and golden-colored scales covering some parts of his body, and muscular-looking 9-feet-tall physique. "Oh, shit!" the second one voiced out as Gustav turned to face him. "I will only be able to maintain this for a few seconds before running out of energy," Gustav thought as he felt his body radiating with immense energy. Blast, a blasting sound rang out as cracks spread across the entire rooftop. The one using telepathy only blinked once, and the next thing he knew, he had a massive hole in his chest with Gustav's right hand within. "What?" This was the last word he muttered before falling from the rooftop. Blood splattered all across the place as a massive blast that seemed to have been delayed rang out again. The falling body blasted into pieces, raining blood and body parts all across the window panes of the buildings by the side. Screams of panic could be heard next down below as it rained blood and body parts. The other one by the side who had witnessed this was about to turn around and run for his life when Gustav suddenly appeared behind him in an instant. Gustav gripped his neck from behind and ran forward. Thais, his body blasted forward with immense speed towards the opposite building, where he sent the other one flying earlier. The other one, who had just finished stabilizing his body and was heading for the hole in the wall, suddenly heard a loud whooshing sound. Next thing he knew, a familiar face bashed straight into his own, knocking them both flying backward. Boom! Gustav was still holding onto the neck of the leader while blasting his face through the walls of this building. He had unknowingly blasted the other dude's head off due to the immense speed. Bang! 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 In nearly an instant, they had arrived on the other side of the building after he had bashed his face through every single solid barrier in their path. A completely ruined face could be seen as Gustav landed on the rooftop of the next building. Plop! He dropped the body right there since half of the leader's head was already gone. He was long dead, just like the rest of his subordinates. Gustav felt like he was extremely light on his feet at this moment. The instant he pushed himself forward, Thwaiwai, a purplish streak cut across the air with immense speed, causing him to instantly disappear. He was making use of so much combination right now. His speed felt like teleportation. He crossed a distance of 10 miles in an instant, arriving where he left Carissa's in a few seconds, contrary to how long it took him to get there initially. Fwoosh, the intense winds caused Carissa's to be blown backward, and she nearly fell off the rooftop the instant Gustav arrived. Pa! His feet made soft contact with the rooftop, causing her to shrink back even more with a fearful look. The immense power radiating from Gustav's figure at this point was causing the entire place to tremble because so many abilities were currently computed inside this form he adopted. "It's me," Gustav voiced out as he deactivated the combination. The pressure in the vicinity began to decrease as he transformed back into his human form. In a few seconds, he was back to looking normal. He had long dealt with the issue of clothes, so all his clothes were specially made to expand and decrease based on whatever size he took. If this wasn't so, he would have startled Carissa's with his naked body after returning to normal. "You have caused a lot of trouble this night," Gustav voiced with an intense glare. Carissa's looked down and kept quiet. She had seen the news from this position, so she already knew what had happened to Boss Danzo. "You're lucky it's not your fault," Gustav said as he snapped his finger. Plop! Different body parts, along with a decapitated head, appeared on the rooftop. The head rolled towards Carissa's position. She made a loud shriek in fear as she saw the crushed head that was half its original size with brain matter and blood oozing out. The battered body parts looked like a person was nearly obliterated completely. Limbs and internal organs could be seen all over the place, with a visible chest hole on what was left of the torso. It painted the rooftop red as a nauseating smell spread across the place. This was what was left of the person making use of telepathy the other time. Gustav had blasted his body nearly to pieces with a punch, letting his body parts rain down on the city. However, while he dealt with the other one, he made the body parts disappear into his personal gravitational space, even though they were thousands of feet away from him at the time. He couldn't perform such a feat normally, which showed just how powerful the form he took on earlier was. Chapter 705. He could only maintain that form for 15 seconds. Anything beyond that would lead to danger for him, since his energy points would be depleted. That's the person who controlled your mind. At least what's what left of them, Gustav voiced out while gesturing at the scattered body parts. Fear gripped Carissa's heart as she realized just how brutal and merciless Gustav was. No one would be willing to commit such acts in Burning Sand City, since everything was being monitored from above. But not only did Gustav commit these acts in broad daylight, but he was also able to escape and not leave traces of himself behind. Although he didn't care about all those, the cops had currently arrived at the scene where he devastated those three. They were conducting investigations to find out exactly what happened because even the witnesses said they couldn't see anything. Gustav moved to the torso area of the body and squatted in front of it. Carissa's wondered what he was trying to do, and in the next moment, she saw him dig his fingers into the bloody neck area of the torso. Poochie, this was the last straw that broke the camel's back as she turned around and vomited out her stomach contents. She was trying to be strong before, but her weak stomach couldn't take it anymore. She wondered how Gustav was able to do such without even batting an eyelid. Bloodline acquisition has been activated. Searching for Bloodline. Damaged Bloodline found. Mental manipulation. Potency at 60% might not be compatible with host. This was the first time Gustav was getting such notifications. He guessed it had to do with the fact that the body parts were incomplete, and this body part nearly had any blood left within. Does host still wish to acquire this bloodline? Yes/no. Mental manipulation. Would have been a good bloodline at its normal state. Wouldn't it be a waste of time to go on with the acquisition process now that it's damaged? Gustav thought. This was his fault anyway. He wanted to deal with things as quickly as possible and get out of there. So he couldn't really blame anyone for this. Yes, Gustav voiced out. Bloodline acquisition process will now begin. Gustav was interested in knowing how it would turn out, since the bloodline had something to do with mind control. Minutes later, Gustav and Carissa's were back in the penthouse. Carissa sat on the sofa with a dejected look, while Gustav stood in front of the massive window pane, staring at the city ahead. A loud silence reigned within the living room. Even though they had determined that Carissa's was mind-controlled and made to come out of the penthouse, she still blamed herself for the incident. Another pain that struck her heart was the fact that Marshall never showed up, even though he was supposed to. Now Boss Danzo was in police custody, which meant he was already in the hands of the enemy, since the Ring Lords practically controlled part of the city authorities from the shadows. Gustav's gaze was fixated on the city, but multiple thoughts were flowing through his mind. His brain was processing multiple ways to handle the situation like it was a computer, but he wasn't picking any method yet. He wanted to come up with the best solution where he'd be able to get Boss Danzo out of the situation without Boss Danzo suffering any consequences. Within Sir Zill's household, he had a worried look on his face as he stared at the holographic screen. He had just finished watching the news as well, so he knew what had happened. However, he was confused as to how Boss Danzo was caught in the first place. Didn't Gustav say he was keeping them in hiding? Why was he out in the open? He wondered. Besides this, another breaking news was broadcasted again. A footage displayed the blasts occurring atop the roof of a skyscraper opposite the scene where Boss Danzo had been caught. Showers of blood and body parts could be seen, as well as the appearance of a massive hole on the side of the next building. As the person broadcasting the news voiced out, several pauses were made during the display of the footage. All that could be seen were two dark figures and a purplish blur. It would seem the culprit responsible for this incident was moving too fast for the high-speed cams to properly capture their face. The voice of the reporter rang out at the scene of the incident. It looked immensely brutal as there was blood all over, and the recovered body corpses had incomplete. This situation struck fear in the hearts of the citizens, even with the cops saying they would investigate and catch whoever was responsible. Several officers in MBO uniforms could be seen arriving on the scene at the same moment where a police officer was reassuring the citizens. "This is a mixed blood case. It has now been taken over by us," one of them voiced out with a strong tone. It was only after seeing the arrival of MBO officers that the citizens began to calm down a little. This was done by a powerful mixed blood, so everyone felt the MBO should be handling this instead of the police, who were clearly weaker. This happened minutes after I finished examining Gustav. Sir Zil began to piece things together. Seeing the state of the buildings where these incidents took place, he was a bit skeptical about whether Gustav was capable of causing such damage. But just as he was thinking, a call rang out. "Dash, I'm sure you saw the news." The instant he picked it, he heard a familiar voice from the other end. "I did. What's going on? How did he get caught?" Sir Zil questioned. "Dash, Carices was mind-controlled. He came out looking for her and was caught instead." "That is truly unfortunate." Sir Zil felt sorry as he heard this explanation. "The incident on the rooftop, was that you?" He proceeded to ask. "Dash, yes, those were the people responsible. I had to deal with them." Chapter 706. The incident on the rooftop, was that you? He proceeded to ask. "Dash, yes, those were the people responsible. I had to deal with them." "That's a lot of damage. Luckily, they can't trace the incident back to you." Sir Zil couldn't express just how shocked he was right now. It turned out Gustav was responsible for that, like he thought, even though he wasn't too sure. This level of strength wasn't supposed to be displayed by a 19-year-old mixed blood. How? This question kept ringing in his mind. "Dash, the reason I called you is because I need your help with something," he heard Gustav speak again. "Sure, if it is within my power, I will help." "So what is it?" Sir Zil asked. "Dash, I need you to find out for me what Vanisher's next plans are for Boss Danzo now that he has him in police custody. This is something I can do. I will contact him and give you feedback by tomorrow. How about that?" Sir Zil stated. "Dash, fine by me. Thanks in advance." The call ended with this. Sir Zil could tell that Gustav probably needed this information to plan his next steps and save Boss Danzo. He only just needed to act like he was concerned about the welfare of the illegal underground battle arena and use that to draw information about their plans for Boss Danzo. He might not be as influential as the three Ring Lords, but he was still one of the most respected figures in the city. So Ring Lord Vanisher would not have any reason to put him on hold if he wanted to hold a meeting with him. After getting off the call with Sir Zil, Gustav turned to face Carices. "This location is compromised. We're moving," he said before moving towards her. "Where will we go?" she asked. "Anywhere but here," Gustav answered and grabbed her hand before pulling her towards the balcony area. "Put this on." Gustav passed her dark shades and a scarf, which she proceeded to wrap around her face. Leaping off the balcony area, Gustav blasted across the city with Carices in his grip. Even though Gustav had performed such acts before, she still hadn't gotten used to moving at such a high speed across the air. As the winds blew across her face, she felt nauseous. Minutes later, they arrived at a new hotel, which seemed one step lower than the other one in terms of standards. Gustav never cared about things like this anyways. He lodged into the hotel using another identity with Carices. During their time there, some figures came snooping around the previous lodge, just as Gustav had expected. These two figures were able to infiltrate the penthouse, and they were dressed just like the three Gustav killed this night. "No one's here," one of them voiced out. "You saw his face, right?" The other one asked. "I did, but I only spotted it once. I could be wrong," the first one responded. Let's get back and make our report. Throughout the entire night, Gustav didn't get a wink of sleep. He had been meditating and recovering his energy after nearly spending all the previous night. Although it looked like daytime in the city, it was currently night. Only 2 days are left till the private aircraft arrives. I must get Boss Danzo out before we're out of time, Gustav decided. Carice's was still cooked up in her room even when morning came, due to the whole incident the previous night. Gustav later called her out to take breakfast. She ate in silence while Gustav prepared to go out. "Do I need to tell you that you shouldn't step out?" he asked. She shook her head in disagreement. "Good," Gustav voiced out. "Let me know the address of the Rel family," Gustav said with a glint in his eyes. Carice's wondered why he would want to know that, but decided to pass the information along anyways. After getting the address, Gustav donned a red jacket and moved towards the balcony area. Carice's could only hope that Gustav wouldn't wreak havoc. She didn't care about the rest of the Rel family, but she hoped for Marshall to not be harmed. Gustav traveled across the city with speed as he activated Sprint. The farther towards the north he traveled, the better and shorter the buildings became. He arrived at a residential area that looked like a rich neighborhood. This place was secluded from other areas and had private guards patrolling around. In a few more seconds of running and avoiding them all, he arrived at a massive residence that looked like the combination of 3 duplexes. It was gold and green in color, and a silver statue of a man holding a walking cane could be seen on the premises. This place was heavily guarded, and Gustav checked the surroundings to confirm that this was where he was headed. He paused his steps a few feet away from the gate. The guards in the vicinity stared at him with a suspicious look, and one of them approached him. Gustav was currently adopting a form with white hair and an oblong-shaped face. He looked more mature, but his body structure was pretty much the same. "I'm just doing my morning routine," Gustav voiced out with a smile. "This premises is off limits. You can do it somewhere else," the guard stated. "All right, I'll be leaving," Gustav said with a smile. He proceeded to bring out a purplish glowing orb radiating with reddish electric-like arcs. The guards became alarmed the instant they saw that. A crazy pressure descended upon the vicinity as the light in the area reduced. They could feel immense energy coming from this orb. "What is that?" The one beside him shouted out and prepared for battle. The others in the area did the same and started moving over, seeing Gustav as a threat. "Calm down, hear me out, hear me out," Gustav chuckled as he voiced out like the guards were behaving ridiculous. Chapter 707. The guards wondered what this was all about, so they decided to hear him out. "This is a gift for the young master of the house, Marshall," Gustav stated. "A gift? Our young master doesn't collect gifts from anyone," the guard said with a strong tone of disapproval. "I'm not anyone, he knows me," Gustav responded. "Show proof of identity, or we cannot pass this along to young master." Just as they began arguing with Gustav, a hovercar could be seen heading out of the premises. It was a yellowish, sporty-looking hovercar. It looked really expensive. The gate opened up as the hovercar drove out and stopped beside the scene. "What is going on?" One of the glasses slid down as a young masculine voice was heard from within. "Young master!" The guard saw Marshall in his school wares and greeted him. Marshall was currently headed to school since it was early in the morning, but he asked the driver to stop the car when he spotted the ruckus. "This fellow says he has a gift for you," the guards voiced out while gesturing at Gustav. Gustav suddenly turned around at this point with a smile on his face. "It's a gift from your beloved," he said while stretching out the orb in his hand. Marshall instantly froze the moment he saw this face. "Isn't this the culprit responsible for taking them both away?" he said internally, but as soon as this thought appeared, Gustav's face tweaked a bit. His nose became fatter and his chin wider, giving him a slightly different look, but he was still smiling. "It's from your beloved. You only need to hold on to it throughout today if you want to meet her," Gustav kept speaking. Seeing as there was no reaction from Marshall, the guards were about to drag Gustav away from the premises. "Leave him be," Marshall voiced out as he came down from the hover car. "She asked you to give this to me?" he questioned while reaching out to grab the head-sized orb. "SHHSSHH, if you wish to see her, you'll hold on to this throughout today," Gustav said while speaking in a low tone, almost like he was whispering. Marshall had a myriad of expressions displayed on his face at the moment. It was a mixture of confusion, guilt, and happiness. He stared at the orb again before finally collecting it. His eyes shone awe as the reddish electric snakes circled round the dark, purplish-colored orb. Although it was obvious that this orb contained immense energy, it also seemed to be well sealed, so Marshall didn't think much and moved back into the car. He felt there was no way caresses could harm him. "Thank you," he said with a grateful tone. "No, thank you." Gustav was grinning mischievousness in his mind as he voiced out, "I hope she's okay. Yesterday Gustav interrupted him before he completed the statement. "Save your explanation for when you meet her. It's her you need to tell all that, not me," Gustav said before turning around to leave. "Thank you," Marshall shouted out once again as he watched Gustav leave the premises. The guards around wondered what all that was about, but they couldn't say a thing since Marshall allowed it. "Not a word about what happened here to anyone, you hear me?" he voiced out to the guards. "Yes, young master," they answered in unison. "Not even my mother or my father. If any of this gets out, all of you will lose your jobs," Marshall threatened before the window closed up, and the hovercar proceeded to zoom out of the premises. "Phase 1 complete," Gustav muttered as he transformed back into his original look before leaping across the air. Minutes later, Gustav arrived back in the penthouse and looked around. "Energy signature exposure has been activated." A weird, white light suddenly burst forth from Gustav's being surrounding the entire place. The whole penthouse was instantly dyed in white. The walls, sofas, tables, gadgets, every single thing. Greenish footsteps began to appear all around the place, and from the looks of things, it came from the balcony area. A red footprint also appeared and a red palm print on one side of the wall, as well as the doors within the penthouse. "As expected," Gustav muttered as he deactivated the ability. The ability he had just used happened to be from Sahil's Bloodline. Sahil's Bloodline was actually a very good, supportive one that dealt with every form of energy, and since everyone exuded a kind of signature energy, this ability helped in investigative situations. For them to easily get into this place, they must at least be Falcon ranked, Gustav analyzed. The trio he had dealt with the other day also happened to be Falcon, ranked mixed bloods just like him. He was only able to defeat them so easily and quickly due to the combination he used. On a normal day, he wouldn't even want to try combining all those transformations. Just as Gustav was making an analysis, he got a call from Sir Zil. "Dash, I have the information you want. Can you come over to my lab?" "Sure, but I won't be staying for too long," Gustav responded and ended the communication. He was already used to taking the balcony, so he ignored the normal exit and leaped out of the building. The craziest part was this building was at least 6,000 feet high up in the air to the point that the clouds gathered around it. Some were even beneath, and he could look down on them from above, which proved just how high up this was. Yet Gustav leaped from the top of such a building onto the next one which was like 3 streets away. Gustav could drop straight down from the top of the building without making use of hover before he arrived at the bottom, but it would cause destruction. The shock waves from his drop were bound to destroy a few things in sight. Knowing this, he played things safe and always made use of hover before he landed on the ground. Bam! I'm here. Chapter 708. Knowing this, he played things safe and always made use of hover before he landed on the ground. Bam! I'm here, Gustav voiced out through a communication device as he landed in front of Grayscale Pharmaceuticals. Dash, I'm in the lab, Sir Zil responded from the other side. Gustav proceeded to walk into the place without wasting time. The workers in the vicinity didn't stop him as he made his way to the executive elevator area. In about 2 minutes, he arrived in front of Sir Zill's office and moved towards the side of the wall where the entrance to his personal lab was situated. The wall parted ways, and he walked in to find Sir Zill working on some chemical compounds placed in different containers on a lab table. "You're here," Sir Zill voiced out as he pulled off the red glass on his face, which he was making use of to analyze these chemical compounds. "What do you have for me?" Gustav asked as he walked in. "I spoke to ring Lord Vanisher." Sir Zill began speaking as he dropped the equipment in his grasp. He turned around to face Gustav before continuing. They planned to offer him a deal to come back and resume fighting in the underground arena. Forever, or suffer the charges for murder and kidnapping of an underage female, which would most likely lead to life imprisonment, Sir Zill voiced out. "Resume fighting forever." Gustav scoffed. "Both options lack free will." "As expected from a bunch of inhumane douchebags," he added with a tone of annoyance. "But there's something else," Sir Zill suddenly voiced out. Gustav had an expression of intrigue as he heard that. "They want to know who you are." "So their first demand would be for him to tell them everything he knows about you and where they can find Carices," Sir Zill revealed. "Looks like they're hell-bent on having revenge for what happened during the last battle." Gustav sensed that they bore a grudge. After all, he made them lose a lot. The event ended earlier than it was supposed to. They were having a lot of complaints from millions of viewers all across the world and also receiving threats from them due to matches that didn't hold, causing people to waste money on betting. The underground battle facility was nearly obliterated, and they lost the tunnelways, which cost a fortune to construct in the first place. Thinking about it now, Gustav understood that they had a lot of reasons to bear a grudge after that huge loss. "What will happen if he chooses to refrain from telling them anything about me?" Gustav asked. "He only said they'd have to use force to get the information out of him," Sir Zill stated. "What kind of force?" Gustav asked as his eyes squinted in suspiciousness. "The lethal type." Bam! 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 Blurg! Within a secluded and enclosed space, the sounds of fists colliding with flesh rang out multiple times. Strapped to a chair, a middle-aged man who gave off a stout feeling was being beaten up by a group of men dressed in skin-tight yellow outfits. This was the dressing of interrogators in the police force within Burning Sand City. "Tell us, Danzo, where is the girl? How did she suddenly disappear off the rooftop?" One of them, with a long ponytail and slanted-looking eyes, asked while squatting in front of the man. "How do you expect me to know where the girl is? I am here, and they are wherever they are. Do you think anyone is so stupid as to remain in a place after almost getting caught?" Boss Danzo blurted out before spitting blood from his mouth. The other two in the enclosed space were about to move closer and attack again when the man stopped them with a hand sign. "Then tell us who this ally of yours is that helped you two get escape the other time." The man voiced out. "It was just a good Samaritan. I don't know who he is," Boss Danzo responded. "Cut the crap. A good Samaritan, my arse. Reveal who he is now before you lose more blood." The slanted-eyes man with the ponytail voiced out with a threatening glare. "He must be Santa. He came bearing Christmas gifts early." Boss Danzo chuckled in response. Bam! The man threw a punch straight at Boss Danzo's face, causing a tooth to fly out of his mouth. Blood drizzled from his mouth as his face fell to the side. "Don't mess with me." Bam! 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 Not minding that he was dealing with a normal middle-aged-looking man, the interrogator with a ponytail kept punching Boss Danzo in his face and gut, causing him to bleed more. He then brought out some glowing pegs sparking with blue light. Tearing Boss Danzo's shirt off, he proceeded to clip the pegs to different parts of his body. His nipples, gut area, close to his neck, both arms, and even his back. The interrogator picked up a controller and tapped a button. ZZZHRRHHLL, multiple volts of electricity were instantly released into Boss Danzo's body, causing him to vibrate in pain. ZZZHHRRRHHLL. He kept vibrating violently as the pegs were activated for many seconds. Sir Borsch, you'll kill him, one of them voiced out from the side. This is not nearly enough to kill the great Mr. Eldorado, the interrogator said with a chuckle before tapping the controller and turning it up. ZZZZHHHRRHHHH. Boss Danzo began trembling even more violently as the voltage increased. His skin was already getting cooked up, and scorch marks appeared around the parts of his body where the pegs were placed. After a few more seconds, the interrogator deactivated the pegs and moved closer to Boss Danzo again. At this point, Boss Danzo was seated with an almost lifeless look as his eyes twitched repeatedly. Smoke drifted from the top of his head, signifying just how intense the electrocution session was. Do you have something to tell me now? Borsch voiced out with a threatening glare as he squatted in front of Boss Danzo once again. Boss Danzo remained silent for some time. His bloodshot eyes also proved that the electrocution was no small thing. Who is your ally? Borsch asked once again. Kor. Boss Danzo coughed painfully for some time before speaking. Company. Come closer. I see. See. Can't speak loud, Boss Danzo said weakly. Borsch could barely hear what Boss Danzo said, but he read his lips and understood. In response, he moved his face closer to Boss Danzo's. The person is... As Boss Danzo spoke weakly, Borsch's curiosity increased, and he moved further closer. Suddenly Boss Danzo's weak looked transformed into a devious one as he pushed his face forward while opening his mouth fiercely. Come! Aurora! A scream of pain resounded within the enclosed space as Boss Danzo's teeth pierced into Borsch's nose. Boss Danzo clenched his teeth together with intense force and pulled his head backward. Borsch's entire nose was torn off his face gruesomely, causing blood to spill out in all directions. Boss Danzo spat the disgusting piece of flesh to the side after ripping the nose off with his teeth. He proceeded to raise his head up and stared at the other two interrogators in the room with a gentle gaze like he didn't just finish performing a gruesome act. Borsch fell to the ground, writhing in pain as he tried covering his face, but the blood kept spilling out nonstop. My nose! Arg! You bastard old man! I'll kill you! He shouted out in pain, losing his composure as an interrogator. Sir Borsch! The other two shouted in unison as they helped him up. Borsch tried to run towards Boss Danzo, but the two held him back and pulled him out of the room so he could get treatment. Within another room, a holographic image showed Boss Danzo sitting in place with blood-stained teeth. Interesting. I really don't want to lose such a precious fighter, but I want information gotten out of him latest by tomorrow. A man dressed in a black business suit voiced out as he stared at the projection. Yes, Sir Vanisher! Two other men in suits as well voiced out from behind with respectful gazes. Bring in a better interrogator. Let them do whatever it takes to get the information out of him. The ring lords will not take this loss lying down. Vanisher voiced out with a smirk before suddenly vanishing from his standpoint. Atop the rooftop of a skyscraper around the west side of the city, Gustav recalled Sir Zill's statement. Don't act stupid. If you suddenly reveal yourself, they could link everything to you. I want logic over emotions, but if they touch a strand of hair on his head, I won't care about logic anymore. I will raise this city to the ground if I have to, Gustav thought with an intense glare as he stared at the gate of the city's high school up ahead. Time to put Phase 3 into action, he muttered. Chapter 709. I want logic over emotions, but if they touch a strand of hair on his head, I won't care about logic anymore. I will raise this city to the ground if I have to, Gustav thought with an intense glare as he stared at the gate of the city's high school up ahead. "Time to put Phase 3 into action," he muttered. The sign above the school gate of the high school read, "Burning Sands High." This was the city high school, and a lot of kids from influential households attended this school. This happened to be the same school Damien and Marshall attended, but they were in different classes. Damien's little sister, Siri, also attended this school as well. While Gustav was standing atop the roof, school ended for the day. From his position atop the roof of the building a few hundred feet away, he could hear the loud chattering of students. Gustav leaped down from the rooftop and began walking towards the school gate. The security stopped him as he arrived in front, questioning his reason for his visit. Gustav told them he was here for Damien and even showed them a tag from Grayscale Pharmaceuticals as proof. They respectfully let him in, knowing that not just anyone could work at Grayscale Pharmaceuticals. "Doesn't he look a bit familiar?" "No, I don't think I've seen him before." The guards at the entrance spoke amongst themselves after Gustav had gotten in. "I can sense the energy from my orb," Gustav said internally as he traced the orb he passed to Marshall in the morning. He walked on the massive school grounds in the direction where he could sense the energy of his orb. The school was just as well constructed as Echelon High. Gustav could see similarities like several football pitches, other sports centers, library structures, and so on. The school grounds were massive. He would get lost if he wasn't tracing the direction in which his orb was located. Gustav came into contact with a few school students who stared at him with looks of curiosity. Gustav always did attract a lot of attention, and in this case his face was unfamiliar, so it was way worse. Students dressed in colorful blue and white school uniforms moved around the premises, most of them looking extravagant. He finally arrived at the block area where Class 3 was located. He stared at one of the 5-story buildings on the left and could sense that his orb was on the last floor. God Eyes has been activated. His eyesight zoomed into the building as he focused it on a particular spot on the last floor. In one of the classes, a boy with a mixture of blonde and black hair sat on his desk with a dark, purplish glowing orb on his table. 2 male students stood around him, and they seemed to be engaged in a conversation. Gustav retracted his sight and was about to move forward when he heard a familiar voice call out to him. "Big brother, Gustav!" Gustav turned to the side and spotted Damien headed for him. "Now is not the time, Damien. I'm busy with something," Gustav voiced out in preparation to leave. The other students in the vicinity turned to stare at him at this point. Did Damien just say Gustav? Could he be the one? Most of them voiced out questions similar to this. "Oh, what are you doing here anyways?" Damien asked as he arrived in front of him. "Something confidential." "Shouldn't you be headed home?" Gustav asked as he proceeded to start moving forward. "I would, but I have a mixed-blood football match with some dweebs from Class B," Damien voiced out. "I was just about to go call them out now, since they haven't stepped out of their class." Damien's confident tone rang out as he stepped forward. "Cool, enjoy your game then," Gustav said as he continued walking forward. They both arrived in front of the building and proceeded to walk in. "You're headed this way as well?" Damien asked. "It would seem so." Gustav initially thought Damien was still following him, but it looked like Damien was headed for one of the classes up. They took an elevator up, and Gustav decided to stop on the 4th floor. "See you later, big brother Gustav," Damien shouted out as Gustav left the elevator. "Looks like he's headed to the 5th floor as well," Gustav muttered as he walked along the corridor of the 4th floor. He approached the bathroom, and he activated his storage device. An average-sized blue gown could be seen projecting from the top of the storage device. "It'll lure him with this," Gustav thought as he headed into the bathroom. Meanwhile, Damien arrived at the last floor and got into the same class Gustav was checking out earlier. Having cold feet, Damien shouted out the moment he got into the class. "Chatter! Chatter! Chatter!" The place instantly turned noisy as Damien walked in. "It's Damien," Did he come to cause trouble again? Whispers could be heard in the background from other students. Humph, who said, "We are having cold feet. We might just have to postpone today's match for personal reasons." One of the students standing beside Marshall voiced out. "Oh, that sounds to me like chickening out," Damien scoffed after saying. "Just because you guys are Class A doesn't mean we're scared of you. Tone your ego down." The other male student standing beside Marshall voiced out as well. "Aye, aye. I'll be sure to tell everyone Class B were to show up to the match," Damien said and turned around to leave. The others in the vicinity kept staring at Marshall, waiting for him to speak. Meanwhile, Marshall kept staring at the orb he placed on his desk. "Can we reschedule the match for another day?" Marshall finally spoke, while standing. Damien paused his footsteps before he got to the door and slowly turned around. "Oh, the great Marshall is also scared of sticking to plans?" Damien said with a smirk. Chapter 710. "No, it's due to personal reasons. I'm supposed to meet someone today," Marshall stated. "Sounds to me like excuses. I'll be sure to tell everyone you guys chickened up," Damien said and turned around again to open the glass door. Marshall gritted his teeth at this point and stared at Damien as he slowly walked through the entrance. "Stop!" Marshall shouted out. "Well, play!" A grin appeared on Damien's face as he heard that and turned around. "This will be our last competition together, and after winning this, Class A would have finally crushed Class B in every sport known to man," Damien stated while turning to the side. "So cocky. Now I remember why I don't like him. His confidence makes him hot, though." The male and female students in the class all mumbled out their opinions after hearing this. "Remember, if we win this one, Class A must have a rematch in other sport competitions with us," Marshall stated. Sure. But there's no point in reminding me since you lots will be losing," Damien smiled after voicing out. "Let's go," he added before walking out of the class. The other two beside Marshall stared at him, waiting for his action. Gustav came out of the bathroom minutes later, but this was no longer Gustav. He was taking the form of Carice's. Carice's mean eyes and long black hair, along with her short 53 frame, were all copied. Gustav was wearing a blue gown at the moment with a light shade of makeup on the face he had adopted. "That took longer than I expected," he said internally as he walked towards the stairway. It turned out it wasn't easy dressing as a girl. It was not his first time trying it, but since it wasn't something he did often, it still took him time to complete the dressing. Gustav arrived at the stairway and headed to the class, where he could sense the energy of his orb coming from. In a few seconds, he arrived in front of the entrance to the class, which had 3B placed right above in bold format. Walking into the class, he gathered attention from the few students left as they stared at the beautiful yet familiar feminine figure that had just shown up. "Hey, isn't that?" one of them voiced out as they recognized the face. Wasn't she supposed to be abducted? What is she doing here? Gustav ignored all their looks of confusion and astonishment as he walked forward while squinting his eyes. Luckily, there are only 4 of them in the class at the moment. 3 girls and a boy. "Why is it with you?" he voiced out as he arrived in front of one girl, sitting in the middle of the 3rd row. "Ah." The blue-haired girl voiced out with confusion. She followed Carice's line of sight and noticed she was staring at the purplish glowing orb sparking with red electric arcs. "Marshall asked me to hold this," she explained. "Where is he?" Gustav asked with a tone of urgency. "There's a mixed blood football match between Class A and B in the 3rd Sports Center," she responded. Gustav then recalled Damien mentioning something about a football match and instantly linked them. "It's the same match." He nearly face-bombed as he figured this out. He wished he had stopped Damien then, as this would make things more difficult for him. "Where is the 3rd Sports Center?" Gustav asked. She proceeded to explain how Gustav would get there, and he turned around the instant she was done. "By the way, aren't you supposed to be missing? Should we call the cops?" Two of the four in the class voiced out with tones of concern. "Mind your business," Gustav voiced out as he walked out of the class. The girl holding onto the orb gasped as it flew out of her hand, through the window by the side, following after Gustav, who was walking through the corridor. "What is going on? I have to make sure I am not spotted by a lot of people." Gustav walked quickly across the school premises, following the paths that were directed to him by the girl earlier. His plans had been based on meeting Marshall in class. He didn't expect that he would have to leave the building while still maintaining Carissa's form. Based on his initial plan, he was supposed to lure Marshall to somewhere secluded while transforming into Carissa's. Now he had to go meet Marshall wherever he was, which garnered more risks of being seen by a lot of people who would most likely call the cops. Gustav knew he couldn't waste time, so he activated Dash, moving even faster than before as he headed for the third sports center. Meanwhile, the match had started between the two classes on a massive football pitch. Other students had gathered to watch, including a few teachers, one of which was acting as the referee. Young Master asked to pick him up late today, within a hover car, dashing through the school entrance, the driver voiced out. "Didn't he mention something about a match today? I want to be in attendance," a blonde-haired woman sitting at the back of the hover car voiced out. "Yes, ma'am," the driver responded respectfully. This hover car was escorted by 3 black ones in which there were mixed blood guards. "Ask the students for direction." He said the third sports center, the woman voiced out with a commanding tone. In a few minutes, Gustav arrived at the third sports center and could hear the sounds of blasts. These weren't actual blasts. Instead, they were the sounds of the ball being kicked. Since it was mixed bloods playing such a match, it sounds like this were expected since they were more powerful than normal humans or Slarkovs. Gustav moved in and could see a large number of students gathered around. Some of them spotted him, and some did not. There was a barrier surrounding the spectator area to prevent the ball from injuring anyone, so Gustav began looking for a way to bypass that and find his way to the pitch. Chapter 711. There was a barrier surrounding the spectator area to prevent the ball from injuring anyone, so Gustav began looking for a way to bypass that and find his way to the pitch. At the same moment Gustav was looking for a way to enter, Marshall's mother had arrived on the scene with many guards following her. The students in the vicinity all stared with looks of awe as she made her way into the premises. She was drawing a lot of attention to herself, and most of them recognized her to be the madam of the House of Rel. Some of the teachers, on spotting her, came over to welcome her. She was a huge donator, so she was respected by all of the staff, which was also one of the reasons why Marshall got special treatment in school, and other students did not like to mess with him. However, Damien was different since he was also from an affluent family. Sir Zil was the head of the Gemine family, which was known as the family of great scientists. Sir Zil was one of the greatest scientists not just in the city, but in different fields of science all across the world. His children were also well-known scientists, but mostly versed in different cities, just like Damien's father, who was never around because he was based in a different city. As Mrs. Triss Rel found a place to sit, the students in the vicinity dispersed from that area, while her guards were stationed behind and around her. They distanced themselves well enough so as not to obstruct her view. At the moment, Marshall could be seen with the ball. Another student, whose legs were covered in lizard-like scales, came running over with speed, but Marshall's body glowed with a greenish aura as he jumped upwards and somersaulted several feet with the balls lodged in between his legs. Landing in front, he began kicking the ball forward and dodging other players, as well using his Bloodline ability. Damien suddenly came running over from the other side. "Phantom charge!" he voiced out as he suddenly split into multiple persons. Marshall became confused as he tried dodging the multiple Damiens in front of him while joggling the ball forward. They were becoming too many for him to handle, so he kicked the ball upwards, trying to pass to another teammate up ahead. 3 Damiens grabbed the original Damien and slingshot him upwards. Doing a flip in the air, Damien kicked the ball in the opposite direction. Bang! It traveled swiftly across the air towards the opponent's area. Try, a teammate who had been waiting for this shot, charged forward as rocket-like igniters shot out from his leg. Another opponent was moving towards him in a bid to tackle, but he was faster. The moment the ball landed on the pitch, he swung his engine, igniting his leg forward with force. Boom! It sounded like a distant explosion as the ball traveled forward with speed, slammed into the keeper, and sent him flying into the goalpost along with the ball. Cheers! 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 Loud cheers could be heard coming from the spectator area after the second goal. It had only been around 10 minutes since the game started, and Class A was already dominating Class B with 2-0. Damien had scored the first goal, and now he assisted with the second. Mixed-blood football matches were intense due to the fact that mixed bloods could use their abilities at will. Anyone could get seriously injured if they were normal people trying to participate. As the match resumed, Damien smiled at Marshall's frustrated look. "Told you, y'all were gonna lose," he voiced out. "The match isn't over yet," Marshall responded with a fierce glare. Marshall's mother watched from her sitting position with a scornful look. "Malta," she voiced out. One of the guards with a face full of red tattoos walked up to her as he heard his name. "It would be disgraceful of my son to lose this match. Do something," she said in a nearly whispering voice. "Ma'am, the opposing side has Sir Zill's grandson, Damien, on their team." "Are you sure you want me to mess with them?" he asked. "Don't be stupid. I'm not asking you to kill anyone. Just work something out." "My son's team has to come out on top," she voiced out with nearly a snarl. "As you wish, ma'am," Malta stated before turning around to move forward. He reached down further the path in the middle of the spectator seat and stared at the pitch with a more intense look. His eyes focused on the ball as it was being passed around. Meanwhile, Gustav was somewhere around the east side of the pitch. He still hadn't found a way to get through the force field placed around the pitch to prevent accidents. He had moved around and couldn't find any openings, so now his next plan was to get Marshall's attention. This was also proving difficult, since Marshall was so frustrated about the losing match that he didn't even look anywhere else. Even though it was difficult, it wasn't impossible for Gustav. He just wanted to make sure that he wouldn't attract anyone else's attention when trying to do this. Gustav tried calling out to him, changing the pitch of his voice with his shape-shifting ability and allowing it to be louder, but the barrier proved effective, and he wasn't able to get his attention. He tried using light frame refraction to reflect light onto Marshall's face and cause him to stare in this direction. But even though this managed to penetrate the barrier, the rays of light spread out instead of converging to one point. Gustav tried different methods, but all were coming up with one fault or the other. Just when he was about to try another method, he recalled something that might work. "I didn't even try to use it earlier. This is an opportunity to put it into practice," Gustav thought as he closed his eyes. Chapter 712. Mental Manipulation Bloodline has been activated. Blue lines appeared in Gustav's eyes the moment he opened them. He could hear a slight, static noise in his head and occasionally scattered voices. It was hard to make out the words, since the voices were very scattered. "Looks like it's truly damaged, just as the system pointed out," Gustav thought. However, this wouldn't stop him from trying out what he wanted to do. He stared at Marshall, who was running across the field, trying to tackle the person with the ball. "Stop," Gustav said in his mind, but Marshall kept running. He tried increasing his focus and maintaining his gaze on Marshall. "Don't move," he said in his mind once again, but nothing happened. "Stay right there." Gustav kept trying, but was still being met with the same result. At this point, he realized he might never be able to control anyone's mind with this bloodline since it was damaged. Originally, a mental-type bloodline would suit Gustav since his mental capabilities were high, but this one just happened to be defective. Just as Gustav was thinking of deactivating it, a thought appeared in his mind. "I'll try this instead," he decided. He focused on Marshall once again. At this point, Marshall was with the ball moving forward and trying to score, when suddenly he heard a voice in his head. "Marshall, look over here." The sudden masculine voice caused him to stop in his tracks with an expression of confusion on his face. "Huh," he voiced out while looking around. The ball was suddenly tackled from him, due to this causing his other teammates to display disgruntled looks. "What is wrong with you?" one of them voiced while running past him to go tackle the person who had just gotten the ball. Marshall shook his head and turned around to go after them as well. Malta, who was watching from another angle, cursed lightly under his breath. Too bad he lost the ball. "I would have to wait till it's in his possession again," he said as his left eye emitted a red glow. "Or I could mess it up for the opposing team before they score another goal. The madam wouldn't let me hear the end of it if her son loses," Malta thought as he followed the ball with his eyes. "I think it worked just now. Let me try it again," Gustav thought and proceeded to stare at Marshall again. "Marshall, look here," he said internally while staring at Marshall. Marshall paused his footsteps again as he heard that and looked around with confusion. "I must be out of my mind or something. Why am I hearing voices?" Marshall wondered. "Marshall, look over here." He heard the masculine voice again. "Your left, you idiot," the voice cussed. Marshall stared at his right as he heard that. "Your other left." 8 o'clock. Gustav had to give an accurate description of where to look. Marshall turned around, looking for where his 8 o'clock was, and finally spotted the beautiful feminine figure right outside the barrier surrounding the pitch. His eyes widened in surprise as he saw Carissa's standing there staring in his direction. "I can't believe it!" He totally forgot that it was a masculine voice in his head earlier and ran towards her. The players were having a heated tackling moment over on the west side of the field, so they didn't notice Marshall's actions at first. "What are you doing here?" he voiced out with a shocked expression the moment he arrived in front of the barrier. "Get over here!" Carissa's voiced out while placing her hand on the barrier. "I'm in the middle of a game," he shouted loudly so she could hear him on the other side. "I don't have time and I can't be seen. Get over here now." Carissa's voiced out once again. Marshall instantly lost reasoning and nodded before turning around. Oh boy, what am I seeing?" Malta muttered with a look of interest as he spotted Carissa's figure. He was initially looking for Marshall after not seeing him on the pitch trying to tackle the ball away like the others. Then he spotted both of them speaking to each other by the side. Jackpot. "I'll have to report this to Madam right away. I'm sure this is more important than the game." While muttering these words underneath his breath, Marshall turned around and began heading towards Mrs. Tris Rell's seating position. Meanwhile, Marshall was currently speaking with the referee, telling him to deactivate the barrier so he could leave. "You can't leave in the middle of a game," the referee stated with a look of disapproval. "It's an emergency," Marshall voiced out. "It is against the rules. You have to complete the match," the referee said, refusing to budge. "Let me out now, or you will regret it." Marshall wasn't used to threatening others, so his gaze was a little shaky as he voiced out. But he was determined to get out of here and meet his beloved. Just as the referee was about to speak again, a loud feminine voice was heard. "Get that vermin." Everyone turned to stare in the direction where it came from and saw that it was Mrs. Tris Rell. The guards around her could be seen charging in a particular direction, which everyone once again focused on, and noticed a girl in a blue gown standing close to the pitch on the east side. Mom. It was at this moment that Marshall knew his mom was present. That means... He turned towards the side and noticed they were all headed in Carissa's direction as they activated their bloodlines. "Carissa's run!" Marshall screamed out. Gasp! Isn't that the abducted maid? It was at this moment that everyone properly noticed Carissa's. Contrary to everyone's expectations, she placed her hand on the barrier. Krrryyhhh, cracks began to appear all over the barrier, and all of a sudden, boom! The barrier shattered like glass and she charged forward. Let's go! The moment Gustav grabbed hold of Marshall, he dashed forward. Fwoosh! Chapter 7:13. Let's go! The moment Gustav grabbed hold of Marshall, he dashed forward. Fwoosh! The guards in the vicinity were astonished as they saw the speed at which Carissa's moved while dragging Marshall along with her. They quickly attacked before Carissa's could get away, but all their attacks were dodged with ease as Carissa's blurred out of the sports center. Stop! There are kids here, one of the teachers shouted out as most of the attacks slammed into the football pitch, destroying several parts and leaving craters in it. The students playing the match had been scared stiff, and some of them even fell to their knees. Luckily, none of the blasts touched anyone since the teacher, who had a sound bloodline, could get his voice echoing across the place. The guards attacking paused their attacks to stop themselves from hitting one of the kids by mistake. All the guards were very powerful, so just a single attack could send any of these kids to the afterlife, even though they were mixed bloods too. She took my son away. Go after her right now. Mrs. Triss Rell screamed out like a depraved lunatic. The 6 guards nodded and charged out of the sports center to give chase. Mrs. Triss Rell proceeded to make a call at that instant. Carissa's is here. Send stronger forces now. Meanwhile, Carissa sped towards the closest class block in the area with Marshall, who was just as surprised to see her performing such a feat Gustav felt like facepalming right now. This was the situation he was trying to avoid by doing things in a subtle way. He could have destroyed the barrier with his strength from the onset, but he didn't want to be seen. Now that he had no other option than to grab Marshall and get out of sight. He initially didn't spot the madam of the Rell household until she screamed out for her guards to give a chase. How did they even spot me? Gustav wondered, since he was practically on their blind spot with where he was situated. He had no idea that he was only spotted because of the corrupt nature of Mrs. Triss Rell, who wanted to rig the match in her son's favor. Boom! A blast of wind instantly blasted the tree by his right to smithereens, causing Gustav to be wary. He turned to the side and could see a guard riding on a tornado-like wind, moving forward with speed. He was amongst the 2 who were able to give a proper chase as Gustav ran across the school grounds. Exploding wind! The guard pointed his finger in Gustav's direction as he voiced out. Gustav suddenly felt the rupturing of air around him and swerved towards the side as he kept running. Thwoom! A burst of wind blasted forth from the side, sending everything in the vicinity flying due to the amount of force it emitted. Some students in the vicinity were sent flying even though they were several 10 feet away. Gustav had already run past the range of effect, so he was unaffected. The other guard, who was also managing to keep up, shot a yellow blast towards Gustav, which he managed to dodge as well. How are you doing this? Marshall voiced out as he found himself unable to keep up. He knew these guards well, so he knew just how powerful they were. Compared to how Carissa's had a weak bloodline, these guards were really strong and could even be said to be amongst the strongest mixed bloods in the city. His family was rich enough to afford them. You will find out later, Gustav stated in Carissa's voice as he kept charging forward. He finally spotted a class block up ahead and leaped upwards while carrying Marshall. Bang! Both of them blasted through the window on the last floor. The attacks stopped the instant both of them got into one of the buildings. The 2 guards giving chase could not send their attacks hurling towards the building. Even though they had toned down the strength of their attacks to prevent harming the students, it would still be powerful enough to topple the building if they attacked, which would harm the young master of the Rell family. Gustav began tapping on the device strapped to his left wrist while running along the corridors with Marshall. Now that the attacks had stopped for a brief period, he had the chance to set coordinates with his dimensional bracelet. The guards, riding on the mini tornado, flew straight towards the window Gustav blasted through. The circulating winds around him widened the gap even more as he arrived in the corridor and shrunk the mini tornado even more. Fwayii! He spotted Carissa's up ahead, who stopped to set the coordinates. But at this time, Gustav was already done with that, so he grabbed hold of Marshall again and dashed across the corridor. The guard gave chase while he sped along and made a turn towards the left. "Where are we going?" Marshall asked, getting speed sick with the way Gustav was yanking him around. "We'll be out of here soon," Gustav responded and dashed into one of the bathrooms. The guard arrived in front of the bathroom as well a few seconds later and blasted through the entrance. Gustav was counting down as he stayed in one of the cubicles with Marshall. Marshall's breathing had turned hurried at this point as his face planted into Carice's boobs. His face turned reddish. Gustav didn't even notice this. Instead, he stared at his dimensional bracelet and smiled. Bang! The guard blasted the walls of the cubicle apart. "Got you!" Just as he voiced out, a bright light was emitted from both Gustav's and Marshall's figure. The last thing the guard saw as he charged forward to grab Gustav was the evil smirk on Carice's face and an outstretched middle finger. "No!" He shouted out as his hand phased through particles of light. Zing, Gustav, and Marshall had disappeared. Don't forget to check out my new story, Advent of the Depraved Battle, Mage at it to your library. Vote, comment, and write reviews if you can. Arigato! Chapter 714. Evening time arrived, and the cops issued a citywide search for Marshall and Carice's. Other private forces were also looking for them. It was impossible for them to say Marshall had been kidnapped because footage showed Marshall and Carice's speaking to each other on the football pitch. This proved that they were acquainted with each other, especially with the way Marshall was smiling. The referee also stated that Marshall asked for the barrier to be taken down to leave. This made it obvious that he wanted to go with her. Carice's was also a minor, so it was impossible to place charges on her being a kidnapper. However, the parents still had every right to send search parties after their child, as well as Carice's, who was also their ward. This incident made headlines as different media outlets showcased it with headings like, "Starstruck lovers from the Rell family, Marshall and Carice's elope together." "Young couple from the Rell family escape from the clutches of their disagreeing family." These headings mostly suggested that Marshall and Carice's relationship was not allowed by the family, which increased the bad reputation the Rell family already had. They were already known for looking down on others with a less renowned background, so this just put them in a more of a salty situation. Social media was being flooded with people bashing them and making jokes about how they were so bad that even their own son had to run away. Of course, they ignored all of this. The whole social media banter would not decrease the fact that they were still amongst the most powerful families in the city. Within the Rell household, the head of the family and his wife sat in the massive, luxurious-looking living room with many people. "Find my son," he voiced out. "The problem now is we don't know who is involved in the shadows." Carice's could not do that before, so there must be someone else who planned this. One of Marshall's uncles voiced out. It could be the person who helped them escape during the last battle event 1 month back. Another one of the family members voiced out. The cops came out to say that person doesn't exist, so how? Mrs. Triss Rell voiced out. A fake identity, huh? Just as the head of the family muttered, a guard came running into the living room. "Sir, ma'am, there's an urgent call for you both," he voiced out as he arrived in their midst. Everyone knew that for a guard to rush in here in the middle of the main family meeting, the situation had to truly be urgent. The guard brought out a device and tapped on it, displaying a massive holographic monitor. True in, the instant it came on, every member in the living room opened their mouths wide. In a dimly lit space, Marshall was strapped to a chair with restraints, and a dark purplish glowing orb was floating right in front of him. What is going on? They all wondered as they stared at the holographic video call. Then a figure popped out from the side and stood on Marshall's left. Their eyes widened even more as they recognized this face to be the same person said to get Mr. Eldorado and Carice's out of the underground battle facility. Currently, Gustav had taken the form of the identity he used in breaking Boss Danzo and Carissa's out. You. Who are you and what do you want? Marshall's father asked with a strong tone, rising anger. Who I am isn't important, Gustav answered from the other end with a deep voice. He walked forward, appearing larger on the holographic screen. I have your son. That should be your biggest concern, Gustav added with an intense glare as he scanned everyone in the room watching. I will advise you to turn yourself in and release my son, if not the consequences will be huge for you, Mrs. Triss Rell voiced out with a threatening tone. The next threat will cost your son his left hand, Gustav voiced out with a cold tone. How dare? Mrs. Triss was about to speak again when the head of the family cut her short. What do you want? Marshall's father proceeded to ask. Piltria. She yelled out the name of her husband, indirectly telling him not to give in. Quiet, let me handle this, he voiced out with a commanding tone. Mrs. Triss Rell had no choice but to keep quiet at this point. Drop your charges on Mr. Eldorado. Withdraw the forces searching for Carissa's and never try to harm her again. Gustav voiced out his demands. Just this? You don't want money? Marshall's father asked. I don't need your money, Gustav stated. Why don't you just? Before Marshall's father could complete his statement, Gustav interrupted. Do as I have said, or you won't even be able to bury your son, since his remains would be obliterated, Gustav said while touching the orb floating in front of Marshall. He rubbed it with a smile on his face. You can ask Garu and Biden what this is. They are guards in the underground battle facility, so I'm sure they can give a good testimony, Gustav voiced out before staring at them once more and ending the call. Thaish, the holographic projection disappeared, and the room sunk into silence for a few moments. Piltria, you shouldn't have negotiated with him. You should have threatened him more, Marshall's mother voiced out. You want to hasten your son's death. Marshall's father asked with a glare. Anyone would fold after getting properly threatened. Knowing how powerful our family is, she argued with a disagreeing tone. You think he didn't know how powerful our family was before he decided to abduct our son? Marshall's father chuckled with annoyance as he voiced out. There's. Quiet woman, did you see those eyes? Those eyes are the eyes of a cold and merciless killer who has ended the lives of many, Marshall's father said with a tone of annoyance and wariness. Only a stupid person would call the bluff off someone like that. Chapter 715. Quiet woman, did you see those eyes? Those eyes are the eyes of a cold and merciless killer who has ended the lives of many, Marshall's father said with a tone of annoyance and wariness. Only a stupid person would call the bluff off someone like that, Marshall's father added with a sigh. Even though Gustav was using a different identity, nothing could hide the eyes of a killer from him. There was no bluff to be called because Gustav would truly do as he had said. They called in experts immediately to try tracing the call. It would have been easier to do that if they were expecting such a call at first, but the whole situation came as a surprise to them. They didn't know Marshall was abducted since he willingly went with Carissa's, so they weren't expecting a call from anyone making demands. Unfortunately, they were unable to trace the call no matter how much they tried. From his own end, Gustav had done the necessary requirements to make sure the call couldn't be traced. The head of the family began to think about Gustav's demands and how he could fulfill them. He remembered the floating purplish orb in front of his son during the video and investigated what it was. Since Gustav had mentioned the name of the two guards who had a clue about it, all he had to do was speak to them. The whole household was struck with fear after they confirmed what it was. Did you say it was dark purple? Red lightning was swimming around it? It was the explosion of that same item that destroyed the entire underground tunnelway and caused the burning sands on the surface to cave in. We almost lost our lives, Marshall's father recalled his conversation with the two. They remembered just how much destruction was caused after the explosion, especially when the underground battle facility was also trembling immensely from the impact. If that explosion had gone off in the city, at the very least, 3 streets would be obliterated. They now understood why Gustav said they would not be able to collect their son's remains because there would be nothing to collect after that. We have to meet his demands. At this point, Marshall's father became decisive. The next day arrived, and only one more day was left for Gustav to get Boss Danzo out of the cell. Within the new place, Gustav booked along with Carice's. He stared at Marshall sitting stiffly in the living room beside Carice's, who looked cheerful. Every time Marshall sneakily looked in Gustav's direction from the side of his eyes, he would freeze even more because Gustav was staring directly at him. "Don't be so afraid, big brother Gus. Do not reveal my identity to a stranger." "I still don't trust him," Gustav voiced out before Carice's could complete her sentence. "But he helped you with the video call. The Rell family dropped the charges on Sir Danzo because of him. I'm sure we can trust him," Carice's said while holding onto Marshall's hand. Marshall forced a smile, but it was obvious that he was still scared stiff of Gustav. "He didn't have a choice," Gustav responded while standing up. "This was an abduction. With or without you here, I would still get him to do as I wanted," Gustav added while walking towards the kitchen. "Does that mean you would have truly sent his body parts if his parents didn't cooperate?" Carice's asked before Gustav disappeared into the kitchen. "Yes," Gustav's voice echoed from within. "Eek, he's so scary," Marshall voiced out with a lone tone. "Don't worry, he's actually nicer than he shows. He just likes to hide it," Carice's said in a comforting manner. She also found Gustav scary, but remembering everything that had happened in the last month, she knew there was more to him than just someone who acts like they have no emotions. He had every reason to leave her behind or cast her out after she had misbehaved several times, but he still tolerated her and even saved her before going back for Boss Danzo. Even though Boss Danzo was caught because of her, he continued to cater for her, and just as he promised, he let her see Marshall before leaving the city. Even though there were other motives surrounding this, it was still a fact that he kept to his promise. The night before, when she was questioning Marshall about not appearing when she used the light signal, he explained that he wasn't allowed to leave home. Carice's was finding it hard to come to terms with that answer because she felt betrayed even though she wasn't in control of her actions at the time. Gustav was the one who reassured her that Marshall was truly in love with her. He had noticed this from trying to get Marshall away from the school the day before. Gustav was very good at reading others, so he knew that with the way Marshall acted, Carice's would not have to suffer anything if he was in control. Unfortunately, he was still young, so he currently had little to no control over his life or power in his family. Marshall had his romantic charms, and originally he and Carice's would be engaging in some mushy activities right now. But with Gustav around, all thoughts of romance with Carice's flew out the window. He remembered his face was planted to Gustav's boobs the day before, where he took Carice's form. He was actually getting excited from that, even though they were on the run at the moment. "Ah!" Marshall exclaimed as he understood why Carice's smelled so manly at the time. Everything now made sense to him, especially how Carice's was able to move that fast in the first place. "What's wrong?" Carice's asked with a look of worry as she held his face affectionately. He turned to stare at her with a painful expression while picturing what happened yesterday. "Could I be ga?" Chapter 716. Gustav would occasionally shake his head in the kitchen while preparing breakfast. 16-year-olds falling in love. How is that even possible? Just because it didn't happen with you doesn't mean others get to share in your unfortunate romance situation. The system suddenly voiced in his head. "You little bit." Gustav nearly cursed out loud as he heard that. "You go silent for days, then suddenly come back to taunt me," Gustav said internally with a tone of annoyance. "You think I'm not busy in here? There's tons of work and preparation." The system responded with a tired sigh. Of course, it was impossible for the system to get tired since it was a scientific creature with sentience. It was just trying to mimic humans. TCH, stay out of my business then, Gustav said once again. Your business is my business, Virgin, but mine is not necessarily yours, the system replied. Humph, we shall see. I won't be a virgin for long, Gustav voiced out. Now we both know that's a lie, but don't worry, I'll let you have this one. The system responded with a consoling tone. Gustav could not deny that seeing all this whole lovey situation with Carices and Marshall was triggering. He recalled his last night in the MBO camp 6 months back. Angie. The feeling of Angie's lips on his felt sophisticated, and he longed for that scenario to repeat itself. Even though Gustav acted all emotionless most times, it didn't mean he did not have emotions, and now he was more than eager to return to MBO camp after dealing with the situations around him first. After they had eaten breakfast, Gustav asked both of them to stay indoors while he left the apartment. Now that the charges on Boss Danzo had been dropped for abduction, the only ones left were the food poisoning and participating in illegal underground fights. These two were related to Vanisher, so Gustav knew now that he only had to deal with mostly one enemy. Ring Lord Vanisher was the leader of the 3 Ring Lords, so definitely he was the one pulling the strings in the shadows. Gustav was about to put the 4th phase of his plans into action at the moment. As he traveled towards the precinct where Boss Danzo was held, his face and physique transformed into a different one. Are you telling me a lawyer for Danzo suddenly popped up out of nowhere? Within a dimly lit green room, one of the 3 people seated around a table voiced out. Yes, Ring Lord Carter. He's here to defend Danzo on the food poisoning claim as well as the underground battles. Who dares to try and defend him? Such guts! He goes by the name Peter Gill and has managed to issue a hearing for Danzo regarding both charges. He has gathered some claims and evidences regarding the charges. Interesting. So someone dares challenge us, the woman in the midst of these 2 men voiced out. We will need to find out everything on this Peter Gill and end him before he tries anything, Ring Lord Vanisher voiced out. Sir, the hearing is happening in the next 2 hours. We were asked to inform you from the court to be in attendance. What? 2 hours? How is that even possible? They voiced out in disbelief. How can they allow the hearing to be held in 2 hours when this lawyer just arrived today? Prevent it from happening for the next 2 days, Ring Lord Vanisher stated. It's from the higher-ups. We cannot do anything about it. This lawyer seems to have powerful backing. Interesting. I did not see this coming. Ring Lord Vanisher was lost for words. He would originally have everything under his control, but the case seemed to be the opposite in this situation. Looks like we have no choice but to attend with our own lawyer then. Breaking news! The notorious Mr. Eldorado has been granted bail. The abduction charges has been taken off, and it is said to have been a misunderstanding on the part of the Rel family. Breaking news! The notorious Mr. Eldorado has been granted bail. It is acclaimed that everything so far had been a setup, and he was convicted wrongly in the first place. Mr. Vanisher in a pinch as claims of his illegal activities has been put to light. Claims of manipulation has also been. By evening time, different media outlets covered the current situation about what was happening in the city with Boss Danzo and Vanisher. Gustav had pulled some strings and unsurprisingly managed to get a hearing for Boss Danzo, where he also managed to help him get bail. All the research so far had paid off today, and he had released so many claims backed up with statements from several sources about Ring Lord Vanisher's hidden illegal activities, which was linked to how Boss Danzo got pulled into the underground battle arena in the first place. This issue was one that a lot of people knew about, but no one could publicly try to expose Lord Vanisher unless they wanted to be snuffed out of existence. He was no ordinary foe after all. Exposing such secrets brought even him a lot of troubles, so he wouldn't take such a situation lightly. Unfortunately for Vanisher, this time he was up against Gustav, who didn't care about all this. Yes, the lawyer was actually him in disguise. The claims Gustav had revealed during the hearing were backed by sources, which Gustav explained had to be anonymous in the meantime, since their lives would be at stake. It was hard to make do with this since the panel needed more evidence, but they were able to grant Boss Danzo bail due to this, and an investigation on Vanisher started getting carried out by the police force. Since Gustav would have to reveal at least one of the sources during the hearing, he made use of himself. He had recorded his talk with Boss Danzo, where Boss Danzo explained everything that was happening, so he made use of that, saying it was a call where Boss Danzo was asking for help. Chapter 717. She had recorded his talk with Boss Danzo, where Boss Danzo explained everything that was happening, so he made use of that, saying it was a call where Boss Danzo was asking for help. Since the name Gustav mentioned while using the lawyer identity was his original identity, he would still have to appear before the law sooner or later. However, before that, he had to be prepared for everything Vanisher might try to do during the bail period. Gustav knew they would try to do something to anyone who came out to be a witness, which was why he mentioned his original identity in the first place. If they tried to do anything sketchy, they wouldn't successfully. Acting like a lawyer was something Gustav practiced well for in these past few days. Gustav's intelligence had reached a state where he only had to see something once to remember it forever, and his reading speed was also very fast. Using all this to his advantage, he learnt quickly how he was going to deal with the case himself, presenting a fake lawyering identity. Calling in a favor from one of the MBO generals, they pushed some buttons to make sure the hearing was heard 2 hours after Gustav went to the station as Boss Danzo's lawyer. It was proven that the food poisoning happened to be a mistake, and Boss Danzo wasn't informed about the young girl's allergy. The judges even asked for Vanisher's son to come say something as a witness, and surprisingly the young boy took Boss Danzo's side. He mentioned that Boss Danzo was never informed about that particular allergy because they themselves never knew the girl was allergic to that. The only charge that was left to proof now was the illegal underground battle, which wasn't done out of free will. This was why there was an investigation going on as of now. Back at the new apartment, Boss Danzo sat on the sofa while Gustav served some non-alcoholic wine to everyone. They were celebrating his return, and Carices was very joyful seeing as he was back. She had no idea how Gustav did it, but she was glad he did. The guilt she felt since he was caught had been eating her up inside. Seeing her again, it was as if Boss Danzo could tell exactly what was going on and hugged her like a child. "It's okay, it's not your fault. Gustav already explained everything to me." These words were enough for her to let go of the guilt while sobbing uncontrollably. At least that was over and done with now, and Boss Danzo was questioning why they had a stranger in their midst. "Oh, him. I abducted him," Gustav responded bluntly. Boss Danzo spat out the wine from his mouth as he heard that. "What?" He thought he didn't hear properly and asked again. "I abducted him. Only fair since his parents were also planning to kill a child. This is only mild in comparison," Gustav voiced out with an unbothered tone and sipped some wine. Marshall was cupped up on the sofa opposite Boss Danzo, still with a stiff look on his face. Carices was seating beside him. Boss Danzo now understood that this was the kid whose parents planned Carices' death match with him. He couldn't help but admit that Gustav's words were making sense. If people who committed crimes and brought others' downfall without thinking were to have the same thing happen to them, maybe they would think twice before they did such again. Like in this case, if Carices had ended up getting killed by the Rel family and someone else killed the child of the Rel family, they would understand how it felt like to lose a child, which might make them think twice before committing such evil acts next time. But even with this, Boss Danzo didn't completely accept Gustav's behavior and began to reprimand him. "Well, you're back now, at least that's all that matters to me. I will return him to his parents when I get you both out of this city," Gustav voiced out after a brief argument with Boss Danzo. "When will that be?" Boss Danzo asked. "The day after tomorrow," Gustav replied. "Carices, say your goodbyes." You two probably won't see each other for a long time, Gustav added, but his parents agreed to leave me alone. Do I still need to leave the city? She asked with a crestfallen look. They can't be trusted to keep to their promises. There's no guarantee that after I and Boss Danzo have left the city, they will not re-engage on their word, Gustav said factually. You can come back again one day when you know you're powerful enough to protect yourself or after Marshall has taken control of his family, Gustav added. Carissa signed as she realized Gustav's words were making sense. People like the Rell family who saw the world as their playground might not stick to promises if they didn't feel the need to. There would be no point to endangering her life. Marshall touched her face and turned her head to face him. It's going to be okay. We will keep in touch, and in the future we will meet again, he muttered while rubbing her face affectionately. H&M. A wry smile appeared on Carissa's face as she nodded. I would say get a room, but you kids are too young for that, so. Hands where I can see them, kid, Gustav voiced out like a party pooper ruining the moment. You're just jealous 'cause you're still a virgin, Carissa's yelled while bringing out her tongue. Gustav. How did she know? Gustav froze like he just got pierced by 1,000,000 invisible arrows. So pitiful. You're now a laughingstock to the kids as well. The system chipped in and bursted into laughter. Boss Danzo was not left out. It was irregular to render Gustav speechless, so this moment was quite funny to him. Shut up! Gustav stared at Carissa's with a glare before turning to face Marshall. Chapter 718. Fear instantly gripped Marshall's heart, and his hand, which was placed on Carissa's cheek, slowly dropped down. Carissa's grabbed his hand and placed it back on her cheek before staring at Gustav back with a glare. It was still a funny sight to behold, and Boss Danzo was already laughing uncontrollably by the side. After some time, Boss Danzo asked to see Gustav privately, and they moved towards the balcony area to speak. You said the day after tomorrow. What about the next hearing, which is in 2 weeks? Boss Danzo asked. Don't worry, I'll take care of that. This city is not safe for either of you. But I can handle the situation if it's just me, Gustav responded. Wouldn't it be too troublesome? I don't want to give you too many problems. Boss Danzo was still worried because he still saw Gustav as a kid regardless. Going against these kinds of people is scary even for adults, not to even mention a 19-year-old. It will be fine. You'll only be adding more problems by being here because then I would have to worry about your safety and hers. I can take care of myself, Gustav stated with a tone of confidence. Haha, okay, my boy. Will you be joining us after you're done here? Boss Danzo asked. I still have to visit another city after I'm done here. I would probably spend a few days there, and then I think I can visit you both for 1 more week before going back to the MBO camp, Gustav stated. He still had to visit Bree Human City after this to get the 2nd quarter of Sir Zill's research. After that, he would only have a little more time left before he had to return to the MBO camp. He probably wouldn't even have time to see Miss Amy before he went back, and he recalled she was working on an important case as well, which he was supposed to help her with. I'm sure Miss Amy can handle things herself. There was no one to help Boss Danzo here, Gustav thought. Oh, I still have to help Mr. Zill complete his research. Remembering this, Gustav decided he was going to visit Grayscale Pharmaceuticals. He proceeded to make a call to Sir Zill to ask if he was available. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, 3 of the ringleaders sat while staring at a holographic display and voice communicating with someone. We found the location, the masculine voice could be heard from the other end. Good, commence the operation. I cannot have my reputation damaged. Kill him and leave no traces behind, Ring Lord Vanisher voiced out as he stared at the massive 200-plus silver-colored building in the footage. Understood. We will isolate this area immediately to prevent any interruption from outside forces, the voice on the other end stated. Planting the tracking device in Danzo was a good move. A feminine voice rang out in the room. He really managed to hide his tracks, but they had no idea about this. The other ring lord voiced out. It's good the kid came here on a trip instead of on a mission. He's not even in league with the other MBO officers in the city, which makes things even easier, Ring Lord Vanisher voiced out. I have eyes on them. The footage zoomed in on the second to the highest floor of the building, displaying two figures at the balcony area, Gustav and Boss Danzo. Attack! Boss Danzo, I'm heading out. I'll be back in a few hours, Gustav voiced out after getting off the call with Sir Zill. Sir Zill had mentioned that they could meet in the lab in a few minutes. He hadn't disturbed Gustav about the Arkham research in the past few days because he knew Gustav was busy with handling Boss Danzo's issues. It would be inappropriate and selfish on his part to still ask Gustav to come for more examination when he hadn't resolved Boss Danzo's issue. All right, be safe. I'll watch after the kids, Boss Danzo responded with a smile. Just as Gustav was about to jump off the balcony, since this was his usual means of getting out of the building, he suddenly sensed a wave of energy up ahead. This disrupted his senses as he could feel waves of energy coming from every direction. He paused and decided to activate God Eyes so he could look around, but just then, Fwai, a massive golden-colored beam, suddenly blasted towards them from the opposite direction. Gustav quickly pushed Boss Danzo out of the way. Boom! Crumble! 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 The apartment was instantly put in shambles as this part of the building began to crumble from the blast. Gustav was barely able to get Boss Danzo away in time due to the immense speed of the blast and having his senses confused. The floor cracked open, the walls crumbled, and everything began to fall. Thwayai, another blast, was sent towards the building at this point. Gustav wasted no time in activating combination and mixing both speed skills together. Dash plus sprint, Fwoosh, grabbing hold of Boss Danzo, who was lying on the floor behind. He dashed further into the crumbling apartment and grabbed both Carices and Marshall before they could fall into the massive hole opening on the floor. Their mouths were wide open in confusion and fear as they hadn't completely registered what was going on, and Gustav was moving with immense speed, so their movement seemed like a standstill. Carrying all three of them, he jumped from falling pieces of wall to fallen pieces of the wall before leaping across the air. The instant they phased past what used to be the balcony area, the second beam blasted into the building again. Boom! The entire skyscraper started crumbling down while the shockwaves from the explosion slammed into Gustav and the others in midair, sending them flying further away. Gustav took most of the hit, allowing the others to be fairly grazed, but every one of them still passed out as their bodies fell across the air. Chapter 719. Gustav took most of the hit, allowing the others to be fairly grazed, but every one of them still passed out as their bodies fell across the air. They were thousands of feet above the ground, so even though they had been falling for several seconds, they were still far from touchdown. Gustav opened his eyes while they fell across the air, feeling a searing pain in his back. Regeneration has been activated. He ignored the notification as usual and looked around to see Boss Danzo and the others falling across the air as well. Behind them, the entire building was crashing down. Placing his hands on both sides, Gustav controlled his fall, moving north. Grab! He arrived in front of Boss Danzo's falling body and grabbed his collar. He proceeded to place Boss Danzo's unconscious body on his back. Marshall and Carices were all falling further towards the left, so he had to control the angle of his fall once again. Moving towards the side, he managed to grab their collars. At this point, they were only a few hundred feet away from making contact with the ground. Gustav straightened his body while holding on to everyone. Smoke had covered the entire vicinity from the explosions due to the multiple attacks, but Gustav could see clearly after activating God Eyes, just when they were a few feet away from making contact with the ground. Hover has been activated. Their bodies paused in midair and floated above the ground before slowly descending. All of them had regained consciousness at this point and started coughing due to the smoke surrounding them everywhere. Gustav dropped them on the ground and looked up. He could see a weird barrier covering the vicinity. This barrier could not be seen with the naked eyes, but due to God's eyes he could see it clearly. The situation isn't looking good. There doesn't seem to be a place for them to take cover, Gustav thought as he saw the building crumbling down. Screams could be heard from the building, which depicted that there were a lot of people within, affected by the current situation. Partial collapsal form activated. Gustav's body turned green as he bloated slightly. Bam! He slammed both palms on the ground, causing icicle-like rocks to shoot out from the ground. The rocks surrounded Boss Danzo and the others, forming a wall around them and eventually blocking even the top. He deactivated the collapsal form and activated size manipulation. Size manipulation has been activated. Gustav's body began to increase in size intensely. In a matter of moments, he had already become several 100 feet tall. Bang! 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 Taking steps forward was like a cannon going off as he arrived in front of the crumbling building and pushed his hand forward in specific areas. Even with his size, God's eyes was still activated, giving him a clear view of people within the building. Some unlucky people already got crushed by debris. Some parts of the building were still standing, but one side was completely destroyed and people were falling to their deaths. With his massive palms, Gustav was able to grab hold of over 20 people and throw them far away from the dangerous scene. He was quick in rescue, grabbing hold of multiple people and flinging them away. Where he flung them to, there was a gravitational flux that decreased the descent speed of these people, making them land safely. It had only been a few seconds, and he had managed to save close to 100 people already. High up in the air, the gaze of some entities pierced through the cloud of smoke up ahead and scanned through. Got him! One of them voiced out, "Attack! Thwoom boom!" Gustav's eyes widened as he looked upwards to see a golden starlight illuminate the entire place before a penetrative beam with immense power shot towards him. Size manipulation has been deactivated. Gustav's body decreased in size with speed, causing the beam to slam into the building once more. This time the building crumbled completely, falling apart with speed. Not everyone had been saved, but Gustav would not die trying to be a hero when he knew he couldn't do anything to stop the beam. The dust cleared up, and he could see 3 figures floating thousands of feet above the air. Boom! Boom! Without waiting for another second, the beams kept blasting across the place. Even when Gustav dodged, the shock waves still sent him hurling across the air. Even the wall he created using the collapsal form was trembling immensely even when it didn't get hit. They're powerful. How did they find us? Gustav wondered as he managed to stabilize himself. For them to do this without a care about whether the MBO would arrive or any other authorities that would mean the barrier surrounding this environment is a cloak. The outside world will not notice anything happening here in less than a second. Gustav had analyzed all this, which means I can't expect help from outside forces. I have to deal with them myself or destroy the barrier, Gustav thought. All these thoughts formulated in his mind with speed since it had only been an instant since the previous attack. Combination has been activated. It might only be for a few seconds, but I could use that chance to destroy the cloaking barrier. Mutated bull plus blood wolf plus demonic bunny plus collapsal plus Savrina serpent. His skin turned purple with golden plaited scales as a massive silver-colored horn grew out of his forehead, and he turned extremely muscular, reaching a height of over 8 feet. Golden thorns grew out of his fist area as his face also transformed to ashen white color. He's not dead yet. One of the 3, standing high above the air, shouted out, "I'm going to get him," the lady with azure-colored hair voiced out as she dashed downwards with speed. "What is that?" The one who had been shooting out the golden beam all this time voiced out as he could see Gustav's transforming downwards. Chapter 720. Just keep attacking. I will get the Danzo and the girl. The one with a tin-shaped head and purple bodysuit flew down as he voiced out. The girl who swooped down could spot a menacing-looking creature with glowing white eyes, purplish and golden-colored scales covering some parts of his body, and muscular-looking 9-feet-tall physique where Gustav was initially located. How did his strength level increase so much compared to earlier? She was surprised as she felt the immense energy coming from him. Thwoh! The golden beam shot down again, radiating with immense starlight. Gustav's right arm bulged intensely as he arched it downwards with force, concentrating power into his hand, throwing it up with force. Waves spread across the vicinity as his fist traveled towards the beam of golden light shooting down. Boom! The grounds cracked open as his fist collided with the beam, and a force of energy also blasted upwards as well. Hush! Everyone who was hundreds of feet away got blasted backward by the force as the golden beam of light was catapulted back into the air with sheer force. The ground kept collapsing from the force, and a massive crater was created in a matter of moments. The three attackers had widened eyes as they saw the beam getting shot back. Boom! It exploded in the sky, sending the one who was swooping down flying. None of them had expected this development from a falcon ranked. Gustav didn't waste any time and leaped upwards. Thwai, it was like the air was being ripped apart as he shot upwards with speed and suddenly appeared in front of the one who had started the attack. Fwile bang! A fist to the face sent this mixed blood hurling downwards with blood and teeth in his mouth. He's fast. That speed was like teleportation, he thought as his head rang from the collision, while his body was blasting across the sky towards the east side of the barrier. Gustav didn't give him time to recuperate and appeared right in front of him before punching out once more. Bam! His fist slammed into the enemy's gut, sending him hurling forward away while spitting out blood in midair. At this point, Gustav could feel so much power coursing through his veins that he felt like if he let loose, the entire vicinity might get destroyed. Remembering Boss Danzo and the others were also here, he tried to keep the force of his attack concentrated to one area. The enemy slammed head-on into the barrier and hadn't even gotten the time to think when Gustav's figure appeared in front of him again with both legs outstretched. Bang! The entire barrier made a loud collision sound as the enemy's body got pounded on its surface mercilessly. He felt like the force of an entire mountain just slammed into him as he was on the brink of passing out. Isn't he supposed to be a falcon ranked mixed blood? Did we get the information wrong? These were the thoughts running through his head. Gustav felt a force approaching from behind as he was about to send a blow forth that would leave the enemy incapacitated. He swerved to the side across the air and a massive outstretched hand passed by his side. Bang! The shock waves from the extended fist still slammed into him, sending him hurling backward for a bit. The arm began to pull back towards the person who sent it back, but Gustav suddenly reached out and grabbed hold of it. Fwai, spinning around, he swung the arm along with the owner towards the side of the barrier. Bang! A loud collision rang out as the tin-headed man slammed into the barrier. He was initially going to break open the wall barrier Gustav set around Boss Danzo and the rest, but he couldn't ignore seeing his comrade receiving a whooping. As he slammed face-on into the barrier, Gustav flew forward across the air towards him. He quickly rolled towards the side, dodging the kick Gustav sent out as he recalled his extended arm. Both of them charged at each other in midair, sending a fist forward at the same time. Boom! The collision sent forth a wave that spread across the vicinity as both of them got thrown backwards a bit. Thwai, Gustav sensed an energy spike behind before he could fly forward to attack again. This time the golden beam shot forward with more penetrative and violent force. Gustav turned around and shot out a beam of silver-colored energy from the middle of the horns protruding out of his head. Boom! As both forces collided, intense shock waves spread across the place, slamming heavily into the cloaking barrier. However, the barrier still seemed sturdy enough, even though Gustav and the others were sent hurling backward, once again with injuries appearing all over their body. Bang! An extended fist slammed into Gustav from above before he could stabilize himself, sending him hurling downwards towards the collapsed building area. Gustav's body spun severely across the air as the impact of the fist caused internal injuries. He suddenly paused in midair and flew upwards, dodging a transparent, bluish beam sent forth from the side. The girl who had swooped down earlier but received the full brunt of the explosion of the golden beam had managed to recuperate and now join the battle. Gustav had no idea what her ability was, but his gut told him to make sure he didn't make contact with the bluish beam she just emitted. Thumb, another golden beam, shot down with intensity. Gustav swerved to the side and flew up after dodging the beam. Bang! It made contact with the ground and caused further destruction, sending shockwaves across the vicinity. Even the people Gustav had saved earlier received a lot of injuries from the shockwaves, and they couldn't leave due to the barrier. The wall of icicle-like rock Gustav erected around Boss Danzo, and the others were slowly starting to crumble due to the shockwaves coming from the ongoing battle. Chapter 7:21. The wall of icicle-like rock Gustav erected around Boss Danzo, and the others were slowly crumbling due to the shockwaves coming from the ongoing battle. All everyone could see were after images of the figures battling due to the immense speed at which they were moving. At this point, everyone was looking for cover in the vicinity, since the collisions of the powerhouses were sending strong shockwaves across the place. It had not even been 30 seconds yet, and a whole lot had already gone down. I only have around 10 seconds more before running out of energy with this form. Gustav could see how much energy was getting depleted every second he maintained this form, so he knew how long was left before he ran out of energy. This ultimate combination form increased his strength level several times, which made him a little stronger than the current opponents. The problem with such a boost was it would only last for a short duration. However, one of the strong suits was the immense boost in speed that made Gustav move faster than the speed of sound without even activating any speed skill. This was why he was able to pummel his opponents, even though he was only a little stronger. The speed made it seem like he was way stronger than all three. But another advantage besides the speed was the multiple abilities. Knowing he didn't have a lot of time left, Gustav unleashed a different set of abilities simultaneously. A strange gravitational force suddenly surrounded the place, causing the opponents to feel weird. Gustav started throwing his hands forward, and without directly touching anyone, his fists began to pummel into all three bodies. Bang! 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 They had no idea how he was doing it, but his punches kept hitting different parts of their bodies, making it impossible for them to guide since they had no idea where it would come from next. What is going on? How does he have multiple bloodline abilities? These were the questions running through their minds as they tried blocking the hits. Gustav suddenly spread his arms out and clapped both palms together. SSSHHRRCCHHH. Sonic waves suddenly blasted forth from his being, slamming heavily into all three opponents and sending them hurling further away. Gustav resumed pummeling them with fists, using the weird gravitational energy to send it across the place and inflicting their bodies with more injuries, until one of them suddenly activated an ability, causing her body to shine with bright blue light. The gravitational waves in the surroundings were instantly pushed back, and Gustav had to keep his distance because his gut kept telling him to refrain from making contact with the blue light. She dashed forward while swinging her fist at Gustav as her light cleared off the gravitational energy in the surroundings. Bang! 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 They exchanged blows a few times, with Gustav swerving across the place repeatedly to dodge most of her attacks. The other two felt driven into a corner and activated their strongest bloodline abilities to counter Gustav. Thaiwaiu golden ball of light started appearing all around the place, and before Gustav could realize what was happening, they had surrounded him. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out all around him as he blitzed across the place with immense speed, trying to get away, but he was still hit by some of them. It turned out the enemy, using the golden beams, already set this up earlier. As Gustav raised his arms up while charging through a sea of golden explosions, a fist appeared in front of him. Bang! His body got catapulted downwards once again, and while he was trying to stabilize himself, Shroot, a blue ray of light, suddenly slammed into him from behind. Damn it, the instant the blue ray of light made contact with him, Gustav suddenly felt an immense heaviness in his body. He could see an extended, massive fist approaching from above, but he could not move away in time. Bang! He got sent flying downwards again. The moment his body slammed into the ground, a pillar of golden light shot down from above. Boom! It slammed into a force field Gustav created the instant his body slammed into the ground. Cracks appeared all over the place as the intense waves radiated across the surroundings. The pillar of golden light kept shooting down for about 3 seconds straight, burying Gustav deeper and deeper in the ground. By the time it stopped, the wall Gustav had erected around Boss Danzo, and the rest had been cracked open at one of the sides. Even some of the people Gustav had saved earlier got obliterated by the residual energy from the golden pillar of light, even though they were quite a distance away. However, Boss Danzo and the rest were okay, even though the protection had been breached. They had felt the intense vibrations in the past few seconds, so they knew a fierce battle must have been ongoing outside, but they couldn't see from within. Now that there was a big hole in the front, their eyes widened as they stared at the immense destruction of the environment. The vicinity looked nothing like it did before, which had them wondering what transpired within the last few seconds. It was a massive crater that spanned across a radius of thousands of feet, and they were also within this sunken ground. Only piles and scraps were left of the building were situated earlier. Gustav! Boss Danzo voiced out as he could see a figure lying in the middle of the crater hundreds of feet ahead. Up above the 3 figures, flying, slowly descended. Gustav's fingers moved as he tried to pick himself up. The force field surrounding him had long disappeared, and at the moment he had blood smeared all over his body and tattered clothes. The horns receded into his head as his body returned to its normal look. I'm out of time. Based on the destruction, I focused on that side of the barrier would only need a few more hits to get destroyed. Chapter 722. Gustav was disappointed that he wasn't able to destroy the cloaking barrier before time ran out. Even though he had blood all over his body, he wasn't seriously injured because of the force field he erected around himself at the last second. He couldn't keep the transformation up anymore due to energy. He was almost out of energy points at the moment, even though his body was slowly regenerating. At this moment, Gustav's mind was coming up with over 1,000 thoughts every millisecond as he tried coming up with the best possible way out of this situation without harming Boss Danzo and the rest. He looked up and saw the descending figures. As he picked himself up and wanted to charge away, a blue light blasted from above. Gustav was way slower this time, especially with his injuries, so he was unable to dodge the beam. He instantly felt his body become sluggish again, just like the last time. The difference this time was his movement had completely turned slow mode. Trying to speak, trying to think, moving his eyes, every single thing related to his body had become really slow. They stared at Gustav as he took up to 3 seconds to move 1 foot away from his initial position. This is bad. Even his thoughts took too long to formulate. Haha, suiting for you. This is the end for you, kid, the tin head man voiced out as they landed a few feet opposite Gustav. The lady with the azure-colored hair in their midst was the one with the ability. Parts of her clothes were torn, revealing her scalded and intensely bruised body, which was caused by Gustav's fierce attacks. Blood was still dripping down her neck, and she was breathing in and out profusely. But there was a smile on her face now that they had finally caught Gustav. The man with the tin head had black blood dripping from his body and a hole in his left chest area. This was also due to Gustav's attacks. The third one was a dark, short-haired man with dark goggles that had been broken in half now. Only the left eyeshade was left, while his right eye was closed with a trail of blood leading from them to his chin area. His breathing was the most hurried out of the three, and his right leg was twisted to the back. This was the one who used the golden beam attack. He carried the highest firepower out of all three of them, and he was also the one who received the most beating and injuries from Gustav. "Tough bastard, are you truly a falcon ranked?" he voiced out with a disbelieving tone. Gustav couldn't even answer, even if he wanted to, because his speech was extremely slow right now. Suddenly Gustav became faster. He seemed to have mixed sprint and dash, using whatever was left of his energy points. "He seems to still have some juice in him," the tin-headed man spoke as his arm suddenly extended forward, turned bigger as it swung towards Gustav. Gustav was barely able to dodge it, but the residual force from the fist still sent him sliding backward, giving the azure-haired lady the chance to hit him with her attack again. Gustav became slower once again, and this time even with the combination of both speeds, he could barely take a step forward. The moment the combination was deactivated, he was frozen in place. His initial aim was to surprise them with his sudden speed and try to set a trap for the one with the power to reduce his speed, but it failed. Warning. Low energy. Warning. Low energy. Warning. Low energy. The notifications of low energy were popping up in Gustav's sight already. It seemed the system would forcibly put him to sleep if he used up any more energy. This kid has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Let's end him before he surprises us with something again. The man who Gustav had turned into a one-eyed voiced out. "You're right, GS," the lady agreed with him. Gustav's thoughts and movements were slow at this point, but he knew what was about to happen. The only way to prevent it would be to use one or two of his orbs, but that would destroy the entire vicinity. Boss Danzo and the others would be affected along with himself. His body began to turn green as GS glowed with immensely bright golden light. "There's not enough to time Arfurg." Gustav gritted his teeth as he tried to speed up the process of what he was trying to do. Phew! The golden beam shot out of GS's chest towards Gustav, who was about 100 feet away. Gustav's eyes widened at this point. He wasn't even able to formulate his thoughts completely before they arrived in front of him. "Gustav!" A familiar voice yelled his name as he felt his body getting pushed out of the way by someone who had suddenly just arrived on the scene. Gustav's head began tilting to the side as he turned to stare at who this person was while his body flew across the air. Bus Danzenzu, his eyes widened in fright as he watched the golden beam pierce through Boss Danzo, blasting his body across the air. "No!" Gustav screamed out loudly in slow motion as he spotted Boss Danzo's last smile at him while his body flew across the air with a massive hole in the middle of his torso. Gustav landed a few feet away and kept staring at the area where Boss Danzo's body landed, but he couldn't see any movement from him. Where did Danzo come from? The enemies were surprised after the attack landed on the wrong person. "Boss Danzo!" Gustav screamed out as tears threatened to spill from his eyes. "God Eyes has been activated. Warning. Low energy." Gustav still tried to confirm if Boss Danzo was alive regardless of the warning. He couldn't see any life signs in Boss Danzo's body as he lay lifeless. This cannot be. Chapter 7:23. chapter hasn't been completely edited. He couldn't see any life signs in Boss Danzo's body as he lay lifeless. This cannot be. Gustav voiced out in disbelief. Hey, you ended up killing the wrong person. The boss is going to be mad, the azure-colored-haired lady stated. He suddenly got in the way. I have no idea where he came from. GS responded with a surprised expression. Do it right this time, the tin-headed man voiced out while staring in the direction of Gustav, who was currently kneeling. While the three enemies spoke, Gustav's mind kept spiraling with different kinds of thoughts. How could I let this happen? Boss Danzo is dead? Impossible, this cannot be. He can't be gone. I swore to protect everyone I love and care for. I failed. It's all their fault. His head turned to the side as he stared at the three, standing up ahead with a glare of immense hatred. Warning. Host heart rate is increasing to an abnormal level. Warning. Host heart rate is increasing to an abnormal level. It's all their fault. They did this. They are to blame. This city, the ring lords and their henchmen, they're all to blame. Warning. Host heart rate has gone beyond normal level. Warning. Host rage is rising beyond unprecedented levels. Warning. Unable to induce stress release toxin. Gustav ignored all the warnings from the system notifications, which weren't related to energy this time. He kept giving the three a death stare as thoughts appeared in his mind. They all deserve to pay. I will destroy you all. Gustav screamed out with a tone that caused the entire vicinity to shake. The three stared at his eyes and were taken aback by how he looked at the moment. What is this? How could a person have so much hate in their eyes? Just who is Danzo to him? The azure-colored hair lady voiced out as she felt chills crawling down her spine. Do it right this time. Don't let him hit us with any more surprises. End him now, the tin-headed man voiced out. I heard you the first time, GS voiced out as his fist glowed with bright golden light, and he pointed it towards Gustav. Warning, 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 warning. Unable to relax host heart rate. Warning, 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 warning. Host inability to calm down will result in implementation of hidden skill. Warning, warning, warning. Activating hidden rage skill in 3. Gustav wasn't even looking at the notifications. At this point, his entire body was trembling with rage as he tried to free himself from the hold of the blue light surrounding him. As GS's fist remained pointed in Gustav's direction, the golden light built up with power. He wanted to make sure Gustav would be completely obliterated this time. If the blast had been bigger earlier, Boss Danzo and Gustav would have been consumed together regardless of whether he was pushed out of the way or not. So he didn't want such an incident to occur again. Hiya ha ha. Gustav was screaming out with so much energy with his face looking devious as his muscles bulged intensely. He had already broken out of the slow speech and thinking, but his body was still slowed. 2, 1, activating hidden rage skill. Gustav's mind suddenly went blank, and all he could see was darkness the moment this notification popped up. Decimation. At this same moment, GS released the golden light beam he had been building up for the last 3 seconds. Thwiwiathai, a loud explosive-like sound rang out as it slammed into the area where Gustav was situated, causing immense tremors as shockwaves spread across the surroundings. The beam thinned out and finally stopped firing after a few seconds. A cloud of debris had spread across the entire vicinity, reducing visibility. Good job! A voice was heard from the other end of the communication devices placed behind their ears. The three of them sighed in relief as it was finally over. They hadn't expected it would take a lot of effort to bring down a Falcon ranked mixed blood, since all 3 of them were Kilo ranked. These injuries will take some time to heal even with a recovery pill, GS voiced out as he touched his right eye, which was shut due to Gustav punching his eyeball in. Time to go, the tin-headed man voiced out. What of everyone here? The azure-colored haired lady asked. Don't W. Before the tin-headed man could voice out completely, Badump, badump. A loud heart-beat reverberated across the place. It beat twice and stopped. What is that? The moment GS stated, a dark and violent wave of energy suddenly blasted forth from where Gustav was situated earlier. Boom! The dust in the vicinity instantly cleared up, and a figure radiating with dark and red wave like aura could be seen standing in place. The grounds began trembling intensely as the figure slowly raised its face up. Is that Gustav? Fear struck the azure-haired lady as she asked, after seeing the hollow pitch-black and red-colored eyes. The other two couldn't answer because they also had no idea what they were staring at right now. This figure was pitch-black with patches of red and oozing forth with violent and powerful energy that caused the ground to tremble. Unconsciously, all three of them were shrinking back with slightly trembling thighs. Hi-yo-waha! The figure screamed out with a rageful tone, causing explosive waves to blast across the vicinity. Whoosh! Everyone was sliding back from force of the winds the scream generated. You are finished! Gustav's voice rang out like explosion once more. Twice, the dark figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of the azure-haired lady. She only blinked once and found a pair of menacing dark red eyes in front of her. Her mind was hit with hallucinations in which she saw herself dying in thousands of gruesome ways in an instant. An inexplicable amount of fear and pain gripped her heart, like she was experiencing every form of death in reality and not hallucinating it. By the time she snapped out of it, she could see her vision rising beyond the ground. She was already close to 50 feet in midair while she could see her body on the ground with Gustav's hand pierced through it. Chapter 7:24. She voiced out as dark flames blasted forth from atop her empty neck area. Her limbs also separated from her body, flying across the air in several directions as her body turned into ash. Her head, flying across the air, was also burning to ash. Gustav's hand was still extended out as the body he pierced through turned into a pile of ash on the ground. The other two stared at him with frightened looks as they saw what had just happened to their comrade. Gustav had suddenly appeared in front of them and killed her in an instant. Pwy! Pwy! Sweat covered their backs as they instantly jumped backward, distancing themselves from Gustav. GS gathered golden-colored energy at the tip of his hands and fired it quickly at Gustav as he increased the distance between them while the tin-headed man sent out his fist as his entire arm extended. Gustav stared at both attacks coming from both sides and turned to the left while swinging out his right hand. Pa! Boom! He slapped the golden beam away with sheer force, twisted to the side to dodge the fist coming from behind. The tin-headed man was about to retract his arm when Gustav reached out to grab it. Aurora! The tin-headed man screamed out in pain as his entire arm started burning up before Gustav could even make contact with it. He tried to retract his arm faster, but Gustav was able to touch his fist before it got pulled back completely. My hand! He screamed out after retracting his arm and watching his entire palm area turn into ash. Both of them decided at this point that escape was the only option since they couldn't fight whatever monster Gustav had suddenly become. Fwoom, speeding off across the air in separate directions. They felt this would have Gustav struggling to decide who he would go after. Suddenly, a plus-shaped pink light appeared above Gustav's head. Thririyayeth, what came next was an outburst of pinkish energy that blasted forth across the vicinity. Before both of them knew what was happening, their entire view had been dyed in a world of pink. Bam! Bam! Both of them instantly fell to the ground, knees down and face flat. Their foreheads kissed the ground as the pinkish energy continued to spread. The around 30 or so people who were still alive in the vicinity also fell to their knees along with Carices and Marshall. What is going on? Is that Big Brother Gustav? These were the thoughts running through their minds as they stared at the dark and red figure up ahead, exuding violent and powerful energy. Even before the pinkish energy blast, they already felt suffocated by the energy being exuded. The entire city was alarmed as they could see a pinkish wave spreading across the air. Bam! 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 People began to fall to their knees uncontrollably. What is going on? They realized that they were unable to control their actions. Law enforcement was alarmed and even tried to react, but in a few seconds, the entire city had been covered up by this pinkish energy, and right now, everyone, young, old, male, and female, was down on their knees. Gustav, within the area of the barrier cloaking, started walking towards the tin-headed man. He arrived in front of him and picked him up by the head. The instant he stared into his square eyes, the tin-headed man began hallucinating, seeing 1,000 different methods of death within an instant and feeling the pain from every single one of these deaths. It felt like he had been experiencing the feeling of pain from the different types of death for years, when in reality, it had only been a second. Gustav waited for a few more seconds, as if he knew what was happening before crushing the tin head in his grip, like it was nothing. Black blood blasted across the place as the tin-headed man's body fell to the ground limply. It slowly burned into ashes as well, leaving no remains behind. Gustav couldn't think properly at this time, but only one thought kept circulating in his head. Make everyone involved in Boss Danzos' death pay. Gustav turned around at this point and appeared 300 feet away from his standing point. You did it. You killed him. His screams caused the entire vicinity to tremble as GS found a stronger force than before, pressing his body against the ground. Krrrych, the sound of bones cracking rang out. Gustav lifted GS and slammed him into the ground once more. Teeth flew out of his mouth along with blood as almost every bone in his body got broken. Bam! 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 Gustav slammed him into the ground several more times until he was on his last breath. His face was soaked in blood and had been completely disfigured at this point. Gustav stared into his eyes, causing him to hallucinate like the others as he felt immense pain from dying 1,000,000 types of death within several seconds. Unlike the others, he kept screaming out like he was undergoing more intense torture. After a few more seconds, Gustav ripped his head from his neck and blasted his remains across the place. The last thought that came to GS's mind just before his death was, why did I agree to embark on this mission? The pinkish energy covering the entirety of Burning Sands City retracted at this point. A wave of fear penetrated the hearts of the citizens as they regained their ability to move. The instant the pinkish wave arrived back at the barrier cloak, it caused the entire barrier to crumble like glass. The entire vicinity vibrated as the cloak tore off, revealing to the rest of the city how that area currently looked. Gustav stood in place and grabbed the communication device that fell on the ground. The instant he tapped it, an image of a dimly lit room appeared where 3 people could be seen. The rage burning in his eyes still hadn't calmed as he instantly disappeared from his current standing spot. Chapter 7:25. The rage burning in his eyes still hadn't calmed as he instantly disappeared from his current standing spot. Boom! After his disappearance, a blast rang out, causing waves to be sent out as cracks appeared on multiple buildings in the vicinity. Heavy winds kept blowing across the place for a few seconds before everywhere became silent. At this moment, the authorities had found the point of impact where the phenomenon originated from, so they were currently moving towards the area. Fortunately for Carices and Marshall, Even though the wall Gustav set up earlier had crumbled in some parts, they were able to take cover behind a side that hadn't completely fallen yet. This way, they weren't sent flying by the massive outbursts of wind after Gustav disappeared. They both had panic-stricken faces as they ran towards the location where Boss Danzo's body was situated. "Oh no! He's dead!" Carice's voiced out with a crestfallen expression as she fell to her knees in front of Boss Danzo's corpse that currently had a massive hole in the middle. Marshall squatted beside her and hugged her with a comforting look. "What should we do?" she questioned amidst tears. Meanwhile, in an unknown location underground, a group of 3 were seated in a dimly lit room. They had looks of confusion and panic on their faces as the holographic screen in front of them went blank. "There's nothing to worry about. He'll never be able to find this place." The man with a left black circular object covering his right eye voiced out. "Don't be so sure about that, MJ. We already underestimated this kid more than a few times already, and he managed to surprise us." The man with a deep voice and black lines in the middle of his forehead voiced out. "What just happened? How was he able to do that?" The lady with a red hat voiced out. She also had 2 different eye colors, a blue left eye and a red right eye. These 3 were the Ring Lords. Ring Lord Hallow, Vanisher, and Banshee. "We have to make sure this incident isn't linked to us. The MBO doesn't spare anyone that comes after one of theirs," Hallow voiced out as he touched the circular-shaped object connected to his right eye. "Leaving might be the bee." Just as Ring Lord Vanisher spoke, the entire structure suddenly began trembling. "What's going on?" All 3 wondered as their seats vibrated intensely and cracks began to appear on the walls. Beep, 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 beep. An alarm went off, causing panic and intrigue as other people in the facility began to run helter-skelter. As all 3 of them stood up from their seats with looks of confusion, a holographic image appeared in their midst. High above the facility, a dark and reddish figure was floating with an arm outstretched towards the facility. A chaotic beam of different colors gathered in his hand as he shot it downwards. Boom! The entire place trembled immensely once again as buildings above the surface crumbled and shockwaves blasted across the vicinity, toppling other structures and causing a large amount of destruction. "We have to get out of here," Ring Lord Banshee voiced out as she tried to move towards the exit. "I guess I will be seeing you 2 later," Ring Lord Vanisher voiced out as the black lines on his head spread across his forehead. It looked like an ink stamp at this point. The 2 already knew he was about to use his vanishing bloodline ability at this point, but then something suddenly happened. Boom! The roofing of the underground facility suddenly blasted open as a penetrative beam landed in their midst. All 3 were sent flying with speed as they crashed through the wall and kept flying further and crashing into more walls. Gustav, who was high above the facility, stared down at this moment after sending that blast. A lengthy hole over hundreds of feet deep into the ground had been created. Gustav suddenly dived downwards. Thwayai bang! In an instant he arrived at the bottom, and even his arrival caused more destruction as the walls in the underground facility caved in and started to crumble. Gustav stretched out both hands and blasted forth an invisible gravitational wave that destroyed things. Above the surface, it could be seen that the ground was crumbling and caving in for several miles. All 3 of the Ring Lords activated their abilities and tried to escape, but the blast from the gravitational wave slammed into them heavily, causing their bones to break as blood trickled down different parts of their bodies. It felt like multiple mountains were slamming into them. Ring Lord Vanisher was later able to use his ability and disappeared from the spot. Still, due to the discombobulation and injuries from the multiple attacks, he could only travel a short distance and found himself above the crumbling surface. He got up from the ground and ran as quickly as he could to escape the range of crumbling grounds. How did it turn out this way? Ring Lord Vanisher thought with a look of fear as he limped away due to one of his legs getting snapped in 2. At this point, Over 27 buildings in the vicinity had crumbled into the grounds, as Gustav kept destroying everything in sight. He sniffed in and sensed that 2 of the ring lords had been trapped and severely injured underground. He was also underground, but for some reason he wasn't trapped like them. Anything that tried to touch him burned away. Twilight, he arrived first in front of Ring Lord Banshia, who was buried by debris that weighed tons. One touch caused everything to crumble as he grabbed and sped away. He arrived in front of Ring Lord Hallow and also saved him from his entrapment before blasting upwards through the crumbled underground facility. The ground opened up right in front of Ring Lord Vanisher as he was limping away, and Gustav appeared from within, carrying both ring lords. Chapter 7:26. Ring Lord Vanisher instantly fell to his, but in fear as he saw Gustav appear in front of him. He wondered why Gustav would save them, but he had no idea what was coming next. Breaking news! The entire WG district has undergone an unknown form of destruction. Reports coming in say an unknown figure was sighted in the sky, raining down destructive attacks on the district. We now have footage of the scene. The panic across the city increased as every media outlet displayed the scene where the entire vicinity had crumbled into the ground. The district had become a massive crater now. It was devoid of life, and only destruction could be seen all around. It had practically turned into a wasteland. MBO officers and other authorities were arriving on the scene to conduct investigations. The entire city was in fear seeing this, as they had no idea what they were dealing with. Just as this was ongoing, the entire city began to tremble again as an explosion went off in several areas. Boom! 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 Within every part of the city, everyone could see the massive mushroom cloud that rose up to the sky. The craziest part was the massive explosion was happening in 14 different places, all across the city at the same time. The media outlets spread their forces across the city, sending out multiple reporters to cover the different areas where these destructions were ongoing. It was truly a crazy day in Burning Sand City, as these happenings would go down in the annals of history as one of the scariest since the city was created. Choppers and other aircraft filled the air as the authorities moved swiftly to the different areas where the incidents were happening. Mixed bloods with different abilities helped to put out the fires caused by the massive explosions spreading to other parts. They noticed that these areas where the incidents had occurred were mostly business areas and rich neighborhoods where the rich and powerful lived. This made the case of even higher priority than it was earlier. Breaking news! The authorities have shockingly discovered the heads of Mr. Vanisher, Mr. Harlow, and Mrs. Banshia stapled to the central city megascreen. Breaking news! Breaking news! As the news of the death of these 3 influential people spread, it caused distress and confusion across the city. These 3 were the most influential figures in the city, and now they had been killed, and their heads hung in a part of the city for everyone to see. It was a great humiliation to them and their families and the authorities who were unable to trace the culprit or see any signs. It was as if the heads just suddenly appeared in that part of the city. It struck fear in people's hearts and curiosity as to who was responsible for such. The city government had already issued out a state of emergency, informing all citizens to stay indoors and those currently out doing one business or the other to find a place to stay in the meantime. They were hell-bent on discovering who was responsible, and right now, the looks of the figure had been put on display for everyone to see. The person had a human figure, but was covered in a black and reddish kind of energy that extended above their head. Wherever such a person went, they would be spotted, so they asked the citizens to immediately call the authorities the moment they spotted someone looking like that. The news kept coming in about the different destroyed places, and the death toll kept piling up. Over 30 minutes had gone by since the first destruction, and not a single living soul had been found in one of the places where the incident went down. It was pure chaos in the city of Burning Sands at this moment, and everyone felt like the shadow of death and destruction was looming over them. Breaking news. Death toll at 618 and climbing. Currently, a team of MBO investigators was at the first scene where Gustav and the three had battled. The people who were left after the whole incident was around 25, Carices and Marshall subtracted. They had already left the scene long before the authorities arrived. At the moment, they were questioning the victims and asking how the over 300-story tall building became a pile of scraps. Up to 90% of the victims were traumatized by what they had witnessed and could barely speak. The only connection the authorities could use from what everyone had been saying was, "The kid saved us, but he became a monster." They already knew this was connected to the incident, but they couldn't ask the remaining 10% who survived because they were seriously injured and undergoing treatment. Corpses upon corpses kept stacking, and a lot of DNA tests would have to be conducted to find out who these people were, since most of the corpses were immensely disfigured. How could this happen? One of the MBO officers voiced out as he moved across the scene of devastation with his subordinates. Obviously, they were powerful mixed bloods. One of the subordinates voiced out, "Yes. But how is such a thing occurring right under our noses? And we didn't know." There was no alarm. None of us could sense anything, the MBO officer said with a tone of disbelief. One of the victims mentioned a crumbling glass that covered the sky. "My guess is the culprits used a cloaking barrier," another one of the subordinates voiced out. "That seems feasible. Still, to cause so much destruction without care." The MBO officer felt the culprits must either be very powerful and confident to the point where they were sure they would not be caught by the MBO, or they were just stupid. But whoever this kid is that was mentioned, we need to figure out his identity as soon as possible. He is the key to finding out what has happened in the city today. Chapter 7:27. But whoever this kid is that was mentioned, we need to figure out his identity as soon as possible. He is the key to finding out what has happened in the city today, the MBO officer voiced out with a tone of decisiveness. In a flash, 3 days went by, and the city was finally no longer in a state of emergency. The news about the incident that took place 3 days ago had circulated across the whole world, as a city hadn't experienced such destruction in a long time, except it was at the hand of mixed-blood terrorists. The difference was everyone knew this didn't happen because of terrorists. It was more of a personal vendetta. Although Burning Sand City closed its borders and prevented travels during this time, there were still lots of authorities coming in from all over the world to assist with the case in the past few days. The Burning Sand City government was under fire from the world government for not properly governing their city due to the high death toll. They couldn't wait for the MBO and police officers to figure out something, so they could have someone to pin all the blame on and take the fall. They were starting to regret stopping the MBO from building a tower here. Such an incident would have been prevented to a certain extent if the MBO forces were higher in the city, since it was a mixed blood-related incident. The number of MBO officers in the city at the time of the incident was no more than 15. They couldn't even fan out and handle the affected areas properly due to their low numbers, which was one of the reasons why more destruction happened right underneath their noses, and they couldn't stop it. At the moment, many powerful MBO agents had been sent into the city to fully investigate and bring down whoever was responsible for the happenings. The city was still shaken after the death toll was announced to be a whopping amount of 2,700. In a city of around 40,000 people living within, the number of deaths was already at a high amount. Fortunately, there are hundreds of survivors, but many of them were in critical condition when they found them. But in just these 3 days, every survivor had been treated and already had a full recovery. So right now, the authorities were questioning every single person close to the scenes of the incident. It had been revealed that the first place destroyed was the industrial district area run by the three ring lords, Vanisher, Hallow, and Banshia. The three of them mostly owned the industrial buildings in that area that were completely sunken from the destruction. Other parts of the city that had suddenly exploded were also places that belonged to Ring, Lord Vanisher. All of his houses and every single landed property that he owned across the city were destroyed. Some people were able to get out in time, saying they heard a warning in their heads, while those who ignored and remained within were burnt to ashes along with the buildings. As the news upon news of the discovery was released in the past 3 days, everyone understood that this was a personal vendetta against the three ring lords. The other powerful figures in the city employed more powerful mixed bloods during this time to protect themselves due to fear that whoever the culprit was would come after them too. Many citizens were trying to leave the city as well, and those with higher status had already flown out with their families. The 4th day arrived, and finally an important discovery was made public about the case. Destroy everything. Let everything they have worked for turn into dust. Raze it all to the grounds. Let them feel your wrath. Let them know of your pain. Let their loved ones suffer, just as you have. Gustav could sense his thoughts getting darker and darker as he felt the will to snuff out the existence of all life around him. He performed actions of destruction involuntarily and voluntarily at the same time. He was unable to quench his rage, which birthed his thirst for destruction. After causing so much chaos, he felt his body weaken as a familiar voice resounded in his head, but he was too tired to listen to anything before passing out in an unknown location. Flicker! Flicker! He opened his eyes slowly. His vision seemed a bit blurry for a few seconds before he was finally able to see properly. A circular glow of light was above him, and the ceiling above looked tiled. It seemed like he was in a standard facility of some sort. Surprisingly, this facility looked familiar to him. It had been 4 days since the incident, and Gustav felt like he had been asleep forever. He could barely feel any form of energy in his body, even though he knew he must have been asleep for some time. Looking around weakly, he could see the laboratory table and equipment in the vicinity. A bot carrying a tray of chemicals passed by his left side, and he slowly turned his head around to follow it. "You're awake!" A familiar voice resounded from behind. Gustav could see the back of a 12 feet tall male figure standing towards the left behind him. Scientist Zill. "How did I get here?" Gustav asked weakly as he sat up on the stretcher-like bed. "I found you. Luckily, I caught sight of you before anyone else did," Sir Zill voiced out as he stirred some chemicals together in some containers on the table. What?" Gustav was about to say something when everything started coming back to him. Memories about Boss Danzo's death and how much havoc he wreaked all came back to him as he held his head. His face squeezed up as his eyes widened. He recalled vividly the scenes of destruction and the cries of victims in his ears as he rained down powerful attacks on them. "Do you remember?" Sir Zill voiced out as he mixed 2 chemicals together, and sparks started appearing above. Chapter 7:28. He pulled the electronic gloves, beeping with blue light off his hands, and turned around to face Gustav. "Do you remember what you did?" he asked again while walking forward. He sat on a chair in front of the stretcher-like bed Gustav was seated on. He didn't even need to wait for Gustav's answer. The look on his face said it all. But Sir Zill could still see confusion mixed in amongst the myriad of expressions on Gustav's face. He clapped his hand twice, causing a holographic screen to appear in midair right in front of Gustav. From above, the image of a part of the city was displayed on the holographic screen. This displayed a massive crater that spanned for over 100 miles. Different authorities could be seen on the scene inspecting the phenomenon. The image changed every 5 seconds, displaying different places within the city that were destroyed by Gustav. "Yes, you're responsible for all that," Sir Zil stated after the last image was shown. "You went on a rampage after Danzo was killed, I presume. Sorry for your loss. His corpse was found in the first place that destroyed," Sir Zil added with a sigh. Gustav's face turned darker and hardened even more as he heard that. "How did you find me?" he asked. "I found you passed out a few miles away from the last location. Almost thought you were dead," Sir Zil answered. "There was no heartbeat on you till yesterday, but I knew you were alive because you would occasionally breathe in and out every 1 hour," Sir Zil explained with a look of astonishment. He was still intrigued about how Gustav was alive for 3 days without a single heartbeat. He would only take an oxygen and send out carbon dioxide after an hour. Also, your skin was really dark like you were burnt. But that changed after a single day, and your original skin tone returned. Sir Zil didn't miss any detail as he voiced out. He still wanted to know how Gustav was able to pull off everything he did, especially since he knew Gustav wasn't that powerful originally. Gustav also wanted the answer to this same question, since the only thing he knew was the hidden rage ability was activated. He didn't expect it to be as powerful as that. "I see," Gustav answered as he slid off the bed and stood to his feet. "Thanks for the hospitality, Scientist Zil. I will be taking my leave now," Gustav voiced out as he staggered across the place due to weak knees. "I haven't felt this weak in a long time," Gustav thought as he nearly fell to the side. Sir Zil grabbed hold of him from the side and supported weight. "I don't think leaving here would be a wise choice right now," Sir Zil stated as he tried to help Gustav back to the bed. "I can't keep imposing on you. I'll be fine by myself," Gustav responded with a tone of disagreement. "You need to recuperate, and believe me, you shouldn't be seen out in the open right now," Sir Zil said as he helped Gustav turn back around and led him to the bed area. The way Sir Zil worded that made Gustav feel suspicious, so he decided to ask, "What do you mean by I shouldn't be seen out in the open right now?" Gustav asked as he sat down back on the bed. "Haphius, bring up today's news," Sir Zil voiced out in response. A holographic projection appeared in midair once again. Unlike the last one, which displayed images, this one displayed today's breaking news on one of the media outlets. Breaking news! The main suspect said to be involved in the destruction of WG District and other locations in the city has been revealed to be MBO officer / trainee Gustav Crimson. Breaking news! Survivors of the destruction incident have claimed there was an involvement of an MBO officer, Gustav Crimson. Breaking news! Witnesses report from survivors have identified the culprit to be Gustav Crimson, an MBO officer / cadet. He was also said to have saved the lives of some survivors while clashing with unknown assailants. Gustav watched as different media outlets showcased different versions of breaking news, all with a similar connection. Gustav Crimson is now wanted worldwide. According to some of them, the survivors said outrightly that he caused the destruction after transforming into a monster which was identified to be the form Gustav took when decimation was activated. Some of the survivors he saved from the hotel building said it wasn't to blame since he was battling with 3 other powerful entities that wanted to murder everyone. So far, they had figured out that the whole chaotic incident was linked to him, and now they wanted to get him to know the full story. Gustav was now wanted all across the world for being the main suspect in the mass murder and destruction of properties worth hundreds of millions. In other words, he was now a fugitive. At this moment, the world was in awe since a lot of people still recognized Gustav to be the golden star of the MBO candidates just a year ago. Different kinds of questions ran through everyone's minds as they saw the news circulating across the globe. Shouldn't he be in training? It has only been a year. How did he become powerful enough to cause citywide destruction? Many questions were related to this, which was why people felt a lot of things didn't add up with the news. Every single authoritative force in the world was out to get Gustav at the moment while he was in Sir Zill's personal lab. So now I'm wanted. Gustav mumbled with a slightly tired tone. Well, over 2,700 people died, so this is to be expected, Sir Zill responded candidly. Aye. Gustav didn't really know what to say to this. Thinking about the whole scenario now, Gustav realized that when the decimation skill activated, all he could think about was rage and destruction. Chapter 729. Thinking about the whole scenario now, Gustav realized that rage and destruction were all he could think about when the decimation skill activated. The power granted to him with that skill was only capable of destruction. He recalled how powerful he felt during that period, like he could destroy the entire city if he kept going off. However, now that he was awake, he could feel that something wasn't quite right with the way he felt now, due to his body feeling extremely weak. He felt like he wouldn't be able to channel bloodline energy at the moment. Gustav held his hand up slightly and stared at it. I lost control. Boss Danzo, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you, but I have destroyed the bastards responsible for your death, and I don't regret what happened, Gustav said internally. I know you wouldn't have wanted me to do anything, especially when none of these actions would bring you back, but I would never be able to live with myself if I had let them get away with this. Gustav looked down as he thought. Revenge truly doesn't take the pain away. Gustav didn't know when droplets of tears began to fall from his eyes. Even with all that power, in the end I'm still a miserable piece of shit who was unable to change the outcome of the situation. You were the very first person to ever treat me like I was not an empty space in the world. A leech. A thorn, an invisible entity, a useless existence. Your personality made me have a little faith in humanity, made me think there might still be hope for the species living on the face of this planet. If there were more people like you, the world would definitely be a better place. But good people get to suffer the worst fates while cruel and merciless people like myself survive and rule the world. It's not fair. Deep in thoughts, Gustav lamented. He had never known the pain of losing a loved one, and he never thought he would because, right from his childhood days, he couldn't consider anyone a loved one. He didn't think it would hurt this bad for someone who had been portrayed to have a steel heart. Gustav. Sir Zill voiced out and placed his hand on Gustav's left shoulder. I cannot fathom how much Danzo must have meant to you, but you. Sorry for your loss once again. But you have to stay here till we figure out how to handle the situation on the surface, Sir Zill said with a compassionate tone. All right, thank you, Gustav responded while cleaning the tears off his face. I will leave you alone for now and come back sometime later. If you need anything, just tell Zook. It will meet your demands, Sir Zill said while pointing at the 4 feet tall humanoid assistant bot moving about in the lab. Gustav nodded in response, while Sir Zill proceeded to head out of the lab. 4 days is enough to get regenerated fully. Am I still weak because of the skill? A backlash, maybe? Gustav thought as he tried channeling his bloodline. His body made some weird bubbling sounds for a few seconds before going silent. I can barely channel any strength from my bloodlines, Gustav noticed. His original bloodline especially was affected, and Gustav couldn't shapeshift in this state. This made leaving the lab even more impossible, since he couldn't change his looks. He would instantly be discovered. System interface, Gustav called out. Unable to generate system interface. What? Gustav exclaimed with a dumbfounded tone. System interface, he called out again. Unable to generate system interface. The same notification as before popped up in his line of sight. What's going on? He wondered. Timer. 4 of 7 days. Another notification popped up in Gustav's line of sight. Timer? His mind quickly brought up a myriad of theories as he saw this notification that didn't give full details. I've been asleep for 4 days now. It says 4 out of 7, which could mean the system became inoperable since I blacked out. "3 more days are left till it becomes operational again." This was the most meaningful theory he could come up with at this time. He remembered that this was like the time the system had an upgrade over a year ago. He had to wait for 3 to 4 days before he could use the system. However, in this case, he knew it wasn't a system upgrade since the system was whole again. It would need an immense amount of power to upgrade beyond its current state. Gustav could already tell that this had to do with the hidden rage skill, but he still wondered how and why the system was affected. "Looks like I have to wait now," Gustav sighed as he thought. He hated this feeling of vulnerability, but there was no choice right now. As he lay on the bed, he suddenly recalled something and jerked up. Carices and the other kid. He recalled creating a barrier of Iro silk around them, but Boss Danzo was able to appear in front of him and block the hit, which meant the wall's encirclement was broken through. If they were among the deceased, it would also be breaking news since the other kid has a powerful and popular background, Gustav analyzed. That means they're alive somewhere. Probably hiding away for now. The authorities must be searching for them as well. Gustav felt the survivors must have mentioned the presence of 2 other kids in the vicinity. Since both of them were witnesses, the authorities would definitely want their input on what happened. These 2 were the only ones besides Gustav who knew how the incident began. "I'll have to ask Sir Zil to find them for me," Gustav thought. In an unknown region, several high-standing MBO officials sat in a boardroom. 12 of them sat around a massive table in the middle, which displayed a holographic image of Gustav dressed in his cadet outfit. Chapter 730. A few of the high-standing MBO officials were holographic projections, since they couldn't attend the meeting in person. But it was quite obvious that this was an important meeting, since Gustav was involved. "Revoke his MBO title," one of them voiced out, as it would seem the meeting had already begun. "There's no definite proof that he's the culprit," another one voiced out. The witnesses say he transformed into the dark and reddish creature from the reports that was seen floating above the places that were destroyed. That power level is bordering on peak delta and beginning beta. According to the stats, he's supposed to be a Falcon ranked. It simply doesn't make sense that a first-year cadet would be able to perform a feat that even veteran officers would be unable to. He still needs to be brought in for questioning. The world government demands answers. He has been declared missing even though he's supposed to be in the city. That's proof enough that he is deeply involved in this incident. An innocent person wouldn't hide. The officials argued back and forth as a side stood on the theory that Gustav would not be able to perform such a feat since he was still a cadet, while the other side was sure he was deeply involved if not responsible, which was tarnishing the image of the MBO. It became a debate on whether or not to revoke his MBO title and how to find him. The MBO still had its methods, but to actualize some methods, harsh decisions would have to be made. A middle-aged looking man with a double-tipped green arrow tattoo on his chin area, along with a long green braided hair in the middle of his head, was at the front of the table. This happened to be the most important position around the table. However, he still hadn't said a word yet and kept listening to the others argue. I suggest we implement the life sign tracking apparatus and find him instantly. You know what the side effects are. Is anyone willing to negate it for him? Or are we just going to let him suffer it when we are not sure if he is truly responsible for the incident? Tough situations require tough measures. The whole place quietened the instant the middle-aged man with the one strand of green braid made a loud hum. Everyone turned to face him, since they could tell he was about to say something. Has his mentor been informed yet? The man questioned. Young Miss Amy is currently on a mission, so I don't think she has been informed, one of them answered. It has only been 4 days since the incident. No drastic steps shall be taken yet, the man voiced out. Yes, great Commander Murbies. Every official in the vicinity answered in unison. Deploy a squad of special agents to Burning Sand City with scout-related bloodline abilities to find him. 1 more week of searching and sending out warnings for him to turn himself in should be enough leniency. After that, drastic actions can be taken if he still chooses to remain hidden, Grand Commander Murbies stated with a strong tone. Also, inform his mentor, he added while standing to his feet and turning around to leave. I'll like to see how the young miss will react to this, he said internally while leaving the room. Vehicle City in a city surrounded by a wall of blue clouds. The streets were peaceful and bustling with activity, just as a city would. Vehicle City was known for its interspace travel stations. If one wanted to travel out of the Earth and wasn't rich enough to afford to go through MBO means, Vehicle City was the place to visit. Lots of people who wished to migrate out of the planet or just wanted to visit other planets on expeditions made use of Vehicle City a lot. Although the organizations that owned space stations in Vehicle City were licensed, making it legal, some people still wouldn't travel with them even though it was cheaper. One of the reasons was there were rumors of the organizations using spacecraft that hadn't been well serviced or having some kind of engine issues. This made some people skeptical about coming here to travel out of the planet since they didn't want to get stuck in space due to spacecraft engine failure. Nevertheless, people who had no choice would still come here. Presently, Miss Amy was in a part of this city. Within a space station takeoff ground, Miss Amy could be seen holding onto the neck of an 8 feet tall and buff man as she floated in midair, right beneath the engine area of a massive spacecraft. This spacecraft looked similar to 2 discs placed side by side, silver in color, but looking a bit worn out. It was the size of a 10-story building. Red Shadow, on the count of 3, start the engine, she voiced out with a cold tone. Roger that. Red Shadow's voice resounded in her ear, even though he wasn't there. The man whose neck was being held onto tightly shook in fright as he tried freeing himself from Miss Amy's grasp, all to no avail. Since you want to do this the hard way, then why not? Just know that the blast and temperature from the engine of a spacecraft when it is about to start is enough to disintegrate you in a matter of seconds. But I will still remain unaffected. Well, of course. You know this since you own this establishment anyways, Miss Amy stated with an unbothered tone. Please, I've told you everything I know, the man shouted out with a fearful look. Not enough. Tell me more, Miss Amy stated. I don't know anything else, he answered with a pleading tone. 1. Miss Amy began counting down. Please, I swear that's as much information as I know. He really didn't tell me much. 2. Miss Amy kept counting down. No, please no, I have a family, the man kept shouting out. I don't care. Miss Amy responded with a death glare before adding, 3. Chapter 731. Shroom, a burst of smoke, first blasted forth from beneath the engine. Kyar, I'll speak spar. The man's screams were drowned in the loud volume of the starting spacecraft engine. Bluish-colored flames blasted forth heavily without restriction, spreading across the surroundings. Fortunately, this was a takeoff point, so it was massive and void of living creatures. Even though the empty space of the takeoff point covered a radius of more than 15,000 feet, the bluish-colored flames still covered the entire vicinity. It looked like Miss Amy, and the man had already been consumed by the flames with the look of things. However, when the force of the engine slowly died down and the fire retracted, 2 people could still be seen floating right underneath the engine area of the spacecraft. Purplish ore-like energy covered them both, and it would seem not a single scratch had been inflicted on both of them even with the temperature and blasting forth of the engine. The man was breathing in and out heavily at this point as he touched himself with a shocked look on his face, seeing as he was still alive. His face flushed as he could feel wetness in his groin area. Now that you have something to tell me. Spill, or we go through what just happened earlier again, Miss Amy voiced out. Yes. You see, ma'am. Not that I didn't want to tell you, but... The man voiced out shakily, trying to explain himself. Go straight to the point. Miss Amy cut him short before he could complete his sentence. Yes, ma'am, He began to start explaining something to Miss Amy. A few minutes later, Miss Amy was leaving the vicinity with Red Shadow while the spacecraft was parked by the side. The poor man who had almost lost his life was kneeling behind with an almost lifeless look while staring at Miss Amy and Red Shadow disappearing into the distance. It was obvious Miss Amy had protected both of them from the outburst of flames from the spacecraft engine. Her tactic was very solid, using such a means to scare the victim into spilling. If on the verge of death, they still remained adamant that they had spilled everything that would mean the person was telling the truth, because no one would want to carry a truth that belonged to something else to their grave. Miss Amy, of course, already covered him with her energy before the outburst from the engine. So if he had been telling the truth about revealing everything earlier, he wouldn't die. Outside the premises of the location, which read, Dinkler Space Travel Agency, Miss Amy and Red Shadow paused their movements. She was currently receiving a video call as a holographic projection appeared right in front of her. Yes, I know about it already, she responded to the MBO officer on the other side, who had a respectful gaze as he spoke to her. Then young Miss Y. Before the person on the other side could complete their statement, she interrupted. You lots dare not touch him until I'm done here. Anyone that harms him will answer to me, she stated with a powerful and threatening tone. The person on the other side instantly kept quiet, not wanting to get on her nerves. If he truly committed such an act, then there must be an underlying reason. I will find him myself and hand him over if I judge the situation to be his fault, Miss Amy stated before ending the call. Red Shadow, who has been beside her all this time without speaking, finally spoke. After you find him, will you truly hand him over to them? He asked. No, she responded without any hesitation. If they truly wish to get him from me, then they are welcome to try, Miss Amy stated before moving towards the black hovercar up ahead. What if he's already dead? The witnesses say he was battling 3 powerful opponents, Red Shadow voiced out as he followed after her. Gustav won't die so easily. He's my student, Miss Amy said with a confident tone, knowing Gustav had multiple means of escape at his disposal. She had no idea that he was truly almost killed since he was in a situation where he couldn't leave the people he was protecting behind. After getting into the hovercar, it zoomed off. Red Shadow, the moment we get rid of the nuclear toxin bomb, I'll leave the rest to you. I have to go and find him, Miss Amy voiced out as they traveled across the city. Sure, you can count on me, Red Shadow responded affirmatively. 3 days later, during the last 3 days, Gustav spent his time recuperating, gathering information about happenings within the city and making plans. The authorities' forces had increased in numbers across the city, looking for him everywhere, but were still unable to find him. There were multiple powerful MBO officers with scanning bloodline abilities that had tried to use different means to locate him, but all failed. Sir Zill's personal lab was crafted with well-cloaking tiles and top-notch technology that rendered most of these abilities useless, even though some of them were very powerful. Gustav just had to stay hidden within the lab in the meantime. The MBO was the most powerful force on the Earth and one of the most powerful across galaxies, so it was no surprise that they would have a lot of forces. But still, top-notch criminals like Jabal would still be able to escape regardless, because they were able to couple technologies like this with their intelligence. However, it had been a long time since the MBO mobilized this amount of force, and this was due to the number of lives lost. If Jabal was in this same situation, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape, since they had never come after him like this before. The city had been locked down, so no one could leave or come in except officials. Chapter 732. Even making use of shape-shifting might be seen through with the number of forces that were in place. Still, Gustav would not risk anything when he couldn't even channel his bloodlines properly yet. Fortunately, during the last 3 days, he had healed up quite well. He was able to channel his bloodline abilities to a certain extent, but he felt it would still take a few days more before he could get back to his initial state. Sir was able to find Carices and Marshall after some time. He sent Marshall back to his family and brought Carices to the lab. Carices was so joyful when she saw that Gustav was okay. She embraced and cried in his arms when they reunited. Gustav was glad that she was okay, but Carices was sure Gustav wasn't okay, remembering what happened to Boss Danzo. Even though she was 15 years of age, she could understand how much of a loss it would have been since Boss Danzo was like a father to Gustav. She also admired him a lot due to his personality and since he saved her on multiple occasions. Gustav had admitted that he could only find Carices the other day due to Boss Danzo, since he only had Boss Danzo's life sign at the time. I want to get his corpse and give him a proper burial, but he'll need to get his granddaughter to be in attendance too, so maybe not right now. Gustav voiced out one of his thoughts after Carices asked him what next. Oh, I remember he did say he had a granddaughter, Carices said with a thoughtful gaze. She was still surprised that Boss Danzo, who looked he was not a day over 45, had a granddaughter who was age mates with Gustav. Thinking about it now, she stared at the renowned scientist Sir and realized that it was a similar situation with him. Sir looked like he was no older than 30 years. Yet he had multiple grandkids. He could honestly pretend to be a young dude and go out to get chicks due to his handsome looks. In just a few days, I would have recuperated completely. Then I will put my plans into motion, Gustav stated. What are your plans? It would be almost impossible to escape from the city, and everywhere you go, you would be wanted, Sir stated. Don't worry, I'm not escaping yet. I still need to get the 3rd and 4th quarter of your research from the Bureau of Cities Research Center. Visiting there as a fugitive would make things harder. It would be easier if I still had my original identity as an MBO officer, Gustav stated. Sir and Carices squinted their eyes as they heard that. It looked like Gustav was up to something crazy, and from what he had said so far, it seemed like he wanted a clear name. This would be difficult to achieve, but knowing Gustav, they felt he could do the impossible based on his feats so far. Carices, you will be coming with me when I leave this city, but till I'm done dealing with my issues, stay with Scientist and Damien, Gustav instructed. Carices nodded in response, and later left with Sir Gustav sat by himself in the lab again, dressed in green pajamas that he had been wearing since he woke up 3 days back. System interface, he called out. Host attributes, abilities, bloodlines, quests, shop, alien life forms, it's back. Gustav thought before voicing out. Host attributes, name, Gustav Crimson level, 59 class, under evaluation, EXP 7637, 800/14, 360,000, HP 52, 000/52, 000 energy, 27, 500/27, 500 attributes, strength, 209 perception, 206 mental fortitude, 207 agility, 210 speed, 208 bravery, 208 intelligence, 209 charm, 96 defense, 207 vitality, 208 endurance, 209 attributes points, 56. Gustav stared at his current attributes with a look of awe. I leveled up 10 times? Gustav was a bit shocked, but thinking about how many people died at his hands, he felt this was plausible. Another confusion that he had was seeing what was written in front of his class. Why is it under evaluation? He wondered. He recalled that during his battle with the three opponents who caused Boss Danzo's death, he never tried to use cosmic superiority because he knew his Yarki wouldn't affect them. All three of them were kilo-ranked, mixed bloods. During his training with Miss Amy, he had tried using it on her before when she reduced her strength to the lowest of kilo rank level, yet she was unaffected. At first, Gustav felt her being hurt wouldn't work no matter how much she reduced her strength, so they tried using another kilo-ranked mixed blood in the second base, and the results were still the same. His Yarki was not powerful enough to affect beyond Echo-ranked mixed bloods at the time. The system had later explained to him that he would have to train his Yarki to get more powerful or increase his cosmic superiority stage before he could affect anyone beyond the Echo rank level. Knowing this, he didn't try to use it during the fight, but now he recalled when decimation was activated, he made use of Yarki and it covered the entire city. His mind was like an entity looming over the city at that time, and he could sense everyone falling to their knees just like he wanted, including the kilo-ranked mixed bloods. Did it have that much effect because of decimation? Gustav felt decimation gave his Yarki a boost. Now that he was checking his stats and seeing the words under evaluation, he felt a bit suspicious, hoping this wouldn't negatively affect his cosmic superiority. You sure went off without caring about the consequences, eh? The voice of the system suddenly resounded in his mind. TCH, so you're back. Why were you silent for so long? Gustav asked. Whose fault is it that I had to hide away and shut down the system for a week? It responded in his head. Whose fault is it? Gustav asked while feigning a clueless look. Chapter 733. Whose fault is it that I had to hide away and shut down the system for a week? It responded in his head. Whose fault is it? Gustav asked while feigning a clueless look. Don't play dumb with me. For a computerized being with a sentience, the system almost sounded annoyed when it was supposed to be emotionless. Asterisk site, asterisk, even the automatically induced calming toxin didn't work. The system said once again. I have toxin immunity, Gustav reminded the system, which I can easily override since I live inside of you. But your emotions were just too strong, the system stated. It is understandable since you lost someone important to you. Human emotions. A strong vulnerability, but also a powerful tool. The system analyzed with a fascinated tone. Gustav, sorry for your loss. I could really feel every speck of emotion, and even now, I can feel the anguish within you. You blame yourself for what happened, the system said with a sympathetic tone. How could I not? I pushed myself day in, day out to get stronger, and even with everything, I was unable to protect the one person who cared for me like a father, even though we're not biologically related. Gustav voiced out with a darkened face. There was nothing you could do about it. The enemies were out of your league. If he had not intervened, you would have died, the system voiced in response. Although you wouldn't, because I would have teleported you away in the last minute, that would mean everyone else would have died. Gustav couldn't hear this because this was the system's inner thoughts. You could say Boss Danzo saved the day since his death triggered the activation of decimation, which resulted in you defeating the enemies, preventing the death of the survivors and Carisas whom Boss Danzo saved, the system stated once again. You Earthlings believe in heaven, so he's probably up there smiling at you in satisfaction, it added. Even though I killed close to 3,000 people? Gustav asked bluntly. Asterisk cough cough, asterisk of course. The system chuckled nervously while responding. If Gustav could see the face she was making within him right now, he would probably cough out blood. Look on the bright side. You destroyed the 3 kingpins of the city, resulting in the end of their illegal activities. This has made other big shots in the city go into hiding, feeling they might be next, so illegal activities might as well be inexistent in the city for a long time, the system analyzed. I don't know about that. Evil can never be truly rooted out, Gustav voiced out in response. But at least you've prevented a lot of future deaths. The illegal underground battles will no longer be able to hold, which means people in similar situations like Boss Danzo won't be exploited anymore, and there won't be unnecessary deaths. There's still a lot of good that came out of this. The system tried assuring Gustav. Gustav's heart remained on the fence with this one. He knew the system was trying to make him feel better, but he wasn't so much of a hypocrite that he would pretend like his actions were noble. He wasn't truly concerned about all those deaths because he could sense that he gave a warning before destroying those structures. He was feeling pathetic because he couldn't prevent Boss Danzo's death. Why was the system on lockdown for a week? Gustav decided to ask. The decimation ability is not one that gets activated without consequences. It gives you the strength to climb several levels higher in power than normal, but then it saps your life force while activated, the system explained. It saps life force? In what way? Does that mean the number of my years decrease, or my potential? Gustav questioned. Well, since the hidden ability is no longer so hidden, I might as well reveal this. Every second it remains active withdraws a month's worth of life force from you, the system revealed. A month? That's too much. Gustav didn't realize the side effects of the hidden rage skill would be this high. The skill was activated for about 20 minutes before you passed out, so your life force has decreased by 100 years. The system made the calculation and voiced out. Gustav instantly realized the calculations were accurate the moment it was voiced out. Based on the increase in bloodline rank, a mixed blood could live for as long as 300 to thousands of years. My current level, Falcon rank, mixed bloods at this stage tend to live for as long as 600 to 700 years, which means I should have 500 or 600 years worth of life force left, Gustav analyzed. You probably don't know, but the vitality from having me within you actually increases your life force, the system revealed. Huh, really? Gustav questioned. Yeah, but that doesn't mean it should be wasted. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. It is close to impossible to activate decimation without immense rage, which isn't something that comes about so easily, so I'm sure we won't be seeing this ability in a long time, if not forever, the system stated, which caused Gustav's face to lit up with curiosity. Close to impossible to activate without immense rage? Which means it's possible to activate it without rage, but the chances as slim. Gustav couldn't let go of the loophole in the system words and tried to clarify. Moving on. The reason I deactivated for a week is that your body was extremely weak after decimation was deactivated due to a large amount of life force that was sapped from you. Your body would explode if I normally operated at the time, since I'm whole now compared to the first time I found you. The system explained. Looks like it doesn't want to talk about that. Always withholding information from me, TCH. Gustav said in his inner, thoughts away from the system's perception. Oh, I see. I guess that was a necessary step, Gustav noted. One more thing. My class. Chapter 734. One more thing. My class, it says, under evaluation. Is this part of the negative side effects of decimation? Will my cosmic superiority be revoked? Gustav asked with a slightly disturbed look. It's under evaluation because it had undergone a change when you made use of it while decimation was activated. The system began explaining. I thought as much. Gustav already figured this part out. Decimation gives you the power of destruction, which means all your other skills and abilities, both bloodlines related and system-based, are locked during that period. You can only cause destruction, but for unknown reasons, you were able to activate your Yarki, which is the reason for the current state of your class. Your Yarki has been affected, the system explained lengthily. I was barely in control of my actions, so I had no idea what prompted me to use it. I could only think of causing carnage and destruction at that time, so the thought of using any other abilities besides the ones I could conjure while decimation was activated never came to me. Now that I think of it, I didn't feel like I had any bloodline. Gustav tried to analyze the state of his mind during his moment of rage. You can check the state of your Yarki, the system suggested. I can't. I already tried, but I can't sense it within me, Gustav responded. Try harder. It's still in there, but hidden, the system stated. Since the system had said this, Gustav was no longer as worried as before, but his curiosity was still piqued, so he decided to try sensing his Yarki again. Just like he said earlier, he had truly tried to sense his Yarki, but he couldn't. Maybe it was due to the fact that he was still recovering, so his senses weren't as strong, but now that the system told him to try harder, he decided to do just that. Gustav focused his senses on his internal structure, phasing through the outline of his multiple bloodlines within. His senses scanned through, trying to find Yarki, like the last time. About 2 hours later, Gustav finally sensed a small flicker of the Yarki's energy. It was slightly different from how he recalled it to be, and it seemed like another type of energy was making its presence. Gustav followed his senses, scanning deeper and deeper into his internal structure. Then, finally, his senses came across a kind of ashy-colored wraps. It looked like mini-sized ash-colored band-aids were wrapped around something. Through a thin gap within one of the wraps, Gustav could see a slightly pink glow. From the energy that emitted, Gustav already knew that was his Yarki. But it would seem his Yarki was sealed by these ashy-colored wraps, and he had no means of freeing it at the moment. He tried making his senses wrap around the restraints and remove them, but it didn't work. The pinkish glow he could see from the gaps looked like they were slowly changing in color. In some areas he could see a tinge of red, while in some areas it was transparent pink, and in some it was deep pink. It's changing. This means I'm not losing my cosmic superiority. Gustav was relieved seeing this, but this led to another curiosity. He wondered what the end result would be. Although he was curious, he didn't bother asking the system because he knew it probably wouldn't reveal any more information to him at the moment. The only thing he could do right now was wait. On the bright side, he could shape-shift now even though he hadn't completely recovered. Even though he could only maintain it for like an hour, it was enough for him to go out into the city and check the current state of things. Gustav told the humanoid bot in the lab to get him some clothes. In a few minutes, Gustav was dressed in some baggy blue shirt and shorts. He had an afro-styled hair with a darker skin and a shorter frame. His looks had completely changed. But he looked like a normal citizen, so he wouldn't attract any attention to himself while walking down the streets. Fwai! He leaped through the window from Sir Zill's office and landed several feet away from the building. From there, he began walking on foot. Oh, was this look inspired by E? The system asked in his head. Who cares? Gustav responded half-assedly as he moved to the nearest public transport station. You know, if things don't get better, you might have to forget about seeing them ever again, the system stated, hinting at his friends in the MBO camp. Doesn't matter. They probably already heard the news by now. If I don't ever go back to the MBO camp, then our acquaintance ended months back, Gustav responded in his mind with an emotionless look. Yeah, right? Keep acting like you don't long to see them again every single day, the system cackled with its thin, girl-like voice. I'm a mixed-blood fugitive now, remember? It's going to be their job to catch me. If things don't turn out well, we'll be on opposing sides and I'll have to see them as my enemies. Gustav reminded the system. Does that mean you'll kill them if they cross your path? Can you really do it? The system questioned with a scoff. I don't know what's going to happen if we ever meet again. Gustav pictured the group in his mind and thought. ES with his ever-jovial personality, afro-styled hair and calculative instincts. Eldris, with his insane height, beautiful girl looks, charismatic personality and long white hair. Falco with his timid looks, but demonic alter ego. Glade with her mean looks, but friendly personality. Matilda with her beautiful princess-like looks and proud countenance. Vera with her innocent looks, but crazy personality. T-Me with his calm outlook and short physique. Rhea with his loudness and competitive spirit, and finally Angie with her cute looks, admirable protective personality and caring soul. Chapter 735. Gustav realized he missed them more than he cared to admit. But with the state of things right now, if the disastrous situation wasn't handled, they might end up as enemies. I just gotta do my best, I guess, Gustav thought as his face showed with determination. Minutes later, Gustav arrived at the location where the battle between him and the three mixed bloods, Ring Lord Vanisher hired, took place. During his trip here, he had seen the state of the city from outside the hover bus windows. Burning Sand City had slowly resumed its daily activities, even though the city was still recovering from the incident. There are thrice as many authorities patrolling the city than before and moving around with scanning devices. He already knew that was because of him. He got down from the public transport and looked around the place. There were restrictions put in place to surround the entire environment. A massive crater could be seen where the buildings in the vicinity used to be located. This one wasn't even Gustav's fault because the entire place got destroyed due to the power of the mixed blood with the golden beam. This was how powerful Kilo ranks were and why they were considered a powerhouse wherever they visited on the earth. Only a small percentage of mixed bloods was Kilo ranks, so it costs a lot to hire just one of them. But the Ring Lords were able to hire 3, which showed just how rich they were. They had accumulated a lot of illegal money. Gustav could see people on the scene beside the authorities. Some people came to drop flowers here, as it would seem they were family members with some of the deceased who were obliterated on the spot. Some of the deceased were lucky enough to still have corpses, but some got completely obliterated. Voices of sobbing could be occasionally heard in the background as some family members mused about how the person they lost was an awesome person, and all that grieving statements. Gustav was moving around without any look of remorse on his face, even though the environment gave off a sad vibe. They must have swept the scene clean. Gustav was sure he wouldn't be able to find anything here, even if he looked. He moved towards one of the authorities and called their attention to ask a question. "Sorry for the disturbance, officer. I would like to know where the corpse of the casualties were taken," Gustav inquired. "Are you the family member of one of the deceased?" The female cop asked. "Yes," Gustav answered. "Sorry for your loss," she said with a look of pity. "I appreciate it," Gustav responded. "You'll have to head over to St. Luther Medical Center and give proof of your relationship to the deceased. Tests have been run to determine the identity of corpses that can't be recognized with physical appearance," she explained while giving Gustav direction on how he was going to get there. "Thank you," Gustav responded before turning around to leave. "Don't worry, the culprit will be caught soon," the female cop voiced out loudly as Gustav walked away. "The MBO is about to implement a plan in the coming week. Gustav Crimson days are numbered," she added. Gustav paused his steps and turned around to bow slightly in appreciation. "I'm sure he will." "Thank you all for working hard," Gustav voiced out before turning around once more to leave. The young female cop had a proud look on her face after receiving the thanks and went back to her duties. If she ever found out that she just finished talking to the person she said would soon be caught, she would probably bash her head against the wall repeatedly in shame. As Gustav traveled with public transit once more towards the hospital mentioned earlier, he was in deep thoughts. The MBO is about to implement a plan to catch me? For her to sound so confident, it must be something foolproof. Gustav was curious as to what the MBO was up to. "I have to be really careful then," she said in the coming week. "I have about 5 days to complete my plans, And then I should probably find a way to leave the city before then, or go into deeper hiding, Gustav thought. The MBO was really capable when they wanted to be, so he didn't want to take any chances with them. If they caught him beforehand, chances were all the blame would be put on him. Those within the MBO that secretly hated him due to his relationship with Miss Amy and his fast rise would use this as an opportunity to put him down even more. He had no doubt that the MBO was probably about to revoke his title. That was if they hadn't. A scapegoat was definitely needed for this incident, and Gustav had managed to destroy everyone that had a hand in it. He was the only one left now, which meant everything would fall on his head. The whole debate about whether or not he was the cause of it all would mean nothing the instant he couldn't provide any proof of fighting against enemies. Gustav could call Miss Amy to help him out, but he had decided to man up and face this himself. He felt he couldn't keep relying on Miss Amy for everything, especially when he knew she was on a mission. He preferred being an asset rather than a liability. "Hey, system, are you sure it's possible to do what you have said?" Gustav asked internally as he made his way to the hospital. "Sure. Just make sure you find his corpse," the system responded. Gustav arrived at St. Luther Medical Center after some time and instantly walked into the tall building once he got off the public transit. The place was bustling with lots of people going in and out. Not only was it a massive medical center where a lot of patients were brought in daily, but it was also the closest medical center to the first incident scene. So lots of corpses were brought over. Family members came over to claim some of the bodies of their kin. Chapter 736. Gustav didn't even bother meeting up with one of the medical personnel here because he already knew they would ask for identity. He wasn't biologically related to Boss Danzo, so the next step he took was to scan the entire building using God eyes. His eyes moved from place to place as he looked for the office where records were kept. In a few minutes, he found it and took the disguise of a medical practitioner before moving into the office. He had quickly knocked a doctor out and kept him hidden in one of the lockers in his office. Normal people were still no match for mixed bloods after all, especially when it was someone like Gustav. The doctor was knocked out before he knew what was happening. There were about 4 doctors in the records room at the time when he moved in, and 3 of them were ladies. They greeted Gustav thinking he was the original doctor and asked what he was looking for. Gustav explained, and one of them moved in to grab the record he was looking for. In a few moments, she handed a square-shaped, pinky-sized device to Gustav. He tapped on it, and information about what he was looking for appeared in the holographic format above the device. Classified deceased information. Deceased name, Adrian Danzo, AG, 79, Cold Room NO, 29, Tag NO, 982, floor 13. "Why is it classified?" Gustav asked with a confused look. Besides the other information, he could see the red label above that said classified. Gustav looked at the other doctor who came in here to check on one and didn't see the same red label above. "Oh, Dr. Markland, did you forget? The authorities asked us to report immediately if anyone came looking for this person's corpse." The lady responded from the other side of the counter. "Oh, I see, thank you," Gustav responded. After checking the info for a few seconds, more like he hadn't already crammed it, he passed the device back to them and left. "Hey, don't you think Dr. Markland was acting a bit strange?" One of the ladies questioned with a weird look. "Yeah, he would have scolded us at 10 times for things we didn't do before leaving," the one in the middle voiced out. "And he even said thank you." "He never says thank you," the third one added. It would seem the identity Gustav had taken on was quite the problematic one. Not performing said actions made them see Gustav as extremely suspicious. Gustav would normally not arouse any suspicions with stealing identities if he didn't have to engage in conversations. But in this situation, it was inescapable. This made one of them recall something and walk out of the office. Gustav arrived at the 13th floor of the building, which was a floor full of storage rooms for corpses. He recalled the room number he was looking for as he walked along the massive corridors. This area was pretty scanny, since only a few people in medical outfits could be seen around here. Gustav recalled what the lady said about Boss Danzos information being restricted and the instruction of the authorities. Good plan to catch anyone who comes for Boss Danzos' corpse and question them. Gustav was glad he didn't try to pretend like he was a family member using the other disguise. That would lead them to call the cops on him, which could prove disastrous since he couldn't tell if they would have devices that might unmask his fake identity. I have about 40 minutes of shape-shifting energy left. Will it be enough? Gustav asked the system. It should only take about 15 minutes to extract the data. The system responded. All right, let's do this then, Gustav said internally as he arrived in front of the door that had the number 29 above it. He walked in after using a print cube that belonged to the doctor. The instantly he got in, he found himself in what looked like a hall of cryogenic, pillar-sized tubes. The internal structure of the room was much bigger than how it seemed from the outside. This was made possible through the shrinking space technology that was possible in this day and age, but it was only applied to some special types of buildings. Gustav looked around and could not even see a single person in sight. This place was devoid of living creatures except for himself, but there were cams monitoring, so he had to be careful with his actions. The cryogenic pillar-sized tubes were all colored gray, so it was impossible to see what was within, but it was quite obvious that corpses were kept within all of them. Each had number tags attached to their tops. So Gustav instantly scanned the entire place using God eyes and found tag 982 in a few seconds. He moved towards the far end of the northwest side of the room and arrived in front of one of the pillar-like tubes. Beep, beep, beep. After tapping a few holographic buttons by the side, a loud mechanical opening sound was heard. The front of the tube slid open, and a stretcher-like platform where a corpse with a massive hole in its torso area was strapped to shifted outwards. It stretched towards the front and placed the body strapped to it in a horizontal position. Gustav stared at the familiar, dried-up corpse beside him, and emotions began to well up from within again. "Boss Danzo!" he mumbled with a low tone as tears gathered in his eyes. He quickly placed his palm on his face and forced the tears back, not wanting any to drop. "There's no time to waste. I'll come back to give you a proper burial, right?" Gustav said internally before stretching his right hand out. "Are you ready?" he asked the system. "Ready." "Do it," the system responded. Gustav nodded slightly and placed his palm on Boss Danzos' dried-up face. Processing brain waves, reanimation. Chapter 737. Ready. "Do it," the system responded. Gustav nodded slightly and placed his palm on Boss Danzos' dried-up face. Processing brain waves reanimation. A system notification popped up in his line of sight as a transparent red glow appeared on Gustav's fingertips. Reanimating brain. Last vestiges 0/100%, 27/100%, 45/100%. Gustav waited for the bar that appeared above the percentage readings to fill up. 69/100%, 92/100%. 100% in about 4 minutes, it was done. Reanimation complete. Preparing to withdraw data, bypassing brain cells immunocode, 100%. Processing data withdrawal. The red glow on Gustav's fingertips became brighter, and strands of the glow pierced into Boss Danzo's face, causing his skull to light up from within. 1/100%. Gustav could tell this part of the process would take long because it was already slower than the former. The system had given him an estimate of 15 minutes for the completion. 5 minutes had already gone by since he started this operation, so around 10 minutes were left till this was completed. This room had cameras positioned in several spots. Still, the closest cam to Gustav only allowed him to be seen from the front, where the cryogenic pillar-like tube blocked half of Gustav's frame. Of course, if they decided to make the cam focus more on Gustav from the control room to see what he was up to properly, the angle wouldn't matter since cams were multifunctional these days. However, there was no reason to do that since the security's place there could see that he was a doctor and was probably busy examining the corpse. They would only be alarmed if someone was trying to move a corpse out of this place. Gustav would occasionally move his left hand like he was doing something surgical to not arouse suspicions. He hoped spending more than 15 minutes in here would not cause any problems for him. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the building, the medical personnel who helped Gustav with the device where Boss Danzo's corpse information was kept was currently walking down a corridor. She arrived in the middle and turned to the right to move towards the office door. Come. She knocked on the door softly and tried to slide it open. Noticing it was locked, she brought out a small black cube and placed it in front of the left side of the door. Catch him! The door slid towards the side, opening up for her. She stared at the empty office before her and could see the office table and chair up ahead. A holographic computer was in sleep mode but still had some tabs on display. She looked around and couldn't see anything out of place in the office. Then, turning to the side, she could see the rectangular-shaped locker placed against the wall. All doctors who had offices had this rectangular-shaped locker within, where they could keep their normal outfits before changing into medical outfits. Most of them never used it, since they could keep their things in their spatial storage devices and carry them around with them. The lady medical personnel moved towards the rectangular-shaped locker and stood in front of it. The moment you notice anything suspicious at all, give me a call so long as it is related to Danzo's corpse. She recalled the words of one of the male MBO officers who arrived here to give the order for them to report anyone who comes looking for Boss Danzo's corpse. Remembering how Dr. Marklin acted opposite to his original personality, she felt something was up, especially when it was related to checking out Boss Danzo's corpse. The MBO officer had said anything suspicious that was noticed should be reported to him instantly regardless of what it was. She felt there was only one reason a person would act opposite to their original personality was when they were up to something. Her colleague said she was reading into it too much, and he probably woke up happy today or something, but she didn't feel this was the case. She had contacted the MBO officer a while back, and he said to check Dr. Marklin's office covertly for anything out of place while he would be on his way. She got the override cube that opened every office door within the medical center from the control room and was able to gain access to Dr. Marklin's office. She tried opening up the rectangular-shaped locker, but it wasn't responding. It turned out the cube didn't work for that. After opening it several times more, she gave up and moved to the office table area. She began checking for anything out of place around the table and eventually moved towards the computer to switch it back on and scan through the files there. She had no idea that the real Dr. Marklin's unconscious body was within the rectangular-shaped locker. Fortunately, the override cube didn't work on it. A few minutes later, a thin-looking man with knife-shaped, spiky blue hair arrived within the office. From the presence he carried, one could tell he was quite the powerful mixed blood. A red-haired lady wearing a back-eye mask that covered only her eyes area stood beside him with a crossbow-shaped red device in her grasp. "Did you find anything?" he asked the moment he came in. "Nothing, Officer Reiner, but believe me, he acted suspiciously. He never tells anyone thank you, and neither is he ever polite," the female medical personnel voiced out. It seems a bit far-fetched, but I was the one who told you to report anything no matter what it is to me, so I have no right to complain," Officer Reiner said while looking around the office. He moved around, trying to see if he could find anything related to secret communication devices. Right now, the only theory was the possibility of Dr. Marklin being controlled or working in secret for an unknown entity related to the Gustav incident. They had no idea Gustav had stolen his identity. Chapter 738. Violet, go find him while I check this place out, Officer Reiner voiced out and proceeded to move towards the office chair. I will take you to where he is, the female medical personnel voiced out and led the way out. The red-haired lady wearing the eye mask followed the medical personnel out after hearing this. Officer Reiner began to check through the holographic computer. Meanwhile, in the cold room, Gustav stared at the notification bar in front of him as he waited. Data withdrawal process. 62/100%. It will probably still take around 4 minutes for this to be done, Gustav thought as he waited. He felt like he was disrespecting Boss Danzos' corpse this way, so he hoped this would be over and done with quickly. He stared at the massive hole in the middle of Boss Danzos' corpse for the umpteenth time, and the guilt within him kept rising. Gustav had already apologized a number of times, but he still felt it wasn't enough. The longer he stayed here, the more negative emotions continued to rise within him. Data withdrawal process. 84/100%. Less than 2 minutes left now. Gustav sighed in relief as he felt this whole charade would come to an end soon. His senses were currently spread across the entire 13th floor, so he could sense the medical personnel moving to and fro. Sometimes there would be no single person walking across the corridor for more than 3 minutes. In the next moment, his eyes widened in suspicion as he sensed the arrival of 2 figures on this floor. Why is there strong mixed blood on this floor with medical personnel? And she's holding an item which has power contained within too? Gustav analyzed. He could sense the outline of the item in her grasp and felt it was shaped like a crossbow, which made him feel even more suspicious. Something's up. Gustav instantly came to this conclusion as they walked along the corridor, moving closer and closer to the area where the door of the cold room was situated. Data withdrawal process. 87/100%. He stared at the notification bar again and gritted his teeth. Hopefully, I'm just being too cautious. Even with this thought, Gustav wished he could speed up the process. In the next moment, Gustav realized how wrong his last thoughts were as these 2 arrived right in front of the door to the cold room he was within. Damn it! Gustav cursed underneath his breath. Down in Dr. Markland's office, Officer Reiner had checked everything he could within the system in the last 4 minutes and couldn't find anything suspicious. He moved from place to place around the office again to see if he missed anything that finally arrived in front of the rectangular locker. This was the only place he hadn't checked so far, so he was curious. He tried opening it, which of course failed. He realized it could only be opened using specific keys and shrunk back a bit. This place seems more suspicious than all. I might find something within, he thought and looked around. Since there's no other way, I might as well do this. He voiced out as blue blades shot out from his hair. Pwai! Pwai! Both blades stabbed into 2 different sides of the locker and glowed up. Zee! They cut fine rectangular-shaped lines in front and flew back to his head. In the next instant, the metal still sticking to the locker fell out, displaying a hole within. But then Officer Reiner's eyes widened as clothes began to fall out of the locker. He quickly moved closer and tried to hold them, but the clothes were pouring out like crazy as if the place was stacked full of clothes beyond its capacity, and it was just waiting to burst out. Even when the clothes had already formed a pile in front, there were still a lot of clothes within. How can someone call himself a doctor and be so unhygienic? Officer Reiner felt frustrated as he saw all this and tried to pack the clothes to the side. He touched the clothes still on the inside and was able to tell that there were still so many more. Dash! Officer Reiner! He suddenly heard a call from the communication tool strapped to the side of his head. Yes. He answered. Dash! We are unable to get through the cold room door. The voice that belonged to his female subordinate could be heard from the other side. What? Is the nurse not over there with you? He asked. Dash she is. The entry cube worked, but for some reason the door won't slide open. I'm on my way, he voiced out and proceeded to turn to the side to leave the office. He initially wanted to sort through the clothes, even though he considered it a waste of time, but he couldn't ignore this call. If he had sorted through the clothes, he would have found Dr. Markland's body underneath all that pile. Gustav placed some oxygen nodes in Dr. Markland's nose before packing all of those clothes on him. The clothes were actually from Gustav's storage, and that setup was done just in case anything went wrong. On the 13th floor, Officer Reiner arrived within the corridor and rushed to meet up with his subordinate. "I've tried over and over, but it's like the door is stuck," the female medical personnel voiced out while reaching out the cube towards the door once more. "I wanted to ask for permission to use lethal force," Violet voiced out. "Don't. Your attack ability has a wide area of concentration." Officer Reiner instantly turned her down. Meanwhile, within the cold room, Gustav was standing in place, sweating while his concentration was focused on the door area. Gravitational manipulation was currently active as he made the door several times heavier than it was supposed to, which was why it wasn't opening up. However, this was costing Gustav a lot of energy, and he was currently weak, so even though he had kept it up for around 2 minutes, he was sweating a lot. Chapter 739. However, this was costing Gustav a lot of energy. He was currently weak, so even though he had kept it up for around 2 minutes, he was sweating a lot. Data withdrawal process. 99/100%, almost done. Gustav said internally as he sensed the 3 figures outside the door. He could already tell that one was about to attack. From the view outside, Officer Reiner stood in front of the door while both ladies gave him a little distance on the sides. 2 blades shot out from the top of his head and flew towards the door. The door suddenly slid open before the collision was made, and the blades ended up flying through the entrance. "Oh, it opened!" the female medical personnel behind voiced out. Both MBO officers were surprised to see it had slid open contrary to the initial situation. "Maybe it was stuck," the female medical personnel added as she moved towards the entrance. "Grab!" Officer Reiner grabbed her shoulder from behind and pulled her to the side with a suspicious look on his face. "Stay behind us," he stated while walking forward with his subordinate, Officer Violet. Shein. The blades flew out earlier returned back to his head in the next moment, but he allowed them to float around his head this time instead of joining to his hair as they were supposed to. Violet held the weapon in her hand, slightly upwards, ready to use at the moment she felt the need to. Come. They could already hear footsteps from within as they got to the entrance. Officer Reiner and Violet both voiced out as they spotted Dr. Markland walking towards the entrance from the northeast side. He had just passed through the midst of some cryogenic pillar tubes and arrived at the front, where he had to turn towards the left to arrive on the path that led to the entrance. The entrance wasn't too far off from his position after turning, and he seemed to be tapping on some holographic projections being displayed from a watch on his right wrist like he was computing some data. The 2 officers took a few steps forward and paused their movements. They looked around the massive, hall-sized cold room. They couldn't see anyone else within except for Dr. Markland, who was approaching their position. "Oh!" Dr. Markland suddenly paused his footsteps as he acted like he was just seeing them. The holographic projection floating above the watch on his right wrist disappeared as he discarded what he was doing. "Officers from the MBO?" Dr. Markland voiced out with a tone of surprise as he saw their uniforms. "Dr. Markland, right?" Officer Reiner inquired. "Yes," he responded with a tone of confirmation. "Can we have a brief discussion outside? I want to ask you some questions," Officer Reiner said with a tone of seriousness. Dr. Markland nodded in response, while Violet walked forward and turned to the right. She began headed in the same direction Dr. Markland was coming from earlier. The female medical personnel who followed them directed Violet towards the area where Boss Danzo's corpse was kept. Dr. Markland acted normal and followed Officer Reiner out to talk at the entrance. Officer Reiner began asking questions about why he was here and what he was doing with the corpse. Examining it, of course, there are still investigations going on, and as mentioned earlier, he died like the rest. However, he was murdered directly. Dr. Marklin began answering the questions professionally. Officer Reiner made sure to read his expressions as he answered the questions he posed. Meanwhile, Violet was currently inspecting Boss Danzo's corpse with the female medical personnel. They were checking if anything was amiss, which might prove that Dr. Marklin was truly up to suspicious acts. Yes, the investigation wasn't completed according to the police, since they have determined how close Gustav Crimson is to Danzo. It is believed he wouldn't kill him. This leads to the theory of the enemies being at fault. Just like the eyewitnesses say, after a few minutes, Violet walked out of the cold room with the female medical personnel, and they reported to Officer Reiner that they didn't find anything suspicious. Boss Danzo's corpse was intact, almost like it was never touched. At this time, Officer Reiner had also finished questioning Dr. Marklin. There was nothing to use against Dr. Marklin, as it could even be said that he was helping the situation with the examination he was conducting. Just as they would let Dr. Marklin go, Violet proposed she did a quick scan. "Oh, you want to check him out?" Officer Reiner asked. "Yes," she responded. "Okay, do as you wish." After this, "Well, let him go." Dr. Marklin, who heard this, squinted his eyes a little in confusion, not understanding what they were talking about. He suddenly felt a sense of foreboding as he saw Violet place her hand on the eye mask wrapped around her upper face. She slowly lifted it up, revealing a pair of glowing azure-colored eyeballs. This energy, it's the same as... As this thought appeared in his mind, Dr. Marklin turned around. At the same time, Officer Violet slowly raised her head to stare in his direction. Fwish, to everyone's surprise, a burst of wind blasted across the place as Dr. Marklin disappeared from their line of sight. "He's running. We're going after him," Officer Reiner shouted out and charged forward. Officer Violet was quick in reacting, and both of them ran forward as well. Their speeds, too, weren't shabby as they arrived in front of the teleporting elevator at the end of the corridor, leaving the female medical personnel in awe. They were gone as well in the next moment. Gustav, who had been imitating Dr. Marklin's identity all this time, had to escape before Officer Violet could lay her eyes on him. Right now, he was headed towards the second floor where Dr. Marklin's office was located. At the same time, the two officers chased after him. Chapter 740. They were obviously not as fast as he was. Still, they both took the teleportation elevator, while Gustav dashed towards the stairway area on the left. The teleportation elevator took a few seconds before it would teleport a person towards their desired floor, which was why Gustav had to move towards the stairway to avoid getting caught or having Violet's eyes on him. Even though Violet couldn't see him directly, she could still see through some floors within the building structures. So they planned to cut him off at a particular floor since they would arrive before he did. To both their surprise, Gustav suddenly disappeared from Violet's range of eye detection when they arrived on the 7th floor. He was initially on the 8th floor. Then he suddenly disappeared. Both of them instantly began looking around the place for him. Meanwhile, Gustav actually leaped out of one of the windows on the 8th floor since he had already determined that falling from this height down to the 2nd floor would lead him directly to Dr. Marklin's office. Hover has been activated. The instant he arrived on a window side of the 2nd floor, his body paused in midair. Gustav flew a little bit forward and went in through the window. He had arrived within Dr. Marklin's office. He looked around and could see the mess created from cutting open the rectangular locker by the side. Gustav moved towards it and pulled off the rest of the clothes on the locker, revealing a white-haired man who seemed to be around 40 years of age. This was the real Dr. Marklin, and he was currently in his undies since Gustav had to wear his clothes. Gustav wasted no time picking Dr. Marklin up and clothing him as fast as he could before wearing a new piece of clothing. Flesh-wriggling sounds could be heard as Gustav transformed back into the dark skin and afro-styled hair identity he used earlier. He then proceeded to lift Dr. Marklin, who was still unconscious, by his neck and slammed his head onto the side of the office table. Bam! Blood rolled down the left side of his head as Gustav proceeded to drop his body and dash towards the window area. Swoosh! He leaped out the window once, flying across the streets and disappearing out of sight in a few moments. Meanwhile, Violet scanned across the building on the 6th floor with her vision as they looked for Dr. Marklin. "I found him!" she suddenly voiced out as she stared at a particular area beneath. "Where?" Officer Reiner asked. "In his office, but—" "He seems unconscious," she responded. "Let's go!" Officer Reiner shouted out as they charged towards the nearest teleportation elevator. Zing! In a few seconds, they arrived on the 2nd floor and began making their way to Dr. Marklin's office. People on the entire floor were startled as they saw the state of things with these powerful MBO officers running around. They were in Dr. Marklin's office after a few seconds and saw him lying on the floor, passed out while bleeding from the side of his head. Violet spotted the bloodstain on the side of the table in front of him and the clothes on the floor behind. "I think he tripped," she voiced out. Officer Reiner, who had also noticed this, moved forward and brought out a medicinal pill from his storage device. He squatted in front of Dr. Marklin and fed him the pill. Flicker, flicker. After a few minutes, Dr. Marklin opened his eyes to see 2 figures dressed in MBO uniforms standing in front of him. What happened? Why am I on the floor?" He slowly muttered as he sat up. "Why were you running?" Officer Reiner questioned him with a suspicious tone. What are you talking about?" Dr. Marklin asked with a look of confusion. Gustav arrived back at the lab 5 minutes before the timer for his shape-shifting went out. "That was close," he sighed as he slowly transformed back into his original looks. Why were those officers there? Did I make a mistake? Gustav wondered as he tried analyzing the situation. The nurse with them. I saw her at the casualty documentation office. Gustav recalled the face of the lady who gave him the documentation device for Boss Danzo's corpse. Whatever I did, it must be related to the identity of that doctor. She probably found something about me fishy. Gustav instantly put 2 and 2 together, understanding the situation. He already knew Boss Danzo's corpse was under inspection, so he could tell all this was concerning the identity he took and looking for Boss Danzo's corpse. He was just glad he got away without having to do anything disastrous. Earlier, the MBO female officer wanted to scan him with her eyes, and Gustav could sense had similar energy with God eyes. The moment she stared at him directly with those eyes, she would instantly be able to see through his shape-shifting. His original bloodline was something he wished to remain a secret, or it would cause many problems for him. Gustav knew that if it became known that he could mimic people's identity, the usefulness of his bloodline would drastically reduce. The authorities after him would be on a watch out, and the technology to see through shape-shifting would definitely be massively issued out. Then there would be no point in having the power since it could be seen through. He had to keep it a secret that he could mimic people's identity so they'd never see it coming. This bloodline ability was so uncommon that any talk about a shapeshifter that could mimic the identity of people had not been heard of in up to 100 years. In this age of technology, there were see-throughs that could be used to identify if a person tried to disguise as another person, but presently they weren't used actively. Gustav felt if anyone besides Miss Amy and those who already knew of his original bloodline found out about the secret, he'd have to silence them forever. Chapter 741. Gustav felt if anyone besides Miss Amy and those who already knew of his original bloodline found out about the secret, he'd have to silence them forever. The 2 officers would have found out that he had such an ability, which would lead to the MBO and the whole world finding out as well. He didn't want to cause more death than he already had, but I already killed close to 3,000 people. What's 2 more? This was Gustav thought process at the moment. He wasn't trying to escape earlier for himself. He was trying to escape for their sake. Anyways, the first step of the plan is complete, Gustav said as he took a seat in front of one of the holographic computers. Are you ready to transfer the data now? Gustav asked the system. Affirmative. Go ahead and place your hands on it, the system responded. H&M. Gustav nodded slightly in response and proceeded to place his hand on the holographic monitor. Data transfer from archive. 0019254827774452 in process. Huh? Why are the numbers so many? Gustav voiced, Oh, you. Cos, I have a lot of data in here. The system replied with a scoff. Oh. Universal data. Huh? Gustav muttered underneath his breath. He couldn't fathom just how much information the system had gathered within. The system had said it would reveal things to him as time passed, but he still only knew a little, and sometimes he wondered if the system would actually reveal stuff like it claimed. Hey, your longing is quite disturbing, I said. It'll reveal things little by little, okay? The system suddenly voiced in his head. I didn't say nothing, Gustav stated with a scoff. Yeah? But I could sense it. I live inside you. The system girly voice repeatedly echoed in his head, causing Gustav to hold his head. Hey, stop it, Gustav stated with a slight look of annoyance. It's still weird hearing a girl's voice in my head saying, I live inside you, Yuji. Gustav said this, but he was completely used to the presence of the system right now. Oh? Is the Virgin worried because things are supposed to be the other way around? Perv. The girly giggling voice of the system echoed in his head. Shut it. Gustav wished the system had a physical body so he could just pull her ears whenever it started speaking like this. Of course you'd want that. I look this way because of you, and now you even want a physical body for me. You really want to have your way with me. Eh? The system tried mimicking a seductive tone as it teased Gustav. Hey, stop being creepy. Since when did you start sensing things without me thinking about them? Gustav was curious, knowing the system couldn't do this before. Since when our bond increased. The more we accept each other, the tighter our connection becomes. Feelings and thoughts wise. The system explained. Who accepted you? I didn't. You're still very annoying, Gustav voiced with a slight stutter. Hee, of course, you'll deny it, just like you denied falling in love with Angie. Oh, I remember, Here's a term for people like you. Tsundra, the system stated and began laughing maniacally. Lines appeared on Gustav's forehead as his face squeezed up. Just as he was about to respond, a system notification popped up in his line of sight. Data from archive 0019254827774452 successfully transferred. It's done, Gustav said with a longing gaze as he stared at the monitor in front of him. Video file received. This was displayed on the holographic monitor in front, along with a play button. Gustav looked a bit emotional as he raised his hand to tap on the play button. Time to check this out. True in, at the top of a massive floating structure above a blossoming city, a figure could be seen flying towards the structure. The floating structure looked like a chunk of rock the size of a building, ash in color. So it had been here this whole time, and it was invisible and impossible to sense. The figure flying upwards was startled as they noticed the structure. Hey, Red Shadow! I found it! She voiced out through a communication device as the wind caused her jacket to flap. That's great, young miss. You just have to disarm it using the T-67 now. Red Shadow responded through the communication device. The figure flying towards the structure happened to be Miss Amy. Strange purplish energy surrounded her as she flew upwards. In the next moment, she arrived in front of the massive chunk and could see a weird, cone-shaped device protruding from the top. She flew a little higher and floated towards the device protruding from the top of the massive chunk of ash-colored rock. Beep, 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 beep. A faint beeping sound echoed in her ear as she approached it and brought out a 3-feet-long cylindrical-shaped device. This was the T-67 device Gustav and Red Shadow found past the mixed-breed borders behind the neighborhood a year back, just as Miss Amy landed on the chunk of rock. Beep, beep, beep. The beeping sound suddenly became extremely fast, and this was when Miss Amy noticed the pinky, finger-sized timer placed by the side of the device. 2 minutes. It suddenly went from 2 minutes to 1 second, 1 second. Miss Amy's eyes widened as she charged forward with the T-67 device in her grip. Boom! From the intensity of her speed, half of the floating platform behind her got blasted into smithereens. And from below, it sounded like an explosion went off in the sky, causing the citizens of the city to look upwards. Miss Amy had already seen the keyhole where she was supposed to put it, so she instantly shoved it into the hole and turned it anti-clockwise. Midnight, in the last millisecond, Miss Amy managed to deactivate whatever this piece of machinery was. It slowly powered down since there were about 7 more milliseconds before the 1 second was up. Miss Amy was fast enough to deactivate it in less than a second. Chapter 742. After handling the unexpected situation, she sighed in relief, but then suddenly sensed something and turned around. She was currently high up in the clouds due to where this platform was located, so even looking behind her, all that could be seen were clouds. However, Miss Amy was powerful enough to see beyond all that. Her eyes widened as she charged forward, but the moment she did, a loud blast rang out. Boom! Unlike the one where her speed caused it, this explosion happened in the far eastern part of the city within the sky. Miss Amy was currently 700 miles away from there, yet she blitzed at a speed that made her close in the distance in a few seconds. But even with all that speed, she was too late. A gray-colored fog had covered the skies in this part of the sky. It kept spreading, and it looked like the city underneath would be consumed in no time. "Young miss, what's going on? Didn't you deactivate it?" Red Shadow's startled voice could be heard coming from the communication device. "We got fooled. There were 2 of them," Miss Amy responded. "What? 2? Damn it. What are we going to do now?" Red Shadow asked with a worried tone. "I'm sure both were set to go off at the same time, which means it will be less effective and spread slower with just one going off. Evacuate the citizens from the eastern part of the city as quickly as you can. I'll do my best to slow the spread and disperse as much as possible," Miss Amy voiced out as the purplish ore-like energy surrounding her increased in output. This was the far eastern part of the sky in the city, so beyond it were road routes that led outside the city, which was mostly void of life. Miss Amy spread her hands, and a whitish glow covered them. 2 massive items began forming in her hand as the gray fog kept spreading till they covered even her. All of a sudden, phew, a loud whooshing sound reverberated in the sky as 2 massive objects could be seen moving in the sky. The cloud of ashy fog suddenly got blown backwards by a lot. The citizens beneath stared at the sky with a look of astonishment and confusion, wondering how half of the fog that was already looming over a large quarter of the city was suddenly blown back. High up in the sky, Miss Amy could be seen holding onto the handles of 2 massive hand fans. The hand fans were each the size of 4-story buildings, so it looked like she was holding a massive building in one hand and another in the second hand. Miss Amy swung out both fans once again at the same time, causing an immense gust of wind to blow back the ashy fog once again, decreasing the range of its spread. Meanwhile, on the ground in the city, Red Shadow was working with some MBO agents, helping the citizens evacuate the city. Ruckus! Ruckus! Come on, move this way. There's no time!" he shouted out as he pulled some kids out of the hover bus, bringing them back from school. He stretched his hand forward, and a star-shaped reddish light appeared. "Go!" he shouted to them. All of them ran forward one after the other and disappeared the moment they went through the red star-shaped light. The entire vicinity was crowded with panicking crowds, and vehicles had blocked the roads due to people who had already been evacuated, leaving their vehicles behind. The MBO agents moved swiftly as well, leaping towards the buildings by the side, where workers were situated and bringing them down. Red Shadow would open multiple portals simultaneously, which led to the outskirts of the city over at the west side. The range of the fog they were trying to protect everyone from was only within the city. Move, come on. Red Shadow hurriedly helped another 20 people move teleport away. This part of the city had at least 20,000 people living in it, and so far he had only managed to help around 10% of that. He knew they didn't have much time because even though Miss Amy was helping reduce the speed of the spread, they were still dealing with gases in this situation. So there was no way some of it wouldn't mix with the oxygen in the air and become invisible. It would soon start having little effect on the surroundings regardless. They had requested for more help from the MBO to move the people away faster, which was why more MBO agents were arriving on the scene. But even with the amount of MBO officers on the scene, it would still take a lot of time to get everyone out of here. In the sky, Miss Amy had fanned a lot of the ashy fog back with just brute strength alone that it looked like the skies had cleared, but this was far from the case. Miss Amy could sense a greater pressure than before coming from upwards, where she had fanned the ashy fog to. Suddenly, boom! There was another outburst of the ashy fog as they spread across thousands of feet instantly. They were spreading out way more violently than before, catching even Miss Amy by surprise. It was almost as if they had sentience, as a massive amount of them formed a gigantic upside tornado in the sky, charging towards Miss Amy with the tip. Miss Amy raised both massive fans again and swung them out with force. Fuhum, an outburst of wind blasted forth and slammed into the massive upside-down ashy fog tornado. Even though it was the size of a skyscraper, the violent wind crashed into it and dispersed it instantly. However, as it dispersed, more ashy fog suddenly burst forth in every direction, instantly covering Miss Amy's small figure up in the middle of the sky. It's starting to consume my protective energy field? Miss Amy sensed the purplish ore-like energy surrounding her, thinning out as she found herself within the sea of fog. Whatever gets cloaked is there, but at the same time it's not. It cannot be accessed, seen, or sensed until the Varnite is deactivated. How do I do that? Dash, you have to get A. This was how Miss Amy's last conversation with the other person went. It turned out that the explosive device was built using this Varnite substance, so it couldn't be accessed because it was like it wasn't there. The only time it would be revealed was when the timer was coming to an end. Miss Amy took the necessary steps as directed and was able to finally expose the explosive device in a part of the sky that she had initially checked. This showed just how powerful the device was. Miss Amy had practically disarmed it, but what no one mentioned was there were 2 of the explosive devices. To be more accurate, none of them knew there were 2 of them. Sharmax had been one hell of a calculative and scheming person that he placed 2 in different spots. Both of them were revealed at the same time, but Miss Amy found one first and only sensed the second one at the last second. Within the ashy fog, Miss Amy remembered that when they asked everyone about the information on the ashy fog, they revealed it had sentience and was capable of taking actions on its own. It also got more vibrant and effective the longer it remained exposed to oxygen, which meant the fog would only get stronger and stronger, and no one knew the effect it would have on people. There was also a probability that this city wouldn't be the only casualty after it had consumed it, since it would get stronger with time. Having sentience just made it even more dangerous. Looks like I have to take off my seal, Miss Amy thought. She initially felt that wouldn't be necessary, but seeing the state of things, She knew she had to get serious before things escalated beyond control. Chapter 744. From below, Red Shadow could see the sky above already covered by ashy fog, which was extending at an insane speed. He gritted his teeth and burned his bloodline energy, creating a massive red star up front which was as large as a skyscraper. "Everyone, quickly!" He shouted to the people in the vicinity with his hand stretched out as his entire body glowed with dark red light. Some MBO agents picked up multiple people and threw them into the red star up ahead. Multiple people could enter this one at once, unlike the others, where they could only enter at a time. Usually, Red Shadow never creates a portal this large due to the way it sapped a lot of energy. But seeing the way they were about to be consumed by the fog soon, he decided to do this. Red Shadow pulled his hand back and pushed it forward with force. Shroom, the massive red star, drove forward with speed, swallowing up everything in the vicinity as it moved, vehicles and people included. Just with this action alone, he had already managed to send over 300 people away in a matter of seconds. "We need more time," he shouted out as he saw the fog drawing nearer and nearer with intensity. They had managed to evacuate 80% of the population of people living around here in 20 minutes. More and more MBO officers were arriving on the scene, and none of them even tried to take on the fog after hearing that the Demon Queen was already dealing with it. They focused on helping the citizens out of this area, since they felt if she couldn't handle it, then none of them could. Seeing the buildings and everything behind them getting consumed by the ashy fog, Dark Shadow prepared to unleash another massive teleportation star. All of a sudden, a massive spike of energy blasted forth from within the ashy fog. The ashy fog was thick, and the moment it flew past a particular area, anything that was visible in that area before would no longer be visible, but everyone could see a figure within the ashy fog, this time covered in purplish energy that blasted across the place. The ground began to quake from the outburst of energy coming from this being, and the ashy-colored fog initially headed in their direction suddenly got dispersed as a purplish wave consumed it. They initially thought they would be affected, but the purplish wave suddenly stopped and created a massive wall behind them. The whole place instantly became calm. They couldn't see what was going on beyond the purplish wall, but Red Shadow could sense the outburst of energy and felt Miss Amy had gone all out right now. If they weren't being protected by the purplish wall, they would most likely be affected. Beyond the wall, Miss Amy was flying at an insane speed around the wave of ashy fog, sealing it from spreading with her purplish energy. No matter how much more powerful the fog had become in the last 20 minutes, even with Ascensions, it couldn't contend with Miss Amy in this state. Fly, Miss Amy circulated around the fog at speed way faster than light, using his purplish energy to tear lines in space. Vriri, a dimensional rift suddenly appeared on the east, cackling with destructive energy and bluish and purplish light. An immense suction force came from it, and it began pulling the fog into it. In the next moment, another rift had appeared on the west. Vriri, and in the next on the north, south, northwest, southwest. In a matter of seconds, 7 rifts had been created, and they were each in a position that surrounded the ashy fog from every direction. Some were so high in the sky, while some were placed just a few feet above the ground, but they were still in a position where they had encircled the ashy fog. Each rift carried an intense amount of suction force that was powerful enough to wipe an entire city off the map. But since they surrounded each other, they canceled out the force that would spread out to the surroundings. Instead, the ashy fog in the middle was being sucked from every direction into the dimensional rifts, leaving it no chance to escape. Miss Amy stayed in the middle. Her gray-colored hair floated in the air as her eyes glowed the same purplish color with the powerful energy surrounding her. Even with the intense suction force coming from every direction that would rip a person to shreds in an instant, she remained unaffected. A shriek was heard as a part of the ashy fog formed a massive cone-shaped head with two dark eyes. It flew towards Miss Amy and slammed into the protective purplish energy surrounding her. To its disappointment, it was unable to break through no matter how much it tried. It couldn't even get closer than 20 feet to her. Miss Amy waved her hand once with a nonchalant expression. Fuyayeth, a massive claw made from purplish energy, appeared in midair and swiped at the massive cone-shaped head formed by the ashy fog. Even before the collision was made, the immense force from the claw dispersed the fog instantly, causing even more winds to be generated across the place. This made the fog clear out even faster, as that part got pushed into the rift on the west. In a few more minutes, the entire place had become clear, as every remainder of ash-colored fog in the area completely cleared out. The rifts in the vicinity were slowly shrinking as well. This was normal since space always repaired itself when torn, but depending on the size of the rift, the duration would either be shorter or longer. Miss Amy stood in place high up in the sky, waiting for the rifts to completely disappear before she deactivated the cocoon of the purplish wave she surrounded the place with. At this point, Red Shadow and the other MBO agents had managed to evacuate everyone living in this part of the city. Chapter 745. At this point, Red Shadow and the other MBO agents had managed to evacuate everyone living in this part of the city. After Miss Amy deactivated the purplish walls and cocoons surrounding the place, the skies were clear. There was nothing to be seen beyond destruction behind the parts where Red Shadow and the MBO officers initially were. The buildings, roads, and everything in sight had been completely decimated. It made the place look like a ghost town. Beyond the point where Miss Amy activated, the purplish wall remained intact, but behind was like a wilderness. Miss Amy slowly floated down from the sky and landed on the spot within the decimated part of the city. The damage isn't as bad, she thought as she inspected the vicinity. This was how Miss Amy felt because she knew just how powerful the rifts were and the havoc they could have caused if she hadn't let them cancel out the force of their pull by making them surround each other. However, if another person saw this amount of destruction, they would freak out because even the outskirts of the city were affected. Miss Amy looked forward and flew off from this point. Regardless of how bad things were going to get, there was no way Miss Amy wouldn't have been able to handle dealing with the explosive fog. Sharmax didn't expect his plan to be foiled by the most powerful female mixed blood on the planet. It would have been a problem if she could never find it, but from the moment she did, the plan was destined to be foiled even though he unexpectedly created 2 of the explosive devices. Miss Amy would have much preferred it if they never went off, so she wouldn't have to resort to extreme measures, but nobody had expected what happened today. Red Shadow and the rest of the MBO agents were still trying to get the citizens from another part of the city out even though Miss Amy had already handled the situation. Miss Amy supported this action because it was a gaseous explosion, and some parts might have mixed with the oxygen in the city, which would make the air poisonous in some parts even though it was invisible. The effect would most likely reduce a lot, but still it would be safer to get everyone out of here and detoxify the air in the entire city. Miss Amy decided to request for an alpha-ranked mixed blood currently on Earth to show up in the city. Rilia, how fast can you get here? Dash, I never thought you'd ever call for help, Lil Sis, hee. Just get over here, idiot, Miss Amy voiced out through the call. Dash, I'm already here. She heard from the other end of the call and paused her flight above a part of the city. The moment she turned around, a beautiful lady with gray and blue-colored hair was floating in midair right behind her. This lady had a slim figure, clad in a red leather gown with a long slit reaching her left thigh. Her busts were almost as massive as Miss Amy's. Albeit faint, she had facial similarities with Miss Amy. The air is toxic, Miss Amy warned. Not toxic enough to affect me, she voiced out with a smirk. We could have used your help earlier, Miss Amy stated with her usual straight face. I just arrived back on Earth a few hours ago. Give me a break, lil sis, she responded to Miss Amy by folding her hands and smiling. Get everyone out of here. Miss Amy didn't even try to sympathize with her and immediately went straight to the point. Ugh, no nice to see you again. I missed you, or anything, your straight-up commands. You're no fun, really. Miss Amy called out her name with a tone of discomfort. Sure, Rilia responded while raising her hand and snapping her finger. Pa! In that instant, blue glows appeared all across the city, and everyone left in the city was instantly teleported out of the city towards the border at the north. All the MBO agents and even Red Shadow were also teleported away. Over 100,000 people had been teleported away in one go towards the same location. Done, she responded with a dissatisfied expression. One more request, Miss Amy stated with mixed expressions on her face. Rilia was a bit surprised to see her poker face crumble. Official or personal? She asked with a hint of suspiciousness. I need you to teleport me to Burning Sands City, Miss Amy requested. Ah, so it's personal, hee lil sis. You're being sus right now, Rilia said with a teasing expression and began slowly flying around Miss Amy. If you're not going to do it, just say so, Miss Amy said with an undisturbed tone, displaying her poker face once again. I mean, you could just fly there. You're fast enough to arrive there quickly anyway, Rilia pointed out. If I move too quickly, rifts will be created. Also, I have to reactivate the seal soon, Miss Amy explained. Oh, you're still on a leash? TSK, that's not cool, lil sis. What if you're attacked in your weak state? Remember, you're only the strongest when you're at your full strength. Rilia's words made it seem like she was concerned, but her tone of speaking sounded threatening. I welcome anyone who is willing to try. I hope they come prepared to visit the afterlife, Miss Amy voiced out with a strong tone and intense gaze before flying away. Where are you going, lil sis? Rilia voiced out and flew after her. You're wasting my time, Miss Amy responded from up ahead without turning around. I'll wait, I'll do it. I was just messing around, Rilia yelled out as she followed behind Miss Amy. Burning Sand City. It had been 2 days since Gustav infiltrated the medical center to get something related to his plans from Boss Danzo's corpse. At the moment, Gustav was in Sir Zill's lab chatting with Carissa's. Chapter 746. You're going to remain hidden for now and present them with the things I have given you at the appointed time, Gustav stated. Are you sure Marshall is on board with this? Gustav asked. H&M. I spoke with him yesterday, Carissa's nodded. All right then. There's still one more thing I need to complete before leaving here, Gustav added. After that, I'll hand everything over to you and Scientist Zill. I will come back after the tide starts turning to get you. At that point, they won't be able to label me with anything extra and try to bring me down than they already have, Gustav mumbled. At the moment, theories were circulating around about how Gustav was working for terrorist organizations because, in some other small city, there were explosions similar to ones that happened in Burning Sand City. A terrorist group came out, claiming they were responsible for the happenings. The city wasn't as grand as Burning Sand City. Neither was the destruction level even close to what Gustav caused, but people began to link it to the one that happened to Burning Sand City. Gustav could tell someone was trying to set him up to look like he was in league with terrorists, which was one of the reasons he knew revealing himself to let them take him in for questioning would be a very bad idea. That would be him setting himself up for execution, since they would just pin everything against him without giving him the chance to explain. The system had snooped around, and he knew that lots of the higher-ups in the MBO were already against Gustav for giving the MBO a bad name, so they wanted him gone. It gave Gustav this information and told him he needed a way to get himself out of this predicament. Now that Gustav understood how things were and the fact that he was being plotted against, He had decided to turn the story about the whole situation around. Yes, he was practically the cause and the villain here, but he had decided to turn things with his plan and pull off fooling the entire world. Gustav had completed 3 phases of his plan in the last 3 days, and now one more was left. "Big brother Gustav, will you be okay?" Carices asked with a look of concern. "H&M, it'll be fine," Gustav responded. "Maybe I should call Miss Amy to let her in on my plans." Gustav thought, but quickly discarded the idea. He stared at the holographic projection up, which was currently displaying a paused video. Gustav instructed for the video to be played, and it began displaying a person's point of view. Boom! 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 The sounds of an explosion could be heard from the video, and one could see from the view of this person that battles were going on up ahead. When this person turned around, Carices and Marshall could be seen in the same encirclement as him, and after saying a few words to them, this person was flung forward with immense speed by both of them. From the point of this person's view, a golden beam was also shot out at the same moment. He arrived before Gustav and pushed him out of the way while his body was still being catapulted in midair. As the golden beam tore through him, this person turned to the side to stare at Gustav, who had a look of disbelief and confusion before the video blacked out. "We should never have agreed to throw him forward like he asked," Carices lamented once again after seeing the footage. "I would probably be dead too if you hadn't," Gustav voiced out. "Ah. No. What?" Carices was truly lost for words as she thought about it too. It turned out that during the battle with the 3 mixed bloods that were sent after them, when Gustav was about to get killed, Boss Danzo had asked Marshall and Carices to throw him out. They kept questioning what would Boss Danzo do since he was just an ordinary human being. It made sense for both of them to go out and help him, but somehow Boss Danzo was able to convince them. Marshall and Carices activated their bloodlines. Marshall's bloodline gave him a power boost, which helped him in lifting Boss Danzo and flinging him forward, while Carices made use of her telekinesis to catapult Boss Danzo's body faster in the air, making him arrive before Gustav just when the golden beam was about to be shot out. Carices had explained to Gustav about how it happened some days back, but Gustav couldn't blame her or Marshall. He would be dead if Boss Danzo didn't show up at the time he did, which would still lead to everyone's death too. It turned out that Gustav's reason for visiting the medical center and coming into contact with Boss Danzo's corpse was to withdraw the data of Boss Danzo's last 5 minutes before death. The system had explained to him that this was possible with its help and gave Gustav all the necessary requirements. Now, this was another evidence of things that had happened on that day. The authorities were unable to recover any footage from the scenes of destruction. Everything had been reduced to ashes, and even when trying to recover footage, they were unable to. They even called in a popular MBO officer that could reanimate everything that had happened in a particular area within a specific time frame, and his abilities didn't work here either. All this was due to the lingering energy of decimation. Decimation had been both Gustav's bane and help. Even though he saved them and had his revenge, it also prevented the authorities from getting the truth about how the whole incident began. Now Gustav was trying to rewrite the whole scenario with everything he had gathered. If things went as planned, he would be free and all accusations would be dropped. "How did you manage to get this?" Carices asked. "That is of no importance. Be ready to play your role when the time comes," Gustav stated before standing to his feet. "Time to Lou." Just as he was about saying again, Vrerb Hrerak, a strange and powerful pressure suddenly descended upon the entire city. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.